We talked about as well. We talked about at the start of the show. Zeke mentioned that saying, Saf without Zayt feels strange, but you're seeing the lingering effects of Zayt on this team. Look how split they are. Saf's down here. You might think that Stretch and Avery aren't even in the game. They are way up on the hill to the left of just on the screen here. So they are super split, getting their surge and just like kind of controlling all that area. But yes, it does lead to these really difficult rotates as a solo, but never mind, Saf makes it in. It's just such smart play, and almost no other team plays like this. He's actually sitting outside of the base in that bush, knowing that no one can see behind, because everyone's going to assume that he's in the base on top of the bush, which means that he can then get a cheeky beam without having to go for an edit potentially. It's a play this team does a lot. They'll have one player box up next to a bush, have the other two inside the bush, and try to pretend they're a solo. It does actually work more often than it doesn't, as you're seeing here. It's such an interesting strategy, and you very rarely see teams be this innovative. I love to see it.
Yeah, and what we're watching right here is like Saf literally be the bait. Like they're just hanging out in the open. Hey, come shoot me. And then Avery and Stretch look for those great angles. Unfortunately, it looks like Avery does get punished first here, but it is okay. And now look how it plays out here as well. They get the lead on the rotate because Saf is also now positioned in front. So just control of the map, control of this outer edge. It can play its benefit very differently than a lot of other teams do tend to set up, but already we'll see if that ends up working out as they have this big rotate against them. Reverse 2K goes with the early rotate. They get in front. I want to talk about that team like you mentioned. You reflected them or compared them to Scented, Commandment, Edgy. Yes, that is exactly what Commandment does like to do. He takes over in the end game for the tarping, allowing Edgy to really open up, allowing Scented to just kind of get in that wheelhouse alongside, play hip to hip with Edgy. And they're one of the few teams that actually stay alive doing it. That's the one missing thing from Reverse 2K, Day and Miro, is the staying alive part, right? As a full trio. It's very rare you see anyone in those other top tier trios fall early, right? But Miro, Day, and Reverse, I'd say amongst all the most elite trios, they're the one that has to fix that the most. Just stay up.
Yeah. It's just pure aggression as well. I feel like it's honestly usually the Day effect as well. He'll jump in a box, maybe get a full trio wipe out of nowhere. Sometimes it's the best of when he goes down, but I feel like for them to change that would be change what works for them as well. It's a team that's just doing it different as we now see everyone scrambling towards this half-half zone. We did see Stretch, Saf, and Avery on the high ground, and I just keep talking about the lingering effects of Zayt. They've already potentially got the high ground on this half-half. We saw Damir and Reverse ran for it, but they didn't build up high enough. They didn't want it, but I guess this is why Miro is just finding refresh after refresh on the low ground. Maybe they don't need the high ground to make this work, but you're seeing a very, very split endgame, and unfortunately, it doesn't go the way of our high ground team for Stretch. It pulls completely across, and you just talked about it there. Proactivity. Reverse instantly moves for that next zone. There is no waiting. They are booking it as Booga, Clicks, and Bizzle are the team that gets the most favorable zone, and looks like they maybe need it. They're looking a little bit weak. They've taken some damage on the rotate, but 2 eliminations on the board. They're looking better than they were last week.
Yeah, and they're halfway on material count, so not bad considering they just pulled zone. That's going to go a long, long way here. Bizzle on the other side, again, has already given up all of his, pretty much his hard material. He's rocking on just Brick here to work with. He's going to be that player lurking in the backside right now. Let's see what he can do. Surge is also active right now. 11 players have to go down in this zone, and this is where, for most teams, it is the toughest time now to find your tags. But luckily, they are in front, and you can see because they're in front, they have to give away the front rotate lead because they need tags. Luckily here, they are going to find a few. Now they can get moving. They don't have to sit around much longer anymore, but even then, they're not completely safe.
No, and this team loves forcing tarps as well. You see what they do? They'll break into the back of a tarp. All 3 of them will push together, stay close, and use other people's tarps. It's a good way to get damage. It is a bit risky, and sometimes it goes against them, but when you have the firepower of Booga and Clicks, you can really make it work, as now they found their team. It looks like they're collapsing in on them. Booga's going to keep building the tarps. Clicks and Bizzle need to get up to him. And just like that, Monster, they are now 338 above. They have just instantly, on a single rotate, on first rotating zones, have just changed the whole story of Surge for this team. There is 12 teams left, 30 players. Miro's in the feed, Avery's in the feed, Saf's in the feed. All of our big teams and our big names are in this one, and they're all gunning for that top 3. They want to kick off the pace. They want to get that top 3 early and hold on to it if they can.
And Bizzle actually finds Miro with a knock there too, so all of a sudden we are watching those names fall on high ground. Stretch, Avery, and Saf looking to continue the legacy of winning these opening games on the big stage rounds. Let's see if they can continue to do so. Saf has a reputation doing it here. He's obviously done it many times before, and this is that momentum setter they are looking for. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, top 3 is all that matters. In order to secure that, you're going to have to win. You can't leave it behind. You need every single point possible. Even now, these 4 elims is nice, but it's not going to be enough. They want to make a big game out of this one.
Yeah, and the issue right now I'm seeing is the assault rifle ammo right now. They don't have the medium balls to make this work, but then Avery takes down Fizzle. Does he get any of it? Because right now I'm only seeing about 1 clip of ammo, but never
look at the loot.
What is the loot pool right now? There is just an absolute pile, a plethora of loot on low ground for them to grab. As Miro is down, Day and Reverse have to do this. You talked about it, Monster. They are a team that usually loses a member endgame. You kind of called that one perfectly there, as Avery now has found the ammo. Avery has the assault rifle ammo they need to apply the pressure. They're looking at no real full trios down below. Everyone's pretty weak, and there's 3 teams, 7 players right now. We have a trio, solo, never mind. It's a trio v trio. We have some of the new blood, some of the young guns on the block going up against some of the absolute competitive vets. Cole's just trying to tarp out, build as much as they can, but you talked about it, Monster. This team starts off strong, they come out hot, and they know how to play high ground. It is very rare there will be an upset of a 3v3 low ground team coming out on top of our high ground kings. A 9 elimination victory royale. They do it every time, Monster.
And there's a reason why that's a pick, right? That's a team 2 pick. You saw how good they were playing yesterday. We see how good they get to continue here now today, and that is exactly the type of pacing they always set themselves up if they make it to final stage.
This is the same thing as well. Story of last week, DGen, Ages, and Skittles, our team that took out first place. They came out with the game 1 victory out. They dropped off the pace a little bit and brought it way closer, but what a fantastic start for Saf's team. And I mean, I can't see anything stopping them right now unless maybe someone starts contesting them, but we'll have to hear what the analysts think. I'm feeling pretty confident over here. Vivid, I'm going to have your thoughts as well. It's nice to be the winning team for a little bit, but we'll have to see if they can hold on to it. Guys, please run us through it.
You know, okay, Vivid, I'm so torn. I feel like this is a very strong trio. Like, I don't know if it's like it's weird to I don't even like making this comparison, but it's like, is it better or worse without Zay? Like, I don't know. What do you think?
You know, the scene in general is worse without Zay, right? Okay. Like, you know, everybody loves Zay and everything like that, but listen, Zay taught Stretch a lot. You know, everything that Zay could teach Stretch, he has probably done so by now. So if Zay were to ever leave a trio and leave his mark, I think it's been done, right? And Ozzy was talking about it, that all these reminiscent ideas that Zay brought to the game, like for example, you know, Saf was by himself in like a little base by himself, controlling an area of the map, while the other 2 teammates were also controlling another area of the map. That's something that Zay's trio has done for a very long time. That's something that he always loves to do. So the fact that those ideas are there could mean that this trio technically has the potential to be better, because Stretch in general is just a better fighter and better mechanical player than Zay was.
Yeah, I think it was super gutsy play there from Saf. You know, qualifier 2, round 4, going, let's just do some fun stuff here, guys. But I think, you know, I mean, what's really interesting actually about the way that kind of all happened is we just took a look at the drop zones, you know, kind of throughout the course of that as well. And Saf, Stretch, and Avery, Saf, at the very beginning there, uncontested at Lazy Lake. You know, you wonder whether or not it's good to go in hot into an area where there is going to be, you know, a level of contestant, so you can actually kind of get yourself in the zone really. But it also gave them an opportunity to, you know, work on their loadout, to get everything they need to go into those kind of final circles, to make sure they get to the end game and deliver the goods. And with the 9 eliminations, they certainly did that. You know, we looked at Day Miro Reverse 2K as well, landing at Dirty Docks. The same thing. They landed it uncontested. Whether or not these are teams that there were going to be teams there who have already qualified, who aren't there now, or not, it just goes to show that if they do have that advantage of not having to kind of, you know, grind it out at the very beginning and can just take their time, it pays dividends. It has a massive effect on how the game plays out.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, they have the uncontested Lazy Lake. Something that was very interesting to note there was Bizzle, Booga, and Clicks being uncontested at Sweaty Sands, though I do believe that the team that is meant to be contesting them, which is Sprite, Tahi, and Gabe, as we saw last week in Qualifier 1, I do believe, you know, due to unfortunate circumstances of sorts, that they didn't actually make it into that game 1, so I'm assuming in game 2 there will be a change there. And then again, Pleasant Park, Aspect, Kaz, and Hoofishy contested again by yet a different trio this week of Clarity, Knight, and Rogue Shark. We talked a little bit about the Exit duo and Clarity, you know, and I'm really excited to see how Pleasant comes out because Pleasant is a strong POI.
Yeah, I mean, looking there as well, we can see that, you know, 30 placement points, a victory royale, 9 eliminations. I mean, it's a great start to preseason. It's great actually to see the top 10 as well there have got a real mix of eliminations. We're seeing a lot of that from, you know, from 11 all the way down to 3, but still, at least everyone's getting on the scoreboard, getting those extra 2 points per elimination as well to go towards their final score. And already, things are looking very, very exciting going into this one. It's great to see so many teams who, you know, are ready to rock a roll. I'm getting a good feeling about this week, boys.
Yeah, and looking at, there are about 66 elims accounted for in this top 10 slot, which is what I was mentioning. You know, if you make it to these end games, these elims become very, very important. And these teams that are making it to those end games and gathering these points up, these elims play a huge role in that. And to see that 66 of those elims are accounted for on just that top 10 slot kind of speaks volumes as to how important these elims are in terms of grabbing these points.
Yeah, I still can't believe how quick your maths was there again. It's unbelievable, Liquid. It's ridiculous. 14th place, though, you can see Noble Beef, who went out really early, actually, in game number 1. However, still got four eliminations, the team did. So at least they're scoring and they're getting up there. That's what you need to do, at least have something to show for your efforts in each of the games here.
Yeah. And, you know, like Ozzy was pointed out, that it's not just about this game 1, though. It's literally about staying consistent throughout all 6 of these games. Even though this pop-off game has happened for Saf, Stretch, and Zate, or not Zate, I said it, and Avery, that doesn't mean that they're going to go ahead and win today. You know,
did it. I can't believe it.
I did it. It's like Zeke was saying, it's just unnatural sometimes. But yes, and Avery,
it's weird.
Even though they've won this first game, doesn't mean that they're going to win the day. They have to stay consistent throughout the next 5 games.
Yeah, again, look, it's not that it's just different. Change is weird. It happens. You know, I'm down. Like, this is just the first game, though. Like you're saying, we have 5 more ahead of us. I really want to see how this trio continues to develop, because we see this so often. A trio comes out, they win the first game, we're like, whoa, they're going to do so well, and then they fall off super hard, and they end up in, like, 10th place after the 6 games. And I don't want to see that for this trio. I think you are so spot on. This trio has so much potential. They have so much that they have to offer. They're sitting there with basically like channeling Zate's, like literally manifesting Zate's spirit. And I want to see this. I want to see what this trio is capable of. But the question becomes, will they do that or will they fall off? I guess we'll have to see, boys. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think, you know, going in as well, like, you know, we mentioned they came in first place yesterday, so you know, they're obviously coming in hot and they are ready to party, and I'm excited to see what happens in game 2.
Well, Adam, guess what? You don't have to wait much longer because it's game time. That's right, Fortnite fam. We're going into game number 2 of NA East in the FNCS. Boys, back over to you.
Yes, the stage has been set. Saf, Stretch, and Avery do take the lead, but I don't want to allow you guys to forget that there are some others there too.
There's other ones up there as well. I don't know, we're going to have to see.
Ozzy, I wanted to say, though, there's Split, Smite, and Strafes here, who are in second, by the way, with 11 eliminations. Ooh. So just keep that in mind, because they are, again, these come-up teams, they're popping off every week, Ozzy.
And that's what we're seeing. They really are. They're coming from behind and they're coming out of nowhere. And that's another aspect of this format that is just so incredible. When you start to take more of those teams out as well, especially in the bigger regions like NA East and EU, we kind of sell it as the underdogs coming up. But as you saw from that last game, it was stacked. It was active surge. The player quality is still there. You just get to experience some of these new names and these new faces as we see some old names and some old faces. And Vivid touched on it there in that pre-show. It looks like Gabe Tahi and Sprite didn't connect into game 1. That's why we didn't get to see our Clicks Bizzle Booger versus Gabe Tahi Sprite, the battle for what some people is calling Tahi Sands. And I don't want to pick sides, don't want to pick favorites, but it is fair to say Bizzle's team was bested last week. Can they bring it back here today?
Yeah, definitely. And now that contestant is back on that last game. They didn't have this problem, this big threat lingering here. We saw what they did. They made it to those end games. They found the points, but more importantly, the loadouts. They just reflected a loadout of, again, an uncontested team, and you could just tell, right? You could just tell when they're up, they're set, they're situated, and now these early game fights, we just also see the other side of it. how worth it are these battles, right? You don't get much for these fights other than the points.
I don't really know how they're going to be able to take this one out. Like, no top team, like, top 3, right? Top 3 is a different game. We've talked about that. You can't do it if you're contested. I mean, I say that. I guess we actually saw that in EU this morning. Kirihachi's team managed to get first while being contested, but I feel like that was a complete anomaly. They just had to have played out of their absolute minds, because there is just no way when you see 2 top-tier teams like this clash, especially in fights like this that just stalemate down the center. It's so difficult for either of them to make it away with enough loot and quick enough to then take it into the end game, as we get to see Team Split here. And I was wondering where they were doing it from. They were doing it from Stealthy Stronghold, and this confuses me because, unless I'm mistaken, did Mars not qualify? I thought Mars was going to be dropping here. Maybe I'm just confused here. Maybe I've gotten my names out of whack, but they're doing really well out of a drop spot that saw a lot of notoriety today for a different reason. This is where we had our, EU fishing team led by Cree kind of take the whole Fortnite community by storm, but Split, Strafes, and Co are doing it in a more normal fashion.
Yeah, more normal fashion for sure. And it makes sense why they are walking away with a lot of loot as well. That's a great draw spot, especially uncontested. It's a good draw spot to be contested as well because of all the cheeky spots. But hold up, let's get back to it. Pleasant Park, it seems like we thought they would have had it for free. Now they're not. Now they have a team here early. Is this revenge from the squad from before? I'm finding it hard to believe that a team wants to land here and contest Kaz, who Fishy or
I have to think it's going to be Clarity G's team. I talked about it last game. They tried something different. They dropped somewhere different and had a terrible... No, it is. It is that team. You're right, Monster. Never mind. We have Zombie, Han, and Kurbski. It looks like they want to go Pleasant. They want revenge for them getting early pushed game 1. I guess they were maybe dropping the area around here. Maybe this team's plan is to drop here. They got bad drops and they rotated quickly, and that's when Fishy's team chased them down, because that was an aggressive push that I have to imagine they knew they had the advantage to take, as this is an interesting fight and everyone is really split in this one. Looks like Kaz and Fishy are going to be taking a 2v2, while Aspect is off in the distance, maybe trying to apply some pressure, but Kaz takes the big shot to what was a big pump. That was a purple or legendary pump shotgun, but Kaz also has one, so this early fight's good. And there it is, Night Shark and Clarity, our usual team at Pleasant. Looks like they're going to swing in for some of the action as well.
Yeah, see, it's just looking like teams did their homework, right? Who's landing where, what didn't work last week, and what worked against us. And what worked against the XSET and Clarity there is the fact that they were getting pushed by the third team that came last. That team was always winning the engagements no matter what. Now we get to see them try to put the shoe on that foot there and see if there's a strategy here they can basically take and employ now.
Yeah, I don't really know how this is going to go, because as I talked about earlier, Mars OW's team did qualify, and they're usually our stealthy team that was doing a bit more of the third partying out of stealthy, so they're also in this game, but I don't believe they're dropping in this area. If there was somehow 5 or 6 teams managing to find loot routes out of this, I don't know. I didn't think there was that much loot on this area. I have to imagine Shark, Clarity, and Knight are maybe doing like a Bridge and Spire split. I don't know where they're coming from this early, this looted.
Yeah, Bridge and Spire makes a lot of sense. There's still fishing spots there, natural kegs as well, forageable consumables inside the gas stations. There is a lot, as long as you put some preparation in. I think they did put the preparation work. I mean, it's pretty clear they're coming in late. They have the advantage right now, but they're not being as aggressive as we'd like to see them, right? They're not really pressing that advantage. Looking at the feed, though, Sprite goes down a Coop, so that's another team rotating in to Sweaty or something going on the other side of the map, not too far from here. Big exchanges, different things that we expected.
Yeah, this is long drawn out fights, and then we see Split, we see our second place team coming out of stealthy. Let's just get the whole map here. We're not in zone, but let's just have everyone. Let's just get 7 teams at Pleasant Park. Why not? Apparently, this is the spot to be right now, but we saw last game, we're seeing this game, 89 players alive. Like, these guys have to be very cautious. Then I don't see a lot of Storm Surge tags going either way. I just see a lot of bases, a lot of expended materials, and not much to show for it. So I'm going to have to call these fights a bit of ego battles. I'm not going to lie. This is not the way to play your tournament unless you are trying to negatively impact the other team that is dropping near you, which we've seen as a strategy quite often. So I guess that's what they're relying on here, because they're not in zone.
Yeah, I was just going to say, too, it could also just be, like, not knowing how to do this new strategy, right? Like, this is their first time rotating in late. Like, what do you do now, right? You still have to execute on the plan. It seems like XSET You know, they got up on top. They saw kind of the opportunity, but then it all slipped away. It's like, all right, what now, guys? We didn't really prep this far. Now we're just like sitting here waiting for the storm, and no one's moving. No one wants to rotate first, of course, and get tagged here. So Kaz and Fishy are split up. Aspect can't leave without his crew. You see, they're tossing minis back and forth here, trying to get heals to one another so they can actually make a plan and get out. Aspect now has shield. That'll allow him to move a little bit more comfortably here. But it's time to get out. The storm's on its way. And if you're not going to take the battle, it's better that you rotate now.
Yeah, and we're gaining players. Someone just got rebooted. We've gone from 89 to 90. NA East is getting more stacked as the game goes on. So they need to get out of here and they need to make something of this. Yeah, the what do we do next strategy? You got to hit the VODs there. You got to hit Jack Acorn Slacks. You got to hit Daymir in reverse. It just takes supreme fighting confidence. That's what it is. Being able to roll up and just take a 3v3 and win it consistently, which is so much easier said than done. I mean, probably even take a page out of EU's book. EU does that so well as well. As we see now, another fight that's just dragged on too long. Clix doesn't have the loot. I have to imagine Bizzle and Booga don't have the loot. Gabe Tahi and Sprite are disengaging. This was just a complete stalemate, and it's kind of the fight that results from neither team wanting to lose. Both these teams, I feel like right now, look like they're playing to not lose rather than playing to win. And that's what scares me for both of their tournaments going forward, because neither of them are going to make it out quick enough to do anything with their game unless one of them makes a big push to win the fight.
Yeah, and the difference between this round and the last, the ammunition especially, you can see hurting on Clix. In the last game, they had about 200-300 each as far as their ammo can go. Now they have no material to work with, doubling back into the storm, just trying to stay alive and see another, you know, opportunity to do more with themselves. And the ammo counts 50 inside of Clix's weapon and arsenal there to work with. So tough all across the board. Now they're in a really rough spot. If you're a Clix fan here, it's going to be a tough one for them to pull through. Impact elimination is what they're going to need here, but we saw just by the top 33 how difficult of a lobby it is just to make it to this stage, just to make it this far. So it's not looking likely. There's no free squads out there.
No, there's not. At the same time, though, we've been talking a lot about that top three. In case you guys are confused, there is still the consistency. It's not all doom and gloom for teams that don't come top three. They are getting heavily rewarded for making it here today. So the top 99 teams from these first three qualifiers will make it into the semifinals, which is essentially the heats that didn't make top three. So that's fine. You have Clix, Bizzle, Booga. They've made round 4, 2 now qualifying weeks out of 3. If they do it again next week, you have to imagine they're going to make it at least into the semis. They could pull off a top 3, especially if one of them maybe switches up the drop, but they're still gaining something out of this. It's just, yeah, you want to see them go for that big top 3. You want to see the top tier caliber talent that we have playing for the victory hours and not just playing these spawn fight kind of simulators. But Nico, Paper, and Qua, this is a new team of very star-studded players who came from very, very different teams, as Nico unfortunately takes an arrow to the knee there, I think, as Qua is in the high ground there in a nice place.
Yeah, a little shot down low, and again, that's just a pixel. You leave an opportunity, they're going to take it. Pros on the mountain there saw that. They don't let it drop. Here's Avery, Stretch, and Saf. Avery on a solo mountain. If it's not Saf, it's him. It's not them. It's
look at this.
Stretch, right? This is how they do it. And yeah, look, Stretch has got his own little bush here to play with. They utilize bushes. They do it more than any other trio we've ever seen, but they do it not just as a full team. They do it like this, right? You broke down the strategy just a little bit ago. We were kind of mid, I'd say, super intense situation. Storm zone, you know, storm zone going off. Surge was about to be active. We're like half and half in. But now we get to see it in the early, more calm setting. And this is the freedom you get, right? Like having that bush, being able to have that 360 vision. But not only that, like your 2 guardians in these massive towers nearby, that they can also equally see so much more of the land.
Yeah, exactly as well. And players, these are top tier NAE's talent. They know when they see a base up on a hill, they know someone's in it. They see the window edit, they see the wall edit, they know. In a bush, you don't get to have that information. You don't know where they are. You don't know what angle they're looking at. You don't know where they're peeking. You don't even know they're there if they got in early enough. And that's what leaves those angles open. As I just saw, I think it was Gabe that went down in the feed from the Sweaty Sands fight. It looks like Aspect, Kaz, and Fishy aren't looking too great here from the Pleasant Park fight. Me and Monster talked about in the pre-show, today was going to be a story of who's contested and who's not, because it's going to be a struggle for those that are. As you see now, another tail, Daymir in reverse, uncontested Dirty Docs. High Sky, AV, and Animal, I'm actually not sure where they've been dropping right now. They've been changing up a little bit. I'm excited to see, but look at the difference in the loot, the positioning, just being set up for mid-game and ready for it. But unfortunately, Damir in reverse, 20 below. That is one downside of being uncontested. They haven't found enough damage here with 16 players needing to go down. If I'm Animal, High Sky, and AV, I'm very scared right now.
Yeah, you said unfortunately for Damir in reverse, but I'm thinking, oh, it's not looking good for you, High Sky. Like, you gotta go. You don't realize it, but you have to go.
Yeah, you can't be set up next to this team. I talked about them as the example of taking 3v3 fights confidently and winning them. If they don't get a bow tag here soon, if they don't find some kind of an assault rifle tag, they're going to turn on the closest team to them, and that's High Sky's team. And even if High Sky's team somehow manages to win it, they're not walking out with all trio still alive. This is one of, if not the scariest team to take a mid-game fight. Day's itching right now. I can imagine the comms right now. Day is just like, we got to do it. We got to push him. We got to get in. We got to jump in. We got to fight him.
Oh,
and here it is, Miro and Reverse have let him off the leash, and they're gonna go for it.
And it's only Miro and Day. Look, Reverse is hanging back right now. They're still thinking about it. Like, hey, can you do it? Were you gonna get the tag? And now it's all out. Look, it's all breaking loose here. High Sky backs off. He tries to get away. He finds a couple tags, though. That's enough for them to relax now. But no, the surge is going back and forth. They're slipping.
They're still 21 below. They've got to do something. I mean, they made the play pretty early, but there you go, 48 above. And I like this. Okay, this is round 4. This is qualifier level Damir and Reverse. They are playing for a top 3. If that was opens round Damir and Reverse, they're in. They're in the box. They're pumped out. They're full box fighting. No way. It's Animal, AV, and High Sky that now have Surge on them. So we're literally seeing Storm Surge manifest itself as both teams pass it back and forward between them. Now the pressure's on AV and High Sky's team to try and make something happen. And Damir and Reverse are 118 above. And we talked about earlier, this is why Storm Surge exists, to create this action, to make players have to be active and proactive. They can't just sit in a base and wait for zones. They can't just rotate. They need to fight. And Damir and Reverse, I have to imagine that Animal, AV, and High Sky know this is them.
Yeah, definitely. But not only that, they have to keep finding these tags. These are so clutch, and Day's going to find a massive one there. The importance of this is leading into the later stages of the game. If you're right on that threshold now, you don't want to see what happens later, when it's even tougher to find these tags, when there's no one out in the open and everyone's ready to take that box fight. So here's that. Reverse UK finds Stretch, though. Ooh. That has to come from the action of the bow. Remember, they were up on that mountain. They were up in that bush, so Stretch might have been peeking out of that bush a little too deeply there. Maybe not recognizing that he was visible, and that's why he gets taken out. Clicks now on the roadside here. Not looking good for him or Booga, as he's now out of mats as well. Oh, no.
Yeah, Clicks out of builds here, 20 health, no shield. Bizzle's a little bit better on the health than shield, has a good loadout damage-wise, but has no ammo, no material, no meds. I don't think this team has any hope right now. And again, do you chalk this up as a win for Gabe Tahi and Sprite? But Gabe Tahi and Sprite have gone down. This is what it looks like when two top-tier teams spawn fight most of the time. No one wins, everybody loses, and they're just making their way into zone. Unless Booga can find something miraculous with this bow, with the one arrow left, literally one shot. I mean, Bizzle's also got it. They're going to need to do something huge here. They have to win this 3v3 with Booga and Clicks in absolute shambles.
Yeah, look, he can't even reload his rifle here. He's really just got to go for the pure gunfight at this point. Oh, no, and it's a team that's hot right now. User, Paul there, all waiting. Booga finds a big tag. It is going to be a knock in the siphon. Okay, enough to keep him in the game, and the refresher for the map. Out of the zone he comes. He's one of the quickest when it comes down to these builds, but the zone's still moving. He's going through enemy walls as well. Will he stay in? Yes, he gets there, and to his teammates as well. This could be a potential bounce back situation.
I mean, we've lost Clicks. Booga got the elimination. He got the 2 points, which is important, but didn't get anything else on the board. And this is the collision of two shambles teams from spawn fights. Who Fishy out of Pleasant, Booga's team out of Sweaty, running into what is a healthy team out of Craggy Cliffs with Peterbot's team. So not looking good for either of these teams. Peterbot's team maybe can get some easy eliminations, some easy Storm Surge out of that one, but it's going to be difficult either way, and they've got a tough rotate. They are now down in the waterfall, river, dam, bridge area. They've now got to go up, out, and over that mountain, straight into all those enemy teams. It's not looking hot at all.
Yeah, I was hoping with the momentum that they had coming in, all the shots being fired, they would have found Who Fishy, and that would have been the solo impact that they needed. But again, the longer they let things settle, the worse it becomes for them. But it seems like Paul and company are just comfortable with the situation at hand. They're like, all right, we don't want to take this fight. We're out of here. And they're rotating in a way that we wouldn't have thought, right? They're going out the opposite way, like more so towards what probably is the congested side, but it's going to work for them. They get pretty deep in. Booga and Company on the other side here, though. They find an empty tarp. They're recycling it. This is also equally working out.
Yeah, they're making their way back up into the bridge, which is a perfect protected white line straight into the next zone. But as soon as they come out here, as soon as they come out on the other side of this bridge with Bizzle's 7 builds, and I think Booga doesn't have too many more, yeah, they're literally having to farm out the bridge to try to get enough material to even make their way in here as High Sky, Animal, and AV go down. I'm guessing Surge was still an issue for them, and they had to get active. I see LFN's team in here. LFN song we haven't seen. And here we go. We got a bit of a fishing strategy. No, and Booga can't get the fish back up. I thought we were going to maybe try and do a throwback to our EU champion of the day, Kree. Maybe going to try and get some small fries. There was a fishing hole there as Bizzle makes an aggressive push onto high grounds. I guess this is like the bluff, right? This is like the, oh yeah, we're a full trio. Yeah. Man, we have good pumps, good meds, good mats. We're going to take you on. And they have absolutely nothing to their name. And unfortunately, their bluff is called, and Bizzle and Booga are back to the low ground, just hiding.
I genuinely respect it, though. Genuinely respect the mind game at play. Like, that was the best thing they could have done there. Sitting idle is not really going to get them very far. You can see now they're down to their last hard materials. Avery on the other side, though. A member down, still trying to come back, though. The story is still in play here. Something is possible for Avery. He is making it work right now. 1 point is still an important one nonetheless. It's on to Leo once again here. Now he's scrambling, trying to run and stay in this round. It seems like all that pressure's coming in, and it's up against Aviv and Zuki. So he takes out a full-on trio, finds one, and gets out. Sneaky, but they're not letting him go for free.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate here for the team in first place. They had the Peppers as well, which I have to imagine they either found on elimination or maybe got them out of Lazy. There are a few of the Nomcrates at Lazy as Avery's backed up against the wall and goes down. That is an absolute win condition for that team. Stretch, Avery, and Saf having Peppers. They very rarely get out of Lazy. They get a Lazy zone, and this is the game where it falls apart. It's the same story as last week. Qualifier 1 round 4, DJ and Aegis Skittles came out hot, and they fell off the pace. We have to hope that Stretch, Avery, and Saf don't do this again in future games, as Bizzle and Booga are still in this one with the big damage, and that's a potential refresh if they can jump onto. The teammates have left them. Al's been left behind. I think this is Al's first round 4 appearance here, and he gets picked up by the vets, and they've now got something to work with. It's not a lot, but they've been doing a lot with not a lot so far here.
Yeah, and they're recycling their builds too. This is like perfect. Literally everything working with them, and they find another huge beam, and that's all the shield there as well. Booga doesn't even have any HP. He cannot get tagged a single time. I don't think there's a single weapon in this game he can get touched by in order to stay up right now, and somehow he is still making this work. He's actually leading for Bizzle. He's just saying, hey, you know what? I might as well take the pump shot first. If anything happens, stay behind me at this point, and he's leading this push here. And think about this. Our 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and first place teams are all out. The only other team in the game right now is Split, Smite, and Strafes, who were in 2nd place. They had 11 eliminations. They had the biggest game 1 with elims that we could have honestly saw in that round there.
Ooh. Yeah, you touched on there as well. In Reverse 2K, Day Mirror out. Like, there's some big names who didn't have a big game that are still out of this one, as well as Bizzle finally gets found out. But what an effort by them. They get to 16th teams alive. They secure even more placement points, more eliminations out of that one. That 17th they just held on to was a 3-point swing. So honestly, really well played by them. I believe they did make it further than the team that was contesting them at Sweaty, as Strafes is now back down into this one. 16 teams alive, 37 up. Storm Surge potentially going to go active, and Strafes fighting with his back against the wall, and I respect it there as we have Casca, Smacked, and Niddle on the high ground. A new team. We're often used to seeing Casca, Smacked, Unknown Army, but unfortunately, as Smacked goes down to reinforce, another team goes for high ground at that very moment. I don't know if they've been able to hold on to it as we now tune into our other Retail Road team. Surely they're both not dropping there. Our French-Canadian contingent of Nick FN, Nobu Beef, and Luthien. I believe Nick also just joined a Canadian org as well, which is super exciting from them, the North, so I don't know. We'll have to see how they can play this out on the low ground, though, and they're getting a lot of pressure put into them. This is a congested layer, and Nick is just trying to get into these halves.
Yeah, good reads there. He does swing back around, and just being able to keep up with his teammates here. Catch back up is huge. Oh no, Harpoon out though, loses opportunity to find an elim, and the edits get opened as well. Gotta be careful letting your guard down. Everyone is hyper aware, and the fact that they're looking up means that there's a low ground team that is comfortable right now, that they have the ability to go ahead and choose what layer they want to see. Smack, Niddle, and Casper are still on that high ground, though. They have successfully played it out. Lupian and crew were the next best team up on the standings right here, trying to stay in this one and vie for that top spot here. Fight for it. They can do it right now. They have enough mats. They don't have to really change the layers all the way if they didn't want to. This is all deliberate now.
Monster, this team we're tuning in with right now, it might seem odd because they're on 47 points. This is our highest point team right now. We are missing the top 13 teams from game 1. Game 2 has completely shifted everything. This is everyone's chance to catch back up and gain the points they lost in game 1. Nobu Beef's team on 14th and COD Genesis team in 15th are our 2 highest point teams right now. They're still alive in this one. So, I don't know. Niddle, Casca, Smacked have a chance to jump up there as well. They have the Peppers on the high ground. They've already held off one team trying to take it from them. 6 eliminations. They need to get the points up though because they had a really, really poor game 1, but game 2 is looking fantastic.
Yeah, and you can't drop the ball not too many times here now, and this just shows you in these 6 games format, anything can happen when you have the high ground now. These are your opportunities to make big strides, bounce back, and continue to keep yourself in this game. This is only game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the pressure from height. This is their game to win. They have everything that they need now. All they have to do is continue to walk the walk here and put down this pressure.
They got to walk the walk or run the run. They've got those Peppers still in it. Once they've got the high ground, not as advantageous, but I have to imagine that was probably the recipe for success that led to this moment. Popping those Peppers and ramping up to high ground is such a strong strategy right now as they're just putting down so much damage. It's going up the mountain. This has to be it for our low ground team. It's a 3v3 again on the low ground. Spegu's on the outside, 5 health. Goku's a little bit healthier. Straw Hat, Charlie, but they have 11 eliminations combined. Even if this team doesn't pull off the miracle play here, Spegu's going for the med kit. They've still had such a fantastic game. This game is going to see one of the biggest shifts in the leaderboard I think we've ever seen in a tournament, Monster. Everyone down the bottom is jumping up to the top, and it is now a 3v2, which means Spegu got the med kit off. There is hope still alive here, but Niddle, Casca, and Smacked are just applying so much pressure. What are you supposed to do when you have a SMG, 2 ARs just straight down the barrel, constant firing, but someone has to drop down. They can't just keep spraying. Someone's going to go down as Niddle. They all go down as 3, and that is a 10 elimination victory, Al, and I believe an 11 elimination second place, though, so this leaderboard is going to look entirely different.
Yeah, it's going to look different. It's going to be a lot closer than what it was when we came out of game 1. Remember, that's the whole thing. When those top teams fall early, yes, it changes, but it leaves those points to be very, very close, and that's exactly what I'm expecting here now.
And that's what you want to see, right? We saw it last week. We love to go into the final game. That top 3 is so close. And yeah, when you don't have one team taking those points and running away with it, it really does. It consolidates it on everyone. I'm expecting an insanely tight leaderboard.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. We'll find out now, though, from Zeke, Adam, and Vivid just how close it is. So take it away, guys.
Guys, great casting as always. Okay, this game number 2, very, very different air. And I just got to give props to Smack's trio. In the first game, they only hit placement points of 5, and then they dropped. That was it. Game 2, they said, sorry about that. Error on our part. Just Victory Royale, 10 eliminations. That's what you wanted. That's what we wanted. Let's just go ahead and do that. Pretty good, huh, Adam?
Yeah, really good, really good. I mean, it's a game we didn't kind of necessarily foresee, but all the big names that we've kind of championed at the course of the last kind of hour or so didn't make it. And I mean, that's kind of surprising. Usually there's at least 1 or 2 in there maybe, but this is the first time we saw this. But actually Niddle's trio, who actually took that Victory Royale there as well, they actually in round 3 had a couple of big games where they made big eliminations, and the toughest moments they came through, and it's good to see them doing that again here. But there were some big moments in the game in general. I think one thing that we Vivid and I were both talking about with yourself in that kind of in game was that contesting now in each of the different kind of areas of the game, drop zones, is getting more and more intense, and it's really interesting to see the attitudes of the players and how they're approaching each of those drops.
Yeah, drop zones are a very, very important role in the game of Fortnite. Pretty much, dictates your rotate, and if you are a contestant or not, depending on how valuable your drop spot is. And something that we talked about last week and this week was Clixabuga and Bizzle being contested by Sprite, Gabe, and Tahi. This has been a huge talking point even going back to last FNCS, even like this has been a battle that has been drawn out pretty much 2 seasons now, and we are again seeing it here in Qualifier 2. You know, that first game that we saw today, we saw that Sprite's trio didn't actually make it in, so there was no contestant here, and Booget, Clicks, and Bizzle ended up doing very, very well in that first game. And you know, we've seen them do very, very well when they are uncontested before, especially in the previous FNCS, but when they're contested, they do, you know, find the struggles of establishing themselves a good end game and find like a good game plan when they are contested.
It is, yeah. I mean, we can see as well, you know, as you make our way into like Pleasant Park, we can see that we've actually got a couple of the trios you mentioned. Knight's trio, we can see Who Fishy's trio as well. There's kind of like this kind of OK Corral vibe going on right now. You know, they've got the builds in place. Everyone's kind of like you know, just kind of figuring each other out, thinking, is this a moment for me to play more aggressively, to, you know, kind of try and counteract the opposition, or do we hold fire, hold position? You know, the storm's moving towards the center of the map. They're kind of just on the outskirts. Is it worth waiting around? Because if you engage, then obviously it can lead to moments like this where you're caught in storms, and it can lead to you know, no standing points for you, which obviously is something that all of our teams want to try and get as well. Really interested to see how the standings are now, because as Ozzy alluded to, this is going to be all over the place now. And there we go. Split, Smite, and Strafe on the top spot there. 31 placement points, 13 eliminations, 57. I mean, this is, do you know, Vivid, this leaderboard right now isn't too dissimilar from the very first game, because so many teams have shifted up now because of those first teams weren't there at the end. This is looking really, really even, this playing field.
Yeah, I mean, first place has 57 points and 10th place has 38 points. Not that big of a difference. 19-point difference right there after 2 games, you know, so really is anybody's game. So, you know, obviously there's still 4 more games to play, but sometimes we've seen like these breakaway teams that have 2 very good games to the start and they're just like so far ahead. But nah, not the case in this qualifier. And we still see Saf, Stretch, and Avery in the 2nd place slot after, you know, being dethroned, but they're only dethroned by 2 points, and they're actually tied for 3rd place right now between Niddle, Casker, and Smacked, who I am very excited to see get a victory route. You know, we've seen some very good plays between Smacked, Casker, and Unknown when he was on the trio, but replaced Unknown with Niddle, and you know, they come out and won the 2nd game today, and now they're in 3rd place. But again, you know, it's been kind of like the talking point. You have to stay consistent, and you know, teams like Day, Mirror, and Verse, while you see them in 8th, you know that those guys are going to be consistent. They will always find elims. They will always find placement points in every single game. So you can never like count those trios out that are just so good at being consistent.
Yeah, indeed. And I thought I saw Nobu Beef there in 4th position. We talked about in the last game as well. 14th up to 4th eliminations. They're having the impact, and the standing points there were great as well. Animal, High Sky, Exit there, coming in with 7 eliminations now. Bumps up a little bit, placement points as well. The top 20 there, we can see though 38 to 29. We're talking like very fine margins here. It's only game 2, of course, but 9 points separates 11th to 20th. And as we're making series points, we're trying to get as many as humanly possible, just in case you don't automatically qualify for the top 3 and straight into the finals, have to go through the semi-finals. Every single point counts.
Yeah, there is no room for error right now, right? And I feel like a lot of these teams, especially after game 2, it's like we have a really high, but now we have a really low. And so I'm curious to see how this develops over the remaining 4 games. Like you guys are saying, there hasn't been that trio that is just showing up and it's been like, game 1, I've placed top 5. Game 2, I'm doing it again. Game 6, I did it again and again and again, right? Like, we need these trios to start kind of putting these pieces together and really show up, because this is a 2nd qualifier. You only have 1 more, and then you're hoping to God you have enough series points. But that's it from us for now. It's time to go into game. It's game number 3 from the FNCS. Let's send it back over to our casters. Take us in.
That's the thing. The way that last game unfolded, just coincidentally, all the top teams fell, which meant that, honestly, it was just like creating snuggle room up at the top. Now everyone is buddy-buddy. It's like a jam-packed train on the New York City subway lines. It is just, everyone's back-to-back here. So we're going to see how it's going to end up working out. It is anyone's game here, Aussie. A 9-point gap. Could you imagine that coming out of game 2? We might as well be at 0, like a reset.
Yeah, 9-point gap is insane. The top of the leaderboard, even all the way down to top 20, is just so incredibly close right now. And one thing I want to touch on that I love that we're starting off here with Niddle, Casker, and Smacked, a newly 4 team dropping up Retail Road, normally going toe-to-toe with Nobu Beef, Lupian, and Nick FN. But they've split. They've both gone different drop spots. We obviously had Niddle, Smacks, and Casca stay here at retail, but Nobu Beast team's now in 4th. They're only 4 points behind the team in 3rd. This is what I want to see from these teams playing their tournaments out, because fights like this are never going to go well. We've seen 2 teams that realized, hey, contesting each other is not going to work. This isn't a good idea, and they're both finding fantastic success from it. As we switch over things, though, it looks like Bizzle, Booger, and Clicks potentially finding far better success here at Sweaty Sands in game number 3. They've taken down the first elimination. I believe it's now a 3v2 as Clicks, though, unfortunately, is in a 1v2 with the remaining 2 players, and Clicks goes down, so it's a trade. Bizzle and Booger jump on the 2v1. They win their trade, and then unfortunately, Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite, looks like Tahi takes down Clicks, and now we're back to a good old 2v2, and again, things aren't looking great for either team now.
Yeah, it's not. And we talk about Marzo W and the Stealthy Stronghold drop spot. He goes down in the feed too, so that's another team just getting wiped out early off of these contested drops. But it's all about how you do it. I like that we see Bizzle at least try to employ a different strategy here with Booga, like land on top of the opponent, get right there, find that quick pick, but literally it gets countered by Sprite and Tahi. Equally as nimble, equally as quick on their toes here, and they just give the same medicine to Clips. They land right on top of him at main, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Now, again, it's going to come down to the full-on engagement, and I have to assume this time around, it's going to end out. They're not going to walk away. They're not going to try to makeshift put the team together. No. One team is definitely getting crossed out of the equation here.
Yeah, one team is definitely, I mean, at the same time, though, they have disengaged in the past, but with one teammate down on either side, the reboot potential, I think that will make them play a bit more aggressive, as it looks like the decision's not on them, our Holy Hedges team, or maybe even around the Blaze spawn kind of campfire area. Holy Hedges, a whole nother trio rotating in, and we have a whole nother team on the other end of Sweaty coming in from Fort Crumpet. So this is what happens when you've got the biggest names in the business. Booga, Bizzle, and Clicks, they get attention, and when they're in a spawn fight, the entire lobby is going to know about it, and they're going to look to be, you know, advantageous with it. They're going to try and swing in. They would have seen the feed. They know that both these teams are down a man. You have a numbers advantage. This is easy surge, potential easy points, and then if you can clean wipe it, you get the rest of the loot at Sweaty as well. Again, looking awful for both the teams that drop here, and fantastic for the other teams that aren't contested, as it looks like Gabe, Tahi, Sprite go down first. Booga, Bizzle have a shot here to try to pull off an upset in a 2v3, but no, Bizzle falls. Booga does have 3 eliminations though, so I don't know if you're a Clicks, Booga, Bizzle fan, maybe you call this as a win for them at Sweaty Sands, but I don't think it's going to make it too much further outside of the Sands.
Yeah, not at all. And remember, they've already slipped down. They've fallen 2 slots since we last tuned in with them from their game 1 to game 2 performance. And that's the difference in being contested. Listen, game 1, no one approached this drop spot. No one dared come here to come fight them. But game 2, the engagements, the trades, now leading into game 3 here. When you see the feed light up, there is just so much more reason for teams to come in. That's almost like a validating point at this point, right? We get to literally see the difference between game 1, 2, and 3 and how teams rotate in. Same for this story here at Pleasant Park. It's literally similar. These other teams that come on in, they know exactly what's going to unfold. They're paying close attention. They watch it like a hawk. They want to see what's going to happen so they can capitalize if an opportunity presents itself.
Oh, and this is our 4th place team right now in an early fight. We're used to seeing these early fights with the teams that are struggling, but seeing them with teams with points on the board. And it looks like Lupian, Beef, and Nick are going to maybe scare this team off back into Steamy. And maybe we're getting a bit of a look at how this team's actually playing it. Maybe they're doing some kind of a split around this area. Could actually be Nick's team that's doing that Orchard North triple house split potentially, and then rotating into Steamy, but they don't have the best loot of this, but they are in a 3v2. They have the numbers advantage, but Stacky's going to hit the stacks, and so Zum, and they're long gone. There's not much you can do once they hit the stacks unless you want to fly onto them and risk getting beamed before you get out of the sky, but that's a good start. You know, our French-Canadian contingent still holding on as Booga somehow pulls this off because of the other team that rotated to Sweaty is now fighting. That is Coop, Adams, and Cogenesis that are dropping the Fort Crumpet Castle split. They get Bizzle back up. I don't think they get Clicks because they never got his card, but they're back in it with a shot, I guess. It's not a good one, but they're still going.
Yeah, no, they realistically do have a chance here now. Bizzle's going to rotate by the enemies, though. Little does he know there was, again, that team lurking there inside the box waiting for the other opponents here. Split strafes. Now pushing in with Smite onto Xset. Shark there. Shark gets hit once, but not enough to get taken out. Crashes into the wall. He's just trying to get out of Line's fire. and he does escape just there. Now into the taxi he goes. Give this man a ride. He needs a boost. He needs a lift. Get him out of here.
They don't unfortunately have the big tires though, which is going to make them not get too far once you go off-road. Cloudy and Shark going to hit the rotate back around the corner here. Kaz is still chasing, and man, we're getting everything here today, Monster. We're getting spawn fights between like 4, 3, 5 teams at certain POIs, but then we're still getting active Storm Surge, as it's just these 2 or 3 POIs that are so heavily contested, have everyone around them, but the rest of the map is, I don't want to say playing friendly, but they're just not being as aggressive. They're still getting their rotates. They're playing like a normal finals game while all these other teams are involved in these early fights. It looks like Avery, Saf, and Stretch want to change up the narrative here, taking an early engagement onto AV, High Sky, and Animal. Hopefully they've gotten their Storm Surge here early, because it looks like they didn't get much else for it, as Avery, unfortunately, is rocking only a gray makeshift shotgun out of all of Lazy. That is truly unfortunate luck.
Yeah, that's tragic, right? Like, you have this draw spot that is one of the best in the season, you know, arguably has been consistent for as long as it has been. You have even the NPC there, right, to work with. You have so much to use and utilize, and not to have an upgraded weapon is just tragic. And Saf neither. He's got a green makeshift shotgun too, so I'm assuming they're sitting on the gears right now. They have plenty to work with, but it's just a matter of, hey, do we really want to upgrade these? Do we want to wait until we find something better, right? Like, how soon do you want to expend those gears? Now they have a team jumping on top of them. Day, Reverse, and Miro. No. Not a team you want to be sitting on, you know, have sitting on top of you. We saw what they did in the last game. They were willing to take these fights for exchanges. This time it's not for Surge, at least on a pressure setting, which is more dangerous for a team here now, because they get to really decide what they want to do with it.
Yeah, only 8, 9 now. We've got another reboot, 9 players above Surge, so it is a little bit scary, but I imagine Daymir and Reverse, we saw it before when they pushed in onto AV's team. They tags. Once they got their tags, they disengaged. They didn't go for the full-on engagement like we quite often see from this team. They really are playing this tournament to the best of their ability. They're trying to get that top 3 so desperately, and I respect them for that as well. But at the same time, the recipe for success for that team is a lot of that early game aggression. I want to see them maybe pull it out a bit more, but if they have any idea that it stretches team there, they're not going to want to engage. We talked about NAE. This is a high caliber lobby, but even within that high caliber, Stretch, Avery, and Saf is going to be one of the harder teams to take that 3v3 engagement with, as we have Smite, Seaplit, and Strafe. This is currently our first place team. Looks like they've swung by Pleasant. Unfortunately, one of the tires being popped on this vehicle, and the big tires have been taken. This is not looking good for our first place team at all.
And that's the thing. You have the reputation of the teams that you know inevitably they're going to do well. They have the rep for a good reason. Then you have these other teams that are just hot on the day, like Smite, Strafes, and Split here. Again, one of Misfit's latest re-signings, because he is just a pop-off monster. He's just such a good solo player. It's how he's built his reputation. Now, again, showing it in the trio-based game modes. He did it last week. They did pretty decent. They did pretty well for themselves. But to return back and now set things off, set the pace here for themselves. I mean, first place is not easy coming out of 2 games. We already know their second wasn't quite where they wanted it, but they did good enough to at least move up a spot.
Yeah, they moved up a spot, and we're talking about that leaderboard. We saw some huge jumps up. We had Niddle, Casca, and Smacked climb 21 places. Spegu, Goku, and Straw Hat Charlie in second climbed 22. So our first and second place teams just completely flicked the switch and just changed the entire narrative of their tournament in that game. And Seaplit has to keep the pressure up on the top. They have to stay in this one as the zone's going pretty far away. They have managed to. They find the vehicle. They get away from that team. All they expend is a few med kits, some bandages. So actually not as bad as what that looked for how long they were in Storm, but they're now late for the next rotate. Is this going to have that domino effect throughout the rest of the game? And are they going to be able to have the same success as another team that I would consider to call underrated, sitting in 6th place, that's looking really good? And I love the fact they're holding those stinkfish. Marzo W's team has really been the only team I've seen consistently using those endgame, and it's been so successful for them. As we get a quick stat flying, Cold FV leads all players with 8 eliminations, so we found our fragger of the team.
Yeah, definitely found the fragger of the team, fragger of the day so far, as he is the guy on fire. And this is, again, a second trio with, you know, not as much notoriety as some of those other teams that, like I said, they are hot on the day. They're coming in. This is players finding their stride. We're going to see so many more new teams come up. And the leaderboard, or to make it to the standings here, to make it to this Sunday, it is not easy. When you just review all of the performances from the games of the teams in the top 33, there are nothing short of exceptional rounds coming out of each and every individual team. Like, that top 33 is so difficult to break through. Not only that, they're doing it again, granted that the best of the best are already qualified, right? Like, the finals teams are locking in too, so it should become a little bit more simpler, the equation, right, as the weeks go on, but it doesn't mean it gets any more easier because there's ample teams, especially on the NA region.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams. And we saw that NA East had more players. I think it was 15 or 16 returning teams here. So really the same names, seeing them time and time again. But it's the new names that are really showing up and impressing. And when new names are names like Stretch, Saf, and Avery, that doesn't mean the new names are bringing the player caliber down at all. You just touched on it perfectly there, Monster. Round 3 is not easy to make it out of. So we even see those veteran teams make their way into this one. As I talked about, I have no idea how this team is even seeing the opponents, let alone hitting them consistently, as they're 467 above. So this surge strat is working perfectly, but they are very, very edge zone right now. I don't believe they have a vehicle to rotate with. This Spire, unfortunately, like the smaller ones around the map, doesn't have any glider effect. So I like this strat for the early game, but I think you're 500 above, maybe start trying to get a little bit more center now. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least luckily the zone lands.
They get
the
a
zone lands right on
here.
top of them.
That's good. Never mind. I take it back. Fantastic. They know something I don't know. I respect it.
Yeah. Hey, and that's the thing, right? For our perspective, it's like, man, it's tough hitting those shots. And then they're like, nah, listen, we've been training. We kind of got this one here. We're ready to bring this ammo down on you. Here's Avery, Saf, and Stretch. Saf and Avery, again, having a tough time coming into the mid game.
Yeah, they're having a tough time, and I'm not really sure what it's caused to. They went up towards the edge, towards Dirty Dogs for that Storm Surge. They found fantastic success in Game 1, and we know they're a high ground dominant team. They came out hot Game 1, but this has been the story again. We keep talking about the lingering effect of Zayt. I feel so bad for Avery here. We're talking more about Zayt than the player that's in the team, but that has been their story. They come out hot as, unfortunately, no. This is Niddle, Casca, and Smacked, our Game 2 winning team, who was on an absolute tear. They jumped up 21 places with that performance, and it looks like they're not all going to fall, but they're going down at the hands of Miro, Day, and Reverse, which is fantastic for their team. That's 4 easy points on the board. Casca's holding on, but man, it's going to be a story of just who can be consistent today, because everyone's consistency is off. It's either huge games or nothing, it looks like.
Yeah, and what matters now is how the rest of the teams do, because again, with our top teams falling, this is a big situation. It's a big problem. Remember, the standings will only get closer and closer. It gives more room for others. Casker officially gets taken out there, and now he is down and out after that massive game. Other notable teams to fall already during that was the first place holders of Split, Smite, and Strafes. They did not do well with their lead. They could not make it out of that first surge.
I'm going to call it now as well. I'm putting my name on the line. Day, Mirror, and Reverse are going to win this game. And I say it for one simple reason. They've got their Storm Surge, but there it is. They just managed to pick up 5 peppers. That's what we saw last game was the recipe for success for Casca, Niddle, and Smacked. With no RPG in the game, with no real mobility in the game, having peppers and being able to just double ramp rush height is such a simple strategy that is so hard to counter right now. If you're not ready for it, it can pull off ridiculous strategies. I mean, I don't expect many of the people here at this time to have watched it last night, but on OCE you had a fan favorite, the X2 twins with Nubatoon need a game 6 victory royale to secure a top 3. They managed to find 2 peppers in the mid game, and with that pulled off one of the most ridiculous mountain ramp rush late high ground takes you've ever seen. They are that strong, and I have full confidence that Day, Mirror, and Reverse, our FNCS winners, with those in the back pocket, is the extra juice they need to have that big pop-off game as well.
And look at that. They find 2 big pots that come out of the airdrop there. It is at the exchange of Day getting shot and Mirror as well, so they're probably going to have to use them, but still, a confidence booster nonetheless. And look, a lot of teams, oh, look, they already had big pots, so that's even better. They get to sit and kind of buff up the inventory. We talked about the peppers being able to be used here. They have plenty for now and later if they really wanted to, but this zone doesn't seem like too much of a stretch for them. They actually get fairly lucky considering it's kind of on the northern side of the water. It could have gone south here, but they get the bulk of the land.
They get the bulk of the land, and it's an interesting zone here they have to rotate out of. Colossal Crops, we haven't seen these endgames really at all, Monster. I don't think we saw too many last week. I want to call them a bit more vanilla. It could potentially pull back towards the Spire, but they're in a good spot of zone, and this is what Daemir and Reverse do a lot. They kind of create their own dead sides by taking out full trios in that mid game. There is one team that's particularly holding them, but like you talked about, they have a spare inventory of shield to work with. They might try to ramp above this team, but that tree is going to make it a little bit difficult. If they ramp above it, as no, someone finds a side angle. They don't realize there's a team out there in the distance, and that is enough. That shield crack, that very audible someone here is weak, is enough for the other teams to unload. And unfortunately, it looks like they're going to get out of it, but it's going to go through quite a lot of their material. But no, everyone's getting involved in this one, and this is the distraction those other teams needed nearby to now make their rotate as it was. It was Lupian, Nobu Beef, and Nick that have caused this, and now you get to see them rotate for free, as unfortunately Reverse's team becomes the lightning rod, I guess, for the rest of this rotate.
Yeah, that was rough, and one simple wall was the difference, right? All they had to do is put a wall to their right because they didn't know who was lurking nearby. A mistake like that is going to cost you a lot, and now you can see it costs them plenty of shields, all of that stuff they picked up, and of course, obviously now, the material count. I think most importantly, the fact that they're late on the rotate, they're not that situated, and they have to spend so much more than they otherwise would have before this. And look, it's digging into all the metal too. Luckily, this is trios though. They have a lot of loot. There's a little bit of room for error here in these mid games, but when you make a mistake like this, you can see how much it costs you.
Yeah, and I think they're banking on getting half-half here. They're basing up really, really high. If you guys don't follow competitive Fortnite too closely, this is 4th zone. We're about to go into 5th. 5th zone is the 4th zone is the zone you want to stay on the edge of the map for, because you want to be able to have that half-half potential. The next zone has to go half into the storm, half into the existing zone. So if you go the center, that's the one position to guarantee you don't get it, and that is why all these teams are on the ring. Does Reverse 2K's team get it? No, they do not get it, but it's not too difficult of a rotate as Boogie here trying to hold on with Bizzle. What a good story from them. What a good game for them despite the start mod. So they had two teams running the third party them. They got off the clutch reboot, and unfortunately though, they are now below the surge. But again, this team is just fighting tooth and nail to get any point out of these games after getting contested on spawn.
Yeah, and you guys are seeing just how difficult it is to be a man down coming into these late portions of the rounds here, especially when surge matters and other teams are looking to fight. Now though, it's time to get to this zone here. There's no time to waste. The other team is right on their heels, and you can see Bizzle has to be left behind here as Booga is playing for himself right now. Bizzle does seem to have slipped out of harm's way for a little bit longer. And now again, maybe he'll be able to rejoice, but look, they're so distant apart from one another. Bizzle is literally going to have to play for himself at this point.
I mean, that's been the story of this team. We've seen them as a full trio once today, and that was game number 1 because Gabe Tahi and Sprite's team did not make it in. I honestly think they are coming out of Sweaty Sands the best right now. They have the most points on the board. They're doing the best with the contested drop, but unfortunately, 54 points though, that is a surprising amount of points for them being contested 2 of the 3 games. We'll have to see if Bizzle can maybe grab anything out of this. They got 4 eliminations combined. That's 8 points in this format. They are 1 team away from 3 more points. That top 17 players is what they're really, really battling for right now.
Yeah, and you talk about just, how good they're doing out of the games. They're getting carried by their game 1 performance, quite honestly. They picked up so much in that game. It's given them the cushion to kind of play with, but that cushion of room is over. They need to do something good here and now in order to maintain their top 10 if they want to stay in the running, if they want to stay in this conversation as a team that could realistically take top 3 with a lead, with a comfortable lead, and built strong on a great foundation. They have 4 elims already. That is massive considering they have not had clicks since the opening instances of this game.
Yeah, they haven't had clicks for a while now. He did go down early. They had that 2v1 trade, and it looks like it was potentially for the best right now. Bizzle and Booga working really, really well together, and they get first rotating zone. So they're still in this with somewhat of a shot. It would be one of the best, if not the best clutches in history if they somehow pulled even, I think, a top 3 out of this. But holding on so well for the points. You see Nosh's team on the front side being a little bit quiet here when it comes to the end game. Just as Dictate and Use is a team that just missed out on qualification last week, coming in 4th place. They don't want to see a repeat of that, as our first place team after game 1 has fallen off the pace. This is the same story as last week. It's just so many teams struggling to find consistency.
Yeah, definitely. But Booga finds someone in the storm line. Does he get the finish? He does. And a follow-up as well. Beautiful knock there. And that's at least going to be a little bit more points as he edges his way towards that top 15. But it's not all over yet. On the other side, it is in-game, coming in hot for Reverse 2K Miro and Day. And for the first time in a long time, we see all three of them healthy and well here. That's a scary situation. And again, it is because they have those peppers, just like you called it.
The peppers are so versatile. The only real form of mobility you have in the game right now. But it's Adams, COD Genesis, and Coop on the high ground, a newly formed team. I talked about them last week. This is my band of misfits. 3 players that have individual incredible skill, but have struggled to find that full team that works with them, they want to play well with. But looks like they found that. And Reverse Day and Miro using the peppers differently to how I would have thought. I thought they would have tried to go for the high ground with them. But either way, what they're doing is working. But no, Day goes down. It's just Reverse and Miro. My pick here to potentially win the game has gone down, but they have really good consistency, 63 points. This is a team that could jump up and potentially take that first place team, as a lot of the teams up on the top yet again are out. We're missing our top 5 teams, Monster.
Yeah, this leaves so much more room for other teams to go ahead and sweep on up, catch back up. And Miro, Day, and Reverse are doing that as well here. They already have 3 elims. They're in the top 10. They find another one on the way down. That's a single one too, so it's worth more than a normal elim. That's placement and points all put into one. Take a look at Miro on the move right now. He gets out of that box. He doesn't want to be on that layer, and now he decides it's time to get back in. He finds the 2 for 1. Back to back there, and the finishes as well. The full finish is perfect here. This is what we mean by get them to endgame and let them go.
Miro and Day just aren't playing the same Fortnite that everyone else is. The same rules don't apply. He gets stuck in a box in a 1v3, jumps out, sees a wood floor, and is like, you know what? I can take him. It's only 3 players. Why couldn't I? Jumps in with the confidence of that big pump shotgun and manages to get 2 eliminations. He's still going as a solo, still fighting right now, and he's just positioning and moving so well. 5 teams alive, 12 players. This team, the spotlight often falls on Day for his eliminations, but Miro survives as a solo better than anyone else while still making plays. He's not hiding right now. He's not rotating. He's not sitting in boxes. He is looking for more points and more eliminations. 11 health. No, he's found. And we see our 3rd game of the day go down to a 3v3. But unfortunately, it looks like the 2 teammates are down. So it's going to be COD Genesis, Adams, and Coop who take out the victory royale with, I believe, 8 points there. I mean, I don't know, Monster. That's going to be a huge shift. 8 eliminations. They were in 13th place overall. Day, Miro, and Reverse in 8th place. This leaderboard is just literally getting tighter and tighter after every game.
Yeah, Day, Miro, and Reverse are definitely jumping up. We saw those top teams. They all fell out. They fell out early as well. They left enough room for other teams to get closer. I'm willing to put my rep on the line and say this is going to be one of the closest 4-game stretches we've seen as far as the point differences make, because there's no way that that gap has been broken apart. Not a single team was able to do it. But who better than Zeke, Adam, and Vivid to really confirm that for us? Let's go ahead and catch up because they have all the insight for us.
Thank you guys so much, boys. We saw a huge shift in your top 15 in game number 2. And now coming out of game number 3, we very well have just seen another massive shift in the standings. I want to get your overall thoughts on that last game. I mean, I think we can all agree Miro is just a legend. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what game he's playing. It's not Fortnite, but he's a god.
There is a reason, Zeke, that I chose this trio. There is a reason, okay? And that experience, I'm just saying, your boy knows what's up, okay? But no, honestly, I mean, Miro we saw there as well. I mean, solo, like, box play was on a different level there. I mean, I think experience does play a huge part in those situations because you know exactly, there is an instinct there. We talked about instinct before here. But we also saw, like, Nuts' team climbing to 35,000 feet. I mean, it was just ridiculous. Some of the height there on some of the teams trying to get as high as they can. But for me personally, I think it was a great example of some of the teams that are going to go the distance. Some big names that are really doing wonders here in FNCS NAE.
Oh, Vivid, I thought you were going to add, but it's okay. It's okay. I have another question for you, Vivid, and I have an interesting one for you. I wanted to take a look at some of these Storm Surge issues these trios are having, but I wanted to frame it as like a question of like, Trio, you used to play Fortnite as a competitive player, right? A professional player. So can you talk us through the stages of like an engagement? Like what is going through these trios' mind as they're going head to head?
Yeah, so I guess from the outside looking in, engagements are kind of something that seems simple, right? Like, oh, just go ahead and fight this other team if you need storm shards. But obviously it's not that simple because there are players in the lobby who are better than others. Like, for example, Stretch, Saf, and Avery is probably a trio that you don't want to engage on. So there's always this random factor where, like, a trio like Mirror, Reverse, and Day, while they are very, very good at fighting, they probably don't want to match themselves up against Stretch, Saf, and Avery because, you know, the chance of them actually coming out of that alive are probably like, you know, like 55%, right? Even though it's in their favor, it's not good enough for them to justify it because they don't know who the trio is. So the stages of like engagement basically come down to like one stage first, which happens is like your initial sighting of the team and kind of like what can happen. A lot of times you can like maybe come over a hill or over like a land piece and see a trio, and that's kind of like when it starts. And then one of two things can happen. Basically, you can choose to shoot at each other, or you can continue to just like walk on by and everything like that. If you end up, you know, choosing to engage, then it transitions into like, okay, how much damage can you do with an assault rifle? And that can kind of start it off, and then it can lead to like a larger fight where you can kind of like decide whether or not you want to continue or go along with that like box fighting-esque style.
Wow. Look at this. I mean, guys, the leaderboard's popped up here. COD Genesis, Atom, Coop, with the victory round in the last game, go all the way to the top of the leaderboard right now. 83 points, 16 eliminations, 1 victory royale, 51 placement points. I mean, my boy's in second there. I'm enjoying this as well. It's good to see. You know, Damir and Reverse there got up to second here. As long as they get top 3, I'll be very happy. But I mean, the leaderboard here as well, I think is a great. It depicts just how competitive the NAE scene is here. We keep mentioning this, and you know, every single time we come to any form of kind of FNCS, for instance, we saw it last season, happening again here. It's so tight at the top there. We can see, I mean, Saf and Co are down to 5th position, but you still feel they have one good game and they're right back up there again. Even teams like Justice's team and Pamsto's, they're all kind of like starting to rise to the top here. And Booga and Bizzle, I mean, this is a trio that I'm really hoping are going to go and get to the top 3 position. They keep kind of there or thereabouts, like 9th or 10th position, but hopefully they'll go all the way.
Yeah, the leaderboard changes here are crazy. Niddle, Casker, and Smack find themselves in the 13th position. And they were just in the 3rd place position with 55 points after that last game. And now, you know, after a 0-point game from them, it drops them all the way back down to that 13th spot. That is a testament to how many of these trios like are just shifting back and forth. Like, we haven't really had a solidified trio that has been like dominating throughout today. Other than like Reverse, Amira, and Day, I mean, they've been the most consistent in my opinion so far. Although Coop with that huge win there, found himself in the 1st place slot in the leaderboard. If he can continue that up, that'd be great to see from Coop.
Yeah, I was going to add one quick thing about Justice's team as well. Looking at the leaderboard there, we've got 16 places they've moved up from one game. And they were at the halfway point now as well. So we're looking at just how fine these margins are here, chaps. And just to think 16 places, that's a huge amount. To get your way up the leaderboard there. So I can't wait to see what happens in part 2 of this qualifier too. It's going to be huge.
It's already an all-out brawl, right? No trio is like just letting that top run away. They're like, no, we're going to claw tooth and nail to make sure we keep this as close as possible. And I like that. I'm vibing with that, Adam. Okay, Fortnite fan, we're 3 games down, 3 games to go. But it's break time. That's right. I know. Get up, go get yourself hydrated, come back, and we'll watch the last 3 games out of NA East in qualifier number 2. So we'll see you guys here in just a little bit.
It's always fun to watch trios in their prime. Teams who never fall off and dominate season after season. Legendary names who are at the peak of their career, qualifying in first by large margins and never faltering in the heat of the moment. What does it take though to get to that top spot and become legends? A trio that cements themselves as a core part of the game with top performances and clutches that no average player can even dream of making. Introducing Jamside and Dementos, a duo that came together at the start of Chapter 2 of Fortnite alongside Fury, a newer addition that found his way into the fray of the trio in Season 5. They have an amazing run that secures them top 3 in the qualifiers and a ticket to the finals of this FNCS. Reese Hub is here to tell you the start of their epic journey to become legends in the making.
Game 1, a misty drop goes more than fine, but trouble finds its way into the plan when the trio engages a cleanup fight in Lazy Lake. Dementos goes down and is out for the count, leaving Jamside and Fury as a duo for this game. Riding the edge of mats, HP and Zone as a duo, it was a matter of time before the lobby noticed and both players were taken out. The midpoint of the tournament, Game 3. This team learns from their earlier mistakes. Choosing not to take that lazy fight and instead focus on position, they end up in the center zone in retail row. But with every action, there is a reaction, and because of not taking that early fight, they don't have the storm surge tags that they need, and they start getting tagged and get desperate. Dementos makes a move to save the trio, but gets caught out and gets eliminated. Other teams in the same position make a move and stumble, allowing our trio to survive yet again, just as a duo. This time though, they go all in on survival, not playing for elims at all. They harness the power of peppers and have great choices in how to move compared to where the zone is, countering max zones. They still go down, but this time get crucial placement to stay near the top of the standings. Last 2 games. It comes down to the wire for every trio in the server, and this time ours is up against the top dogs in first place, Andalex, Snazy and Xweez. Against the odds, they come out on top in the fight, holding on to their chance at coming top 3, and being one of the major reasons why the first place team at the time ended up not qualifying. It seemed too that they siphoned some of the first place energy as well, getting amazing position in the 4th zone that netted them high ground in the 5th. A spot we've seen the best teams take lead from, but once again, Destiny had another idea. While picking up a slew of eliminations, another team pulls up behind them and takes out Dementos again. Fury and Jamside drop down, but they don't make it as far as they could have before, and were eventually eliminated. One more game. This is it. A ticket to finals, an easier ride for 3 weeks, a chance at cementing yourself as legends. Coming in at 7th place, 27 points behind the 3rd place team, a win is 30 points of placement, and each elimination is worth 2 points. This means that they would not only need to clinch the Victory Royale, but do more on top of it to secure the 3rd place and a qualification to the finals. No room for just being desperate. This would have to be clinical. Learning from 5 games of success and failure, they make the perfect decisions in the earlier zones, farming, looting, tagging and moving, ending up at the 4th zone with a chance to take high ground. Benji's team is on height, legends in their own right, so this team decides to take it slow and just commit to another high layer. Zone moves, reminding the team of the task at hand, and this is where they strike. Peppers pop this time in aggression. Dementos takes the redeeming first step and picks up the elimination of one of the players on height, securing them the best position to win the final game. They keep racking up eliminations, but that Victory Royale still seems too far away. They sense things coming down to a heel-off and leave everything up to Jamside. 1 versus 1. Qualification on the line. The fate of this trio in his hands.
Does Jamside have enough? Can he clutch this out, get the win? It might be the factor that matters, that separates them. And he does find the beams and the Victory Royale. Jamside from 7th place to 157 points in Game 6. Might have just been enough to be in top 3. With that final game, that last clutch elimination, the Victory Royale, Jamside, Dementos, and Fury take a big leap at becoming legends in Fortnite, placing top 3 in the first qual weekend, securing their spot in the finals and getting one step closer to becoming FNCS champions. Keep your eyes peeled in tournament and on broadcast to see exactly which trios, old and new, end up in top spots in weeks to come. This is just one story, Fortnite fam, and we're here to watch many, many more. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
Just channeling my inner Shy Wager there. Sorry, what's up going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. It's your boy, Zeke. We got Adam, we got Vivid, and guess what? We also have more games. That's right, another 3 games ahead of us here in NA East, and then it'll be your top 3 that move on to finals while everyone else plays for series points. And this is qualifier number 2. 1 qualifier left until we go on to semis. So let's get back into the action. There's no time to waste. Strap in. It's Battle Bus time. Ozzy, Monster, over to you boys.
Let's get into it. We're breaking far, far and away now, but the leaderboard is staying nice and close, just like it did coming out of game 1, 2, 3. And now it just hasn't changed here, Ozzy. It's close still.
It hasn't changed. It's close, and it's such an interesting leaderboard to look at. You have big names, you have new names. It's exactly what you want to see. COD Genesis, Adams, Coop, a brand new team. Like I said, a team of misfits trying to prove to everyone else why they deserve teammates and had a team going for so long, and they finally found success with someone. Damir Reverse, FNCS champions, Dom Dusky and Spade. Again, some underrated names, teeing off with Spade, an old OG vet in the scene. Then you have Cold VF, FV as well up there, Saf, Stretch, and Avery. Like, this is the leaderboard you want to see going into your final games of a round 4. Top 3 is going to qualify, the rest are going to get series points, and not just that, how close it is. We have a few teams at the top. I'd say maybe Kodges, Adams, Coop looking good, but if you look at 3rd down to 6th, that's less than 10 points right now. That's a few eliminations and a couple of placements.
And look at this. Miro's going to find himself in elimination already. And again, it's that quick drop in, loot your spot, rotate out. And I love that they're not rotating to the same exact spots. They went south one game down towards retail. They went to lazy. They contested Saf and company. And now they're controlling the northern side of Colossal Crops here. And it pays out. It's keeping teams on their toes. And honestly, it's unorthodox, right? This is, again, reverse 2K we're talking about. Someone who's not necessarily huge on being a part of the day-to-day scrim scene, right? Like, he'll go out and just be his own kind of player. And now we're watching that wild card factor play its part here.
It is, and Reverse 2K is such an interesting one as well. I've made so many, I want to say jokes because I feel bad at Reverse 2K's expense. They can't find this play by the There you go, looks like Miro spots him. But I don't know what Reverse 2K has to do at this point to start to get more of the community's respect. He's literally won an FNCS. He's played so consistently in so many tournaments, and still, his name is not up there where it should for how long he's been playing for and how much he's achieved. And I want to see him potentially do it, win another FNCS. The first person to have won 2 trios FNCSs would maybe finally get the respect I feel like he deserves, as we see Xset, Shark, and Clarity now trying to take this fight here. I don't know, the Xset duo with Clarity G Edition is looking fantastic, but this spawn fight is really holding back their potential points.
Yeah, and Bizzle goes down. Talk about teams just being held back to Sprite there from Gabe and Tahi's trio. And again, that's that Sweaty Sands fight. So they're just slowly slipping out of the conversation as far as relevancy to the standing goes. Remember, it's about top 3 here. And teams like Shark, Clarity, and Knight, they have to come back. They have to come back big. Their strategy, though, overall, this is better. This is better than last week. It's coming in late. It's trying to figure out how to find Aspect Kaz and Who Fishy here when they're weakest, and it's by coming in nice and late. And look at that, they get the full trio wipe here. They're just one Elam short here, like literally taking everyone out, and it seems like they're going to be able to do just that.
It looks like they're finally going to be able to find some success, and the gas can a great addition to that. If teams are basing up, they're having these long drawn-out fights, the gas can's a perfect way to do it. As Boogan clicks on the back foot right now, it's a 2v2 here. Bizzle's gone down, and Booga does go down to the Storm, so it's all down to Clicks. This is a big moment. If anyone can win this, it's going to be Clicks, as it's now a 1v1. Gabe goes down as well. Clicks might not realize they're going for the revive. He's going down for it. There it is. Clicks versus Sprite, and no, Sprite hits the quick edit and instantly cleans up Clicks. It looks like this one is going to go to Sprite, Gabe, and Tahi. Tahi will fall, but the reboot van is right there. It looks like Sprite and Gabe is still going to be standing in. That's an unfortunate one, and look at all the builds expended. They are both going full send now. I said at the start of this tournament, they were both playing to not lose. It looks like now both teams are playing to win, Sweaty.
I'm just having visual flashbacks of my mom just like slapped me on the hand, like, don't touch that. This is like you open up the edit, you come to the wall, and he just gets flicked away, out of the lobby, back off. Oh man, that's rough, but that's just the way it works out. That's the way the contested drop goes, and you know, it's entertainment at the least at this point. But Dusky, Spade, and Dom, they have more on the line here. They're at 76 points. They're up on the standings. They jumped up a significant amount over the last few rounds, and it seems like Dusky is feeling himself. He just connected with a massive body tag there. Just a perfect way to really kick in the momentum, continue to stay strong here. And look at this, Aussie. They're interacting with the NPCs. This is all, again, proper showcasing of loot routes and just understanding their space, right? Their play in the game.
Yeah, they're top 3 right now. They came 6th last week in this round 4. So they were just shy of qualifying last week. They had 139 points. Third place is 162. That's one more decent game. They've shown they can almost do it. Today, they need to show that they can do it. And that kind of consistency, though, you can't overstate how impressive that is. Getting 6th place in the last round 4 and now being in 3rd place halfway into this one. Across the weeks, I would say, other than obviously the top 3 teams that qualified, they can't play. They're looking like the most consistent team in NA East, and it's due to those fantastic routes like you just touched on, as Durant, Nani, and Trav on 56 points. Not too bad for them. They need a solid game to kind of, jump up there on the standings, but we're getting a very far northeast pull, and this is going to look fantastic for our 2nd place team, Damir and Reverse, out of Dirty Docks, especially because they found their early Storm Surge tags onto that team at the bridge. So things are looking great, but can COD Genesis, Adams, and Coop hold on as they're rotating all the way from the other side of the map, all the way out of the Fort Crumpet loot route. And I don't know how it's going to go for either of them, but it's anyone's game right now.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm just most interested in how the zone's going to really play a factor for those teams at the top. You just brought them up, Reverse 2K, Miro, those early tags. They have that comfortable positioning, and now they get to play dead side. I can't help but that means that this is, again, another golden opportunity to break into that #1 slot and not look back. But here, a Storm Surge fight. Literally inside the storm is happening now. Trap, Durant, and Nani, they have to get into the box. They find exactly what they're looking for, and that's enough to stay in the run here. Trap is deadly when it comes down to just, again, his pinpoint accuracy and his very skilled mechanical abilities here. And you can see, he's not just a solo player. He can do it in team-based game modes as well. He's popping off here. Well played for Trap.
Yeah, and they found one now. Looks like the script is off in the distance, and this is a team that I was doing so well last season, still doing well this season. Unfortunately, having to replace Bumboy, who's moved back over to NA West, now no longer playing on NA East. Had a really good run when he moved over, and now it's Suscript and Nani in a 3v1 now at this point, toe-to-toe. That was Suscript's chance to maybe try and even this playing field, but we see Durant and Trap back him up here, and 3v1s in Storm usually only go one way, and there it is. They get the full trio wipe, get a fair bit of Storm Surge up, gets 6 points on the board. Decent fight, well worth it if they can actually make this next rotate. As here we see again our French-Canadian contingent, and they're up there on the leaderboard going up against Split's team, who is also at one point in 1st place. So this is a fight right now pretty much for 2 teams, well, one just outside top 10 and one very much inside top 10.
Yeah, and again, you talk about being inside top 10. They were in 1st just in the last round, but falling so early, they slipped away all the way down the standings here. And it's heartbreaking for them, again, because they were setting themselves up for what looked like a sweep, right? They almost had it, but it comes down to these surges, and it just doesn't seem like they're quite connecting here. They had the early game kind of draw spot to themselves. They got the stealthy stronghold to themselves, which is big in its own, because Nexi, Mars, like, normally they'll fight out for it, right? Crumboy and crew, like, they'll stick it out, and they've decided to change it up this week, and that's why they have this whole drop to themselves. But it might be the only week that they get this to go that way for them, right? A full free draw spot. This might be the only week for them to actually have this big opportunity in front of them to qual outright.
Yeah, that's when the pressure's on. When you're at a drop spot that you know you don't have claimed. There's certain teams that have their drop spot pretty well claimed, and we're seeing that today. We have Stretch's team at Lazy Lakes. We do have Damir and Reverse at Dirty Docks. Thought they were going to get contested, but looks like otherwise. But yeah, if you're one of those teams that, is a little bit less on other bigger teams' radars, more likely to be contested, you need to make your chances when you have them, as Trap goes down in the feed as well. Looks like going down to Storm, and we're seeing an interesting zone. We've seen the zone already today. It's more of a center zone. I thought this one was pulling a little bit more towards Steamy. It looks like it's not. It's going to sit more around the crops here, and Strafe's team making their way in. This is really any team's chance to do well. This is the most kind of more vanilla zone you're going to get, as looks like we see the XZ duo and Clarity get into a fight here against Nobu Beef. Nick FN is still up here. Lupian has gone down. I think it's a 2v2. They've knocked Clarity, so it might be a 2v1 potentially. This means a lot for this team. XZ team, fantastic team, but they're down there on the points right now. Nobu Beef, Nick FN, and Lupian are right up there at one point in the top 3. They're now hovering around that top 5, very much in a chance for top 3. They need to have that big game, as Beef has 4 eliminations on the board.
Yeah, this is 6 already here, and check out the quick stat. 2 trios have at least 3 elims every single game so far. Coops being the first, Noah Beefs being the 6th, or being in 6 here right now. These are the 2 teams that have found elims every single round so far, and this is coming into game 4 here now. So that consistency is really the shining factor. And remember, for the first place and for the 6th place, they're very much on pace now to continue to stay within the top 3, right? Like, we're almost, or basically, we're breaking in. This is the halfway mark, right? We're beyond the halfway mark. We're coming into the backstretch of the Fortnite games here that are left today. And it's close. It's tight at the top. Like, the fact that these top teams have really managed to keep it like this, there's not a single team that can feel comfortably like safe in those top 3 spots right now.
No, not at all. And again, it's teams that are doing it out of drop spots you wouldn't expect. So Coop, Adams, and COD Genesis finding consistent eliminations from a drop spot that is very split. It goes all the way from Fort Crumpet down towards Holy Hedges, and they're still finding elims every game. That is truly impressive, and looks like we're seeing 2 weapons pretty underutilized so far here in these final settings. There we go, dropping that primal shotgun. A lot of players opting for the usual pump mechanical shotgun. It's just a little bit more accurate, a little bit easier to use without having to full commit on a team, but still holding on to that legendary revolver. That is a very, very good weapon to apply pressure with and damage. If you get a headshot with that, the multiplier and lack of fall-off damage is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, not only that, it has first shot accuracy as well, since it's fully upgraded here. So that's one deadly weapon there, something that these players are looking to utilize here. And it's perfect for setting up an opener, a big opener just like that. Sean gets hit, and Aid loses all of his shields, just completely ripped off. I mean, the weapon speaks for itself. We just kind of set it up perfectly there, and Sean delivered, or Sean was the target, but the boys delivered the shot just the way it should have been.
Yes, big damage over there. They're going to try and get away from this one. Look at all the teams that are held up here, and it looks like, man, Coop's team is playing these mid games aggressively. They're working into the backside of this one, really trying to get inside that top and start a fight, and they're just playing the game the way they play it. I talked about how these 3 players are most notable as solo players being brought together as a trio, and it looks like they're relying on those superior fighting skills and backing their own confidence to win their ones to potentially see success here as Miro, our 2nd place team, gets a knock onto Thatch. That's going to potentially be 2 more points to jump them up. It is a very, very close fight for 1st place right now, and Miro's team needs one big game, I feel like, to really secure it, as we see Gabe in the feed as well. So after winning their Sweaty Sands fight this time, it looks like they're looking a lot better.
Definitely looking better. Chucky, Nosh, and Nut, though, do have this high ground. They're hoping that Happen pulls somewhere closer to them. They're not completely safe. They are going to have to slide in. Sean, Cold, and company get into a fight there on the edge. They're getting actually pushed out by Straw Hat and Crew, so this is just, again, a group of very late rotators, and they're all on the absolute congested side here. On the northern side, I'm hoping that it's Reverse 2K and company there who've just set up, but no, never mind, as the zone pulls across. It's the western congested side that actually pulls it here, and that's just how it's going to work out this time.
This is a team that's been getting good points on the board, but kind of going under the radar. They set up on top of the spire, get their tags, and I talked about how they were rotating a little bit late. 7th place is not bad for them. 70 points here on the board. We got that blue mechanical bow. It's interesting. So far, I don't think we've seen too many of the bow one-shot headshots here, Monster. They can change a tournament in a heartbeat, in a blink, in an instant, and maybe that's going to happen here for Nuts team, as they're in a fantastic position for success. Damir in reverse off in the distance on the bottom. We see Mars as well. Mars OW's team is a team that even down on the leaderboard can have a big shake up for the tournament, because they go for height. They like to aggressively play height when the potential's there. Don't know if they have the loadout for it, but it looks like there's another team on the other side of half here that's challenging. So when this zone comes in, if you see it pull towards the south here, it is going to be Nosh, Chucky, and Nut. Whoever that team is that's on the northern side, though, they're ready to take it as well. They're not giving it up. If they get zoned, they probably will hold it. So this is going to need a lot of luck here for Nut, Nosh, and Chucky, a team that could see themselves in top 3 after this game.
Yeah, they have all the authority here, as this is their playground now of sorts, and you know, they have a team looking to eye up their high ground, and it's all going to come down to this next 6 zone. What side does it end up pulling towards? You can see they've already set up. It's almost as if they know they're going to pull it here. They're like, hey, listen, I'm already fully connected off to the side. We cannot be broken down. All we have to do is just keep eyes on this other squad here. Don't let them overtake us. On the backside, Crip, Sean, Cold fighting their way in, trying to get closer to our high placing teams. There's threat lingering everywhere.
I think potentially one of those panning shots, Monster. We have our first place team down. COD Genesis, Adams, and Coop are out. This is Day, Miro, and Reverse's chance to jump up and take that first place spot. But unfortunately for Coop's team, this is everyone else's chance too. We've talked about how close this leaderboard is. 2nd through to 7th. They're all still alive. They're all still in this with 19 teams to go, 47 players. So Coop is feeling nervous right now. That team is scared. They're going to have to watch the game, sit back, and hope none of these players pop off. But honestly, with how close this leaderboard is, there's no way to follow it. Anyone having a big game will probably see them dethroned as Miro, Day, and Reverse have their opportunity, and they're making their way towards high ground. We've seen them playing mostly the low to mid layers. Looks like they want to play the high ground, maybe play that second height. They're stalking a team. Miro's not going to need too much permission before he beams them, and that's 2 of the 3 down. That is a massive refresh. That's massive points, and potentially what they need to maybe take this high ground.
Yeah, and that's off the strafes and split there. Again, they made it this far, but they end up making one simple mistake, and it's all over there. And that is why you have to close your tarps here, or these dangerous players will sneak on in and capitalize on the opening opportunity. 4 elims now. He gets brought down. No, Miro has to be careful into a box he goes, but no, it's his teammates there to back him up. And again, these are the final zones here.
And this is very deliberate positioning here. They're kind of on second height. They're a little bit further down. They've taken an eye on it. They also have the harpoon, but they're looking mostly down. I don't believe they want to make a huge play for height. I think they know they don't need a huge game win. They just need points, and that's what this team does best. Miro jumps down. The big pump, the AR follow-up. He can't get the loot, but right now, with the double refresh they've had, I don't think they need it too much, and that's Niddle, unfortunately. Casca and Smack going to try and close this one out alone. Smack does get elimination in the feed, though. Nani is in this one, too, so there are big names still up on the board. Dusky as well, but all eyes on Day, Miro, and Reverse, and Miro with the 4 eliminations and pretty much the best loadout you could ask for to try to win this game.
And with the amount of elims they already have, they're looking to run away with it. They're going to find another one into an enemy box. Just get off the layer or get taken out. That is literally what they're saying to everyone here. And now it's Crumble and Nexi there. Where's Mars? Will they find him? No, he's already on the run. You can see the exit in the edit there. He left the tarp the moment his squad was taken out. But no, never mind. Another player is here. It's a full trio. Exchanges are going back and forth. It's Avery and company.
Avery.
So this is Saf there. And Stretch, can they play the defense? No, Miro's on the move. He's trying to escape here. It's close.
That's a big trade. They both trade out that 2nd place onto 5th place right now. So huge moves for both of them. They both need this fight as Starkey takes down Nanny. We don't know who's on high ground, but Miro and Reverse are going to try and close this one out. They've already done so much. This is a 9 elimination game, and there's still potentially 17 other players they can eliminate. Dom's on the low ground. We still don't get to see who's on that high ground. I want to know who that trio is that's lurking. They're not being too active in the feed as far as I can see from eliminations, but they're racking up those placements. There it is. It's Zucky, Aviv, and Leo. And right now, they're not putting down the elims. They're not putting down the damage. They're putting down a bit of pressure, but they need to ramp it up. They need to start accelerating because they need points. That's only 1 elimination on the board in 64 points right now. Push for top 3. Don't play for just this victory, Al. You need the elims on top because Miro is finding them.
Yeah, he's still going. Give us more, Miro. Let's see what you got. 35 HP. Can he hit that power shot to bail him out and keep him in the game? He's going to be able to get these shields off. The siphon kicks in, and he's back like he never left. He has officially snatched that elim record, right? He's trying to hold that one. He's at 7 already here. What more can he do? Today is his day indeed here. Let's look at it. 10 players remaining here, 4 teams. High ground is literally running out of fuel here. Now they have to take the shotgun fights, Aussie. They don't have medium ammo. They jump onto Reverse and company. They find something, but is it enough? Miro turns it around. He's still coming back. And now it's his high ground. Another tag. That's 2. Can he get the 3rd here? Is all he needs now.
He needs the siphon, and no, it was a 1v2 for high ground. A fantastic play for Miro. Almost did it, but man, the amount of eliminations they racked up, I don't think it's going to matter. Surely they're in 1st place, but as I say that, Dusky, Dom, and Spade, they've got points up on the board. 120, I believe they're going to finish with. That's a 7 elimination victory out from the team that I was just talking about. They were high up there last week, high on the leaderboard, and they just couldn't get that top 3. They're making a push for it. The pressure's on, and they're handling a monster.
They're playing so well. So did, of course, Dave, Miro, and Reverse there. Like, listen, the amount of elims that they managed to pick up and secure. Also, I almost feel like it's a nullifying effect to the victory from Spade and Dusky. We don't know who's going to be in the number 1 there, but we're going to have to find out if Zeke and crew think that it has changed, or is it just a race at this point?
You know, I think it's impossible to tell. I mean, I didn't know we'd be this close at this point in the competition, especially in Qualifier 2, when everyone's desperately trying to make it in the top 3 right now. But boys, it's closer than ever. Yeah. And right now, I kind of joked about it before we went to break, but every single trio in the lobby is saying, like, okay, whatever happens, we have to make the best decision for the overall set of games here. We have to shut down these high-profile trios, and we have to make up the difference if we want a shot. Adam, it's way too close right now. It's making me uncomfortable. My stress levels are rising, and I don't like it. I do
calm
like
down,
it. I don't
Please
like
calm down. Grab a glass of water. Do you know what? I think the most incredible thing is here, I've just got off the phone to Her Majesty the Queen's office. I've nominated Miro for an OBE. He's in contention. I'm not going to lie. Unbelievable scenes. But this is, honestly, it's incredible. I mean, 7 eliminations, carrying the team, like 10 there in total for the team. But it was great to see as well. Like, you know, you're right. There's a lot of teams here that are really trying to get into those series points as well. I love the fact we're seeing weaponry, like Ozzy mentioned. We're seeing like COD Genesis using like legendary revolvers. Not much bow play here, but we can see here we've got Codabot, we've got Old Man Paul as well. Racking up eliminations, getting through teams. This is early on. This is right at the very beginning as well. Not being afraid to contest zones if they need to. We're seeing bows from Beef here. We saw this guy earlier on doing very, very well, getting a serious amount of eliminations very early on, rising up the ranks in the table. I'm glad to see some bow action. There's been next to none today, Vivid.
Yeah, the bows have been kind of absent. I mean, maybe we've just been missing them, but, you know, in my opinion, bows are something that's very, very useful in terms of the storm surge potential and in terms of those instant pick potentials. Here we go. We have another one. Dusky, wow, great bow shot onto a moving car, and then going to be almost getting the instant finish there on that guy for the elim. Almost. I'm sure that team most likely got that res, but that was a great shot nonetheless.
Yeah, Nani's team was seeing here as well. You know, one of the other teams moved up 15 places in the last game before this one, so we'll have to wait and see what happens to those guys. But as I mentioned earlier on, Miro, Reverse 2K, Day, just doing the business. I know we cannot do anything but shout out Dusky and Co as well for getting the victory royale there. But I tell you what, to get those eliminations, I'd be surprised that, yeah, I knew it was going to happen. We all knew it, boys. 123 points, no. 75 placement points, 24 eliminations. I think that was the team that I picked at the beginning. Just saying.
We're never going to live this down. We're never going to live it down.
Yeah, you know, Adam,
I mean, Vivid. I mean, we're seeing Dusky, another victory royale there, getting up. I mean, we're actually really starting to see for the first time now a real separation between those top 3 places and 4th place down to 10th. There's a big difference now.
Yeah, interesting enough, Reverse's trio and Dusky's trio both tied in the amount of points that they earned that previous game with 44 points. So they both managed to snag 44 points, and yeah, like you mentioned, this is the first time we've really seen somebody pull away from the rest of the group. And as I mentioned during that previous game, like, Reverse's trio has been consistent. They haven't necessarily had like a real pop-up game. They haven't had a victory route, but they always find themselves being consistent because when you have people like Miro on your team, that play last game, the box fighting potential, he is just so good in those end game scenarios.
He really is. I mean, if we think about context as well, yesterday, Saf, Stretch and Avery finished out on top in round 3 with 174 points. You know, Miro and Co. currently on 1-2-3 with 2 games to play. They're only 51 points away or so, I think it is. So we're looking at a real tight margin here. They've got absolutely every potential to get a lot, you know, to get, supersede 174 points here and get a bigger score, absolutely. But don't forget, we talked about this earlier on, series points are really important as well because top 3 teams may go through, but over the course of these weeks, these qualifiers, the teams who are gunning for those semi-final places need to get as many series points as possible. So regardless, if you can't qualify necessarily in the top 3, it's still massively important.
Yeah. These last 2 games are always like the most entertaining. We were talking about it before, Adam. It's like all the games matter. All the 6 games matter because, you know, that consistency matters. But these last 2 games are where you find the most like swings in the leaderboard. And you can find those teams that have been hovering around like 10th, do like really, really well in these last 2 games and just swing themselves all the way up in that top 3 slot and clutch out, you know, their qualification to the finals. And it's just really, really intense these last 2 games.
Yeah,
that is
it was interesting.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
It was interesting seeing. I was gonna say it's interesting seeing Saf's team in the last game as well compared to Miro's team, where Miro's reverse and Day went straight. They went straight to the center of trying to get eliminations, trying to be very aggressive. Saf's team very passive, kind of using the outside of the storm there just to kind of make their way into their kind of final standings places. And look who turned out on top there. Look who got the most points there. It was the team who were going for those eliminations, because at this point, with 2 games to go, as you mentioned, for all of these teams, they now are going for broke. So we're going to wait and see. I think if it's absolutely spot on, it's going to be massive. These last 2 games, these are the most exciting times in FNCS. I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Well, friend, we don't have to wait that much longer because I'm getting word the battle bus is ready to go. We're taking our seats, and guess what? We're riding shotgun alongside Aussie Antics and Monster D-Face. Boys, it's game number 5. Let's see how this all goes.
The question now is just, because of the top elite trios moving on week after week, does it give more room for these literally rocket ship type players like Day, Mirror, and Reverse to take away? Like, does it become too simple for them in the end game? Is the competition not up to par? Because what Miro is doing, what they are doing in that end game, it's just too much. It looks very dominant, and finally now we're seeing that their playstyle is breaking away from the rest.
I think so, but at the same time, to be fair, I think they're just playing that well. We have some teams, I don't want to say they're struggling because they're in 5th place, but we got teams like Saf, Stretch, and Avery that after a game 1 victory, our big points on the board have kind of struggled in the end game. So I don't think it's that easy with these new names, as we see that Expert Dom has spent more time alive solo than any other player. So these guys really are showing up, and it looks like Dom's putting the team on his back with a bit of a solo clutch. And at the top, only 3 points separating first from second, but we've been talking about it time and time again today. It's that top 3, which right now, Nobu Beef, Lupian, and Nick FN need to hold on. They're in 3rd on 106 points. After that, it gets really close. If this was the final game, I'd be a bit more confident for them, but with 2 games to go, they can lose it as it looks like Clix and Bizzle are going to disengage. I saw Booga go down in the feed earlier, so unfortunately, Clix's team having to run away from this one. They got good loot on Bizzle for the most part, but I guess they've potentially lost this one. I don't know what the count at Sweaty Sands is so far yet. I'm mostly looking at the overall leaderboard, and unfortunately on that leaderboard, both the teams seem to be struggling.
Yeah, and let's not forget, they hard learned their lesson. If one of them falls, the other teams swarm. Like, they come in, like, you know what I mean? As if they were just hungry animals in the desert. They catch a whiff of the meat. They're coming in. They want to pick it up, and that's just how it plays out, so they have to leave. They truly don't have another choice. The rotate to the Spire, I think, is a smart one. It gives them a lot of options here for mobility to cut back and do some other plays. So this should be, something that works out, that allows them to kind of get situated, but it's all been hit up. It's all been looted. You can just tell it's like a scavenger route for sure. 50 ammunition. It's just so tough right now for them to actually work with this and try to make something good out of it.
Yeah, this is when the games start to get more volatile as well. This is where teams are pushing for that big top 3, trying to secure that last-ditch effort to run their way back up to the top. So you're going to see a lot more early game fights. Probably going to see a lot more mid-game fights. Once we get to end game, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see it stay just as stacked as what we're used to. We're already down to 87, only 1 team going down, though. So that means we've got a lot of spawn fights. When you see only 1 full trio being wiped, but you're seeing that many players out of here, we've got a lot of solos and duos trying to hold down their spawn fights, as we currently have Ripe and Nick's team right now pushing in, trying to close something out as Freeze is on the backside in the box, and they close that one out quick. Jumping in the box with Nosh is a scary one, but unfortunately for Nosh anyway, looks like he's going to be bested. That's 3 quick eliminations on the board for Freeze.
Yeah, he gets in, he gets out, and now that's exactly how you want your early game fights to go, though. Quick and easy, wrap up a team, don't waste time, right? Not like we've seen a lot of these other trios, unfortunately, have the struggles of trying to maintain their early game fights and do it efficiently. Nick Beef and Lupian here, though, a lot riding on this fight here. Their 3rd spot is the closest as far as, how many teams are looking to battle for that spot. There is no room for error here. They are not safe by any means. Is this worth it? Doesn't seem like it. They get the tags that they're looking for, and they back off now.
Backing off with the tags they have, and this is what pressure's on. This team's at the top. They've got to hold on, and Nick FN's been around in the scene for a while now. Nobu, Beef, and Loopy, they've been playing together for a while, and I feel like I love this team as well. I don't know whether it's kind of like a forced chemistry as well, because they're playing in a region where they speak French. It's a French-Canadian team. They don't have as big of a player pool to find other top-tier players to play with, because there's not that many people playing in NAE speaking French, but they found it. They've managed to make it work, and they truly are a fantastic team here, and they're trying to do a big thing as Avery, Saf, and Stretch. This is a team you can't count out. They're in 5th place right now, but we know they have the potential for big games. They started off with a 9-elim 1st place, and unfortunately, since then, it's been a 1-elim 19th, a 2-elim 14th, and a 3-elim 11th. That 11th especially is so close to having big games. If they can get one more victory out here in the final 2 games, which a lot of people would have confidence on them to do, they could change this one and jump up into that top 3 guaranteed.
Yeah, they're going to need it because it's still in striking distance. It's right there, closer now more than ever, especially since they have this full drop to themselves. And again, as the weeks go on, lobbies do get to become a little bit more simplified as we start to break out those other top tier teams and send them on their way to finals. Split's going to find one in the feed here. Clicks, Booga, and Bizzle make it all the way to Pleasant for a pickup. Little do they know this is one of the hottest drops here, so in and out they go. But luckily, it's Xset, Who Fishy Aspect, of course, fighting up top. You can see Shark is going to find Zombie, so Who Fishing Aspect already probably removed from the equation here. It's what's left of Split, Strafes, and Crew as they're just sitting on top of each other. Clarity does have the strong spot here, but you can just see from the character models, they're going for walls and whatnot, so the exchanges are real here.
And this could be what Clix' team needs right now. Booga doesn't have a lot of loot. They're kind of getting the shamble dregs of the loot out of Pleasant Park. But if they can get an elimination here, especially the Storm Surge, maybe with that blue mechanical bow from Bizzle, that would be a massive turnaround here, as this was a pretty smart play. I know a lot of people are always going to frown upon leaving those spawn fights when you're 1 down, but I like them playing the tournament. They're playing to win the tournament. They're not playing to get stuck in these ego battles on spawn. And that's what you're seeing here. You're seeing a result of them disengaging. Booga's now back in the game. They're a full trio trying to get some loot out of this one, and if they can clean up one of these teams, they're going to get a lot of loot on the board, or at the very least, it looks like, I don't think Bizzle knew there was the big tires there to upgrade this car if they needed it, but they're going to hit the dip, they're going to rotate out, and they're still in this game.
Yeah, definitely Bizzle. He doesn't miss when he gets going. He caught that body tag with no hesitation, almost gets the headshot there too. Would have been massive for them just to, again, put down a little bit of pressure there, put down a little bit of a response statement to the opponents inside that base there of Clarity, Xset, Shark, and Knight there, but it's okay. They get to go ahead and rotate out, and at least they get to see another day here. Some leftover loot on the bridge will be enough for them to at least pick some stuff up and kind of figure it out. But Clicks is the one who's going to have to bounce back now. Spade, Dusky, and Dom, completely different story for them. Beautiful loadouts, great early game so far. Team just under the mountain. All they have to do is take a glance and get those free tags.
And I got to talk about how consistent this team is right now. So last week in round 4, the qualifier 1, they came in 6th place. They did fantastically. Yesterday in round 3 of qualifier 2, they managed to get, I think they got right up there in, where is it, second place as well, 170 points, only 4 behind Saf's team. I mean, they're all over it right now. That is ridiculous consistency, and I have to think they're going to be able to hold it out here. That is over 30 games of solid Fortnite they've been playing consistently with some of the best, so they've proven they can do it once. They just need to get that little bit more. They need just to hold on. They had that one good game they were missing from last qualifier, as Damir and Reverse, the team that's just above them, trying to hold on as well right now. They're not playing defensive. They're not trying to hold on to their lead. They're pushing it forward. They're playing aggressively, and that's when this team is at their best.
And this is it. They had a little taste of that early game fight here at the same bridge just outside of Colossal. It was around this area, and they're probably looking to see if it's the exact mirror team. Will they be able to find this one, though, is the real question, as Miro's playing the mind games here, looking for angles, staying lightweight, sliding back and forth. They don't find much, and because of that, they back off. So the defense from Nick, Balance, and Rip was just good enough. They survived just long enough for this powerhouse trio to back off of them. They're playing smart, but they're also playing aggressive. It's that, perfect balance of calculated, PvP, but also, like just using the brain, right? Getting out of there, not necessarily throwing your entire tournament away. Not those ego battles that we watch some other teams take out.
Yeah, and that's one of the hardest ways to play your game as well. Everyone's quick to jump on, a player like Day who jumps in a box and goes down and they say, oh, it's too aggressive. That was, not a smart play. But it's when those plays work that they win tournaments. They win championships. They win FNCS titles. So that's the kind of, the tightrope they have to play right now. Let's use our aggression. Let's use our superior mechanics and our confidence. But let's not engage in fights that are just starting off on a losing foot. If you don't have good tags, if they're fully based up in hard mats, it's going to be a long drawn out fight where they have the advantage. Back off, find someone who's a little bit easier as well, because even though this is a finals lobby, there are some teams in here who maybe tend more towards playing safer for positioning. Maybe they're better at end game that you can find a mid game fight on, or just push your fight off more of an advantage. Do you get a bow shot? Do you get some good AR tags? Just don't try to force fights when you don't need them, and that's what I love to see from our ex-champs.
Yeah, for sure here. Now the movement's coming through. They're going to get deeper into the zone as Dusky and crew get to move on. But you were spot on about everything with Reverse 2K Mirror and Day. They have just really set themselves up, and set themselves up distinctively. And that's what I love most about that trio there, is that you can just literally single pick out their characteristics as far as a trio and what makes them do very well. Some teams just don't have those distinguishing factors, and you can tell it's something special when you know exactly what it is that they're doing, and it's something that can't be replicated, right? It's unique. It's a characteristic that their trio only has right now.
And that looks like that's what's going on for Adam's Coop's team here as well with COD Genesis. We talked about that stat earlier. They're getting early eliminations on the board and they're taking fights. Unfortunately, it was last game they took a fight in this very similar position. We're seeing almost mirror zones. We saw a lot of similar zones this morning in EU. We're seeing a lot of similar zones here in NA East. And it was when they took a fight around the Colossal Crops here, the Coop's team fell, and that's when they fell off the pace. They need another big game to jump back up. It's insane. This leaderboard is so tight. If you go down a single time in mid-game, you're going from first down to potentially outside the top 5. Like, that leaderboard is incredible in a 6-game format. That is insane, but that is the level of talent we have on NA East. Everyone's trying to make a name for themselves. As Cold gonna try and find this angle. We threw the stat up earlier that Cold had so many eliminations on his team. He's trying to do it with the green assault rifle here, but he has that big purple pump. If this breaks down into a box fight, they're only 70. I mean, they are 70 below. Sorry, I thought that was 70 above. They've got to get active. This is not the movement I want to see of a team that's 70 below. They've got to be far more proactive than this, finding these angles and finding these tags.
This is basically the acid test right there. How durable are they? Can they withstand the test here? They're below the surge. This is a critical situation for them right now. They just get above it, but this is what we like to call smoke and mirrors, right? This is not true. This is not what it seems to be. They are not safe, not at all, because as the game develops, as the game matures, that threat is going to continue to linger there whether we see it or not. Here again, they're moving across now to get inside the zone, and this is nothing but opportunity in front of them. All these other teams right now, the stinker boat in the inventory, that's virtually free surge tags. All you have to do is put those things on top of the boxes. It has such a wide radius if you have the stinkfish.
Yeah, the stinkfish are crucial in these situations, and double-sided too. You can still eat them as well if you need the white heals, if you need those meds, and we're still seeing second last game here. We need 7 players to go down for this Storm Surge threshold. I thought this is where those teams were going to start getting active. The teams around the middle of the leaderboard were going to start really playing aggressive to jump up, and no, we're still seeing active Surge like we have every single game here on NA East, and there's a lot of teams around here who need this. Coop's teams down below, they need eliminations, they need to jump up, and Cold's teams now being forced to out-heal this one. They're trying to out-heal Storm Surge 11 below with 6 players to go down. Guys, you need to get some damage. It's 1 or 2 tags. You can't out-heal this.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way it's going to work out. They do find a down body. That's actually massive. Whether or not they got that elim or not, the fact that they get the tag still does count to their overall surge, and at least they get to maintain and stay in the game. It seems like this is that other team that might have had some surge issues as well, as they do get to pick up all the loot there. Just caught out, right? Caught out there for Aspect, and that's why he gets to get picked up. Big situation here for Crypt, Sean, and Cold to stay in the game. They are now still in this conversation for fighting for top 3.
And we just saw Dusty get an elimination on Mars's team as well. So they're creeping up. Remember, there was only 3 points between first and second, each elimination worth 2. They're now potentially within 1 point of Day's team if Day hasn't got an elimination on the board either. It's a scary spot to be in for a lot of these teams. And we're talking about top 3, but when consistency's on the line too, some of these teams like Avery, Saf, and Stretch didn't make round 4 last week as Crip gets beamed in the back from COD Genesis. They're trying to jump back up. Our 7th place team is making moves, and that's what they need. 2 games to go. Placement's not really going to be enough. They need eliminations on top, but COD Genesis is stuck in a really difficult fight. Back at Storm, and he goes down. Coop and Adams make the rotates. They traded out 1 for 1, and unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be worth it.
No, it's not looking good for Adams or Coop. Coop is going to have to show his resiliency here, as he might be the only player there, but hold up. Cold as well is in a tough situation here. Back against the Storm, and he wins up against Kaz in a one-on-one situation there. Well played for him. The surge is enough, and it's no longer an issue now. He is back in the game off of the siphon there. Okay, now it's a 2-man team. What can they do here?
2-man team with everything on the line. This is difficult. We're seeing a lot of these. We now see Coop going down to Class. It looks like everything revolves around Adams now. 2 games to go. They can still do it, but it's going to be difficult. There's a lot of teams up there right now. They're all vying for it. Everyone has to hold on to the pace. No one has ran away with this tournament at all. We've seen this in most of the regions. This top 3 consistency, you need to have it. You can't be getting any single game where you don't place at least top 15 teams unless you have those big pop-offs. We've only really seen a couple of those big pop-off games today, but those are the teams I'm looking at to jump back up as well. Can we see Stretch's team get another victory out of this, as we see Dictate's team rotate out of there as well? Another team that was 1 place short last week, Qualifier 1 round 4. There's a lot of pressure on all these teams right now, and this is why we absolutely love this format, Monster.
Yeah, no one can act high and mighty. It's just not safe. No one is safe, not even Dom Dusky here, who, again, Spade just gets punished on the rotate right now. They try to get greedy for the loot here. Is it going to be worth it? They already had enough, and no, now comes the lobby focus. Has to change his layer here, but it's the teams behind them that are giving them the tough run right now, and luckily, they do end up slowing down the fire shots. NQs and company here, all that's going on behind them, they're just sitting now on top of all this loot here. Little do they know, there's an opportunity to be picked up.
And these teams almost, there's the Peppers and 4 of them. That's what you want to see, enough to get at least one on every single player of your trio. But I was going to say, these teams are almost getting reruns. Like, you get to relive the game that you played before. These zones are so mirrored, so close. You get to play them and see what mistakes did you make? Did you rotate to the wrong side? Did you go for height too early? Did you not utilize the fact that there was some, verticality here, like Avery, Stretch, and Saf are doing? It's very rare in a game of Fortnite. They're back-to-back games, I believe almost 3 games here today. You get to play out in very, very similar circumstances, very similar zones. Stretch, Saf, and Avery are going to be a team I'm looking at to learn from any mistakes they've made with those positionings. These are absolute comp veterans, and you've got a team where you can't even decide who's making the decisions right now. You've got 3 incredibly smart players. I have to lean towards Stretch, and they're building up. They're getting ready for that half-half potential. Last time they got it, they got the victory out with 9 eliminations. They need another. Doing that again would almost definitely secure a top 3 here going into game 6, as Sprite finds clicks in the feed. Even after Sweaty, that team is still battling.
Yeah, and I love that Stretch right now does have this stink bow, though. He's putting it to good use as well. These are, again, free tags if he tucks them deep inside the box, and at the very least, it gives them the space so no one makes the edits outwards in their direction. They're going to have to back off. Dusky gets found, though, onto NQs. That was the trio. They were lurking underneath, which means that's a big problem. Remember, they only had a 20-point lead. They're the only other team besides Reverse that managed to break away just a little bit, and it isn't even that far. It isn't enough to get comfortable and be complacent with.
No, victory out being worth 30 points, eliminations being worth 2. We've already seen almost 50-point swings here today on the leaderboard and more. So 20 points might sound like a lot, but when the rest of the leaderboard's so close, you do have, Nobu Beef, Lupian, and Nick. They're up right now. They've gotten a 4th and a 5th place today with 9 and 6 eliminations respectively. This is a team that now has high ground in half-half. This is very, very scary for Dom's team right now, who's down a man just watching the team, and then you see see Spade go down as well. So I think that's 2 of the 3 members. I think it's only Dusky that's still up right now, or Dom. It's going to be very difficult, and all eyes are now on our French-Canadian team. Can you guys pull something out of this? You're in 3rd place. You need to hold, but you've got height on half-half. Now's your chance to push forward. Don't leave it to game 6 as they're getting double ramped. I talked about how strong this is with Peppers. You can pull it off even without Peppers. No RPG. They can't break it out.
Oh,
they're giving it up. No. The passiveness, why did they give it up? They needed to go up and try to fight for this one. Nobu Beef's gone up, but all pressure on. Class, Cloudy, and Script has bullied this team of high ground. It is now their position, and fantastic play from them.
Yeah, and they go back down to go ahead and double it up, reinforce it. Now the structure is fully secured. And Beef, Lupian, and Nick might have just given away their only opportunity to take a victory royale home here in this round here. That was a crucial game right there, or fight to battle for. But you can see even inside the loadout, the loot, they just don't have all the material here. So we'll see if they end up regretting it later. They're the only other team besides Damien Reverse still in it. Dom, Dusky, and Spade are down and out. Now with Miro, Reverse 2K, and Day still here, still active right now, finding knocks, getting their elims, they're going to be breaking away with a lead, like building a lead on top of 2nd place that, again, is out of this run.
And I believe they're doing it as a duo. I think Days had connection issues based on the health bar there. It doesn't look like he was taken out. Maybe he had some kind of an issue. We have Miro and Reverse trying to hold things down as a duo. This is a team that can do this, though. They have a bit of the buffer. They're still up. They have zone. They are 2 incredibly smart players. It makes things more difficult. It makes things more tense, but that's always just more entertaining for us as well, as they try to hold on to this one for their team. And Cloudy, Class, and Script go up. And that is so unfortunate. Saf, Stretch, and Avery were set up. They were ready for that high ground. They were in the position to make it happen, and because of that big high ground battle, them taking it off Nobu Beef's team, they now can't take the high ground. Mirror Universe have to make a late rotate, and between duos, they don't have the full trio of material. Mirror's got to be careful. They're going to need a refresh if they're going to keep tarping like this, but if you're looking for a refresh, Mirror's the one to get it.
Yeah, definitely. And now comes the layer change. Good reads here. Miro gets a little hungry there, finds some tags, but slows down, and good on him to pull back and get Reverse 2K. Remember, there is no time for him to fall down now without Day in the mix here. They are literally handicapped here in this final situation. They're at a disadvantage. They have to be careful now on how they play this out. Let's see how Sean can actually make up for this, though. Sean's down and out. He's going to go for the heal. Don't know if that was too late or too early. Explosions come through. He's exposed. He's out in the open here. He's going to sit there, and it seems like he does get the med kit off. Was it worth it? It is at least enough placement point, and he stays in. That's the top 14. I count that as a W. Those are points. Those matter.
And now this matters a lot. Stretch, Sap, and Avery on low ground. Don't often see them down here. They're 52 below, but only 2 players have to go down. Never mind, they're back above, and Stretch takes down Clarity, one of his old teammates. It's been a while since you've heard those 2 names together, but Sap and Stretch have to do it as a duo. Avery falls here. 2 eliminations. They need to hold on. 108 points. This team came into this game in 5th. They're pushing for a top 3. They didn't make round 4 in qualifier 1, so there's a lot of pressure on them to get that automatic qualification, and Stretch goes in. When pressure's on, Stretch clutches up. He was one of the best solo players in NA East, but he hasn't done it against full trios. He's making it to front side. We see Miro still in the feed as well. We see Gabe in the feed. We see Trap in the feed. Nobu, Beef, and Nick are going down. That is potentially our 2nd place team out. Sorry, our 3rd place team. 2nd is already down. So Day and Miro need to keep pushing forward. Their team needs to hold on. But Sash, Stretch, and Avery, this is their best chance to catch up with only 1 game to go.
And Reverse is still going. Look, he's still there. He's in the feed. He's lighting things up, and everything's starting to catch up here. He does get caught out. Into top 5 he goes. It's still a great performance. Stretch now finally breaks that 6-digit or 3-digit mark as well. He's up here. He is still operating, though, as well. Can he get this top 3? Now the heals come in, too. These are going to be all chewed up right now. He needs as much HP as possible. What can he do? What kind of impressive performance can Stretch pull out here? He is by himself. We've seen crazier things happen, though. You cannot count him out. A 2nd place is a steal, and Elam is even better. He is picking things up when he shouldn't. Playing with house money, and even as a solo now, it should be all but over. But he's not giving up, not for free. He fights to the final moments. And 4 elims, 2nd place he goes. Gabe is the victor.
And it's Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite who pull off the victory out. They make it out of Sweaty Sands. They get the eliminations. They get the victory out. And that's what's so scary about this early spawn fight. If either of these teams are making it out, Clixers being the other team, they could easily be picking up these victory outs. But Monster, the story of the leaderboard, we just saw a victory hour go to a team that I think was in 30th place. That means all those points were taken. The leaderboard is still going to be tight. Nobu B's team went down early. We had Dusky's team go down early. I don't know. It's going to be so tight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be close. And we're going to have the analysts go ahead and give us their insight there because, again, we are now in the final stretch here, guys.
Gentlemen, we've got one game left. And boys, like, as much as I, like, Tahi's trio, congrats. Victory out, awesome. But it does not feel like that is the story here, right? Like, Stretch pulling off the unthinkable, making it into the second place. Monster put it best. This is a W for that trio, right? Like, literally think about this in every sense. This is a trio competition. Stretch by himself goes into endgame and says, boys, I'm putting you on my back. I'm going to make it to second place. And at that point, it doesn't matter, victory or not. He's done his job. He's put them in such a good spot going into this last game. Adam, you know, if that's our trio mate right now, I'm like, bro, that's it. You've just won us the competition. You've done your job. That's it. You've paid for it all.
You're not wrong, Zeke. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see from this trio who we know they've got exactly what it takes to go all the way. They've got such good quality, the three of them there. And, you know, from the last game, we look at the leaderboard prior to this game, they're one of only 3 teams that didn't shift position at all before this game. They literally stayed exactly the same because they didn't really do anything in the last game. They kind of played very passively. We're actually taking a look back at some of their highlights. I think this is from game number 1 where they had an incredible, I think they had like 7 eliminations or so. They got that victory royale. But Vivid, this is the kind of aggressive play we want to see from these guys. This is how they score points and deliver us quality Fortnite.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we haven't seen much more of that like aggression in that end game from this trio yet. You know, something that I want to point out is that they always have a car when they're leaving Lazy Lake, and they usually have the upgraded tires. So they make very, very good rotations in those first and second zones. And basically what that allows them to do is it allows them to get into very, very good positions for almost the rest of the game. Now, what's surprising is that even though they are finding themselves in those very, very good positions after first and second zone, I don't really necessarily think that they are converting on the third and fourth zones, maybe even into that half zone mark where they are, you know, known for taking that high ground. Like, look at this. They are up here on this tower here with such an advantage over the rest of the lobby because being all the way up this high allows them to basically be able to rotate to anywhere they want, and they still have access to that car that they used all the way from Lazy Lake. So I think there just needs to be a little bit of a change in the conversion from those very, very good positions that they find themselves in into that later game, because after game 1, like we saw, they had high ground after, like, in game 1, they did a very, very good job of it then. So if they can just find that rhythm again and, you know, replicate that, then they will be doing very, very good for themselves.
Oh, well, okay. Right. This is super interesting.
I told you, he's not going to let us live it down.
Let's not talk about first position because that one's sorted. Second, third, we look down the table here as well.
Wow.
Honestly, guys, I mean, look at that, 156 points. I mean, that's a strong. I mean, for me going into the last game now, you know, fourth position, which is actually Saf and co, need to get at least 32 points just to get close to that top score. So I think they're safe. They're safe now. But Saf, Stretch, Avery, we saw in that last game. They went aggressive. Stretch, I mean, clutched up, had an incredible like 4 eliminations, I think it was, before the end there, which gave them those extra elimination points. They got the victory royale under their belt, of course, from earlier on, 124 now. Now they are way above and beyond as well. They're 18 points away from 5th place. So the top 4, it all comes down to the top 4. In the last game, we saw a couple. I think Dusky's trio went out pretty early on as well. Didn't kind of get any standing points. So Viv, I mean, for me, man, this is the tale. This is the 4 musketeers, but which one is going to come out on top?
You know, it's going to come down to the wire. It comes down to that last game. We were mentioning how the last 2 games are the most entertaining to watch in our opinions, and now we're down to just 1, which, with a leaderboard like that, a leaderboard that looks like that at the top, man, this last game is going to be something that's so very interesting to watch. But something that I wanted to point out, again, talking on that Saf, Stretch, and Avery topic, was that they actually have the 2nd most placement points on the day. They have 86 right now, only being beat out by, you know, Reverse, Mira, and Day, who have 96. But truthfully, like, if Saf, Stretch, and Avery can find themselves some more elims, then they can 100% find themselves up there with Miro, Reverse, and Day on that first place slot.
Yeah, and I think it's great. It's fair to say as well, that trio as well. We've got a spotlight here, actually. Miro spotlight, 20 solo points today, 15 eliminations. I mean, the trio we know are exceptional. But what do you make of the time alive and the unassisted limbs as well, Vivid?
I mean, the unassisted elims is something that speaks of volumes right here. 11. I believe they have, I think it was 30 elims as a trio. 11 of them he's done pretty much by himself. Like, Mira is somebody that is very, very good at taking advantage of the space that Reverse gives him. Reverse typically carbs ahead, finds these very good layers, and Mira just absolutely obliterates the rest of the lobby with those good positions that Reverse finds him. You can always see him. He's sneaking in behind people. He's breaking those wooden walls that are so easy to break because they only have 150 HP. He just takes advantage of those, breaks them real quick, and hits them with a nice purple pump headshot. You know, and it's just so much damage that they can't even recover from, and Miro just finds so many of those elims, 11 of them unassisted. That's crazy.
Yeah, I would say as well, going into like the fundamentally, the biggest comparison between Miro's trio and Saf's trio is these are players with that experience, which I think it plays such huge dividends in this situation. Obviously, Saf and Co won the reboot round last at FNCS as well. The pressure's on; those guys deliver the goods, and I can't wait to see what happens in this final game.
Oh man, boys, we've got one last game here in NA East in qualifier number 2. It is time. We're going back into game with Aussie Antics and Monster D-Face one last time in NA East. Let's get ready for the action.
There it is. The tension is rising. The stage is set, and here we have it. It's a race for top 3. I mean, Adam said first place is squared away. I don't really feel that sentiment. I think Miro, Day, and Reverse UK still have to put up a game here. They have to get at least 10 to 15, maybe 20 points to be absolutely solidified up top. Because if they fall now and they finally have that one game that just doesn't go their way, it's all over, right? I still think, Aussie, that we're very much on shaky ground here.
We are on shaky ground. I've just seen the team that's in third place gunning for that top spot. Dusky, he pulls a purple pump out of the bunker chest. It's those little things that have big swings on the leaderboard. There is 30 potential points for first place, with each elimination worth 2. Daymir and Reverse, yes, they're about 20 points clear, less than 20 points clear of third place. They go down early on low points. Nobu Beef, Dom both make top 5 with a couple of limbs. That's all it takes. There's teams on their heels. And when you have Saf, Stretch, and Avery as the team in 4th place, looking outside in, that is when you're scared, because that is a team that can drop a victory out probably more consistently and reliably than any other team. They already have one today. All they need to do is make it another one, and they've already taken your spot.
Yeah, and equally for second and third, that same 20-point gap in distance to first that they have, that's the struggle for everyone else catching on up. Our top 10 is so close here, so a lot of teams are very much realistically in the running here. One big pop-off is all it takes. We saw Crip do it early on in those opening rounds there. Game number 1 in particular, I said, don't let him slip out of your mind. That's the kind of pop-off performance that is going to set you up and give you the momentum, and they've rode it. They've taken that momentum straight into the last game here. They're in 6th place. One more of those, and they nullify the entire 20-point lead that these other teams have built up in front of them, and that's why I'm saying you can't count out these teams in top 10.
And it's interesting to see as well. I would have thought Peterbot's team was here. I know Nick, or I believe it was No Booth, has taken the socials to talk about how his drop has been contested, or their loot spot's being taken, all the loot out of it. So if they've got that uncontested when it's normally contested, they find a bit more loot, that's the extra push they need to take potentially their 4th or 5th place they've already gotten today into a 1st or a little bit higher, because that's all they need. As we've already seen the game, Tahi, Sprite, Clicks, Booger, Bizzle fight going down. Saw them in the feed, things are going backwards and forwards as Miro is not slowing down. Adam was confident, and honestly, I respect the confidence as well, because it's very unlikely that team has a bad game, but you still got to be a little bit nervous until they start to put those eliminations on the board. They're not letting up. They're clearly still playing the game the way they want, as Avery gets a purple pump out of the bunker chest as well. That is a big swing. All these teams we're seeing in the top 4 are honestly getting really good loot luck right now, and that's just even scarier for everybody else.
Yeah, that's just setting the stage for them. It's setting the stage for us to have a really good game to cast over, where we don't know who's going to be able to be in that top 3 there. This format really does just end up resulting in such excitement that you can't find anywhere else. And again, it's for the final spot, right? This is what they are battling for, that spot at the finals, to sit at the elite table, to be amongst the best of the best in the region. Every region has to offer. Here's, again, Sprite, Gabe, Tahi. This spot looking pretty open. Okay, so they have it to themselves now this time, and it's because they have the Elims here. One of the trios of Clicks and company seems to have gotten away here from them, slipped out through the cracks. But again, with how early in the round this is virtually an uncontested drop and 3 points for them.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the 2 eliminations on the board, so it looks like they've wiped out 2 of the 3 of Clicks, Booga, Bizzle. I don't know which ones it was, but it's unfortunate. We haven't really been keeping count of this spawn fight. I'm sure people have behind the scenes. I'm sure social media is freaking out and they're enjoying the show here. But either way, the points. Gabe, Ty, and Sprite got a victory out last game, though. And that was when they walked out of this fight early. So it means if they walk out of here early again, potentially going to walk out with even more points. They could get a victory out, consolidate more of the points from the top of the leaderboard. So this is highly, highly relevant, even though they're not up there. 79 points puts them in a decent spot. They have been having a good tournament for how often they've made it off spawn, but they're in 16th place. So can they take more points from that top 3 again?
Definitely. I am curious to see who's going to be able to take away those points, who's going to be walking away with it. You can see the point breakdown there, just how everything's going to unfold. And this is why when I was talking about those heal-offs, those little stealing away, staying alive just longer, that 4th to 24th place Aussie in particular is so crucial. It's going to be the most crucial part about this entire thing here. Who can stay alive the longest? Who can ride that wave the longest? And there's, again, it just comes down to a matter of every single engagement, every single instance is going to mean so much more. If you can get finals here and now, you're sitting pretty. You're cruising your way through. You don't have to go through the stress of playing the semis, right? That is what these players are hoping to skip, avoid, right? And just lock away from the back of their minds here.
Yeah, it's guaranteed money once you get to those finals. And if you look at it right now, it's our 17th and 18th place teams from round 4 of Qualifier 1 last week. So Day's team coming in 17th, Nobu Boost in 18th. But then you did have our team of Dusky, Dom, and Spade right up there in 6th place. They've dealt with the pressure and they fell just short. As yet again, potentially, we might be watching the fight that could cause our team to fall short here as Nick FN's held up. They've got a really nice base going, but they're dropping the gas cans. This team is playing aggressive. They want to knock the second place team out. I doubt they know a second place team, or if they do, they're just trying to get their points on the board as Nanolite's team on 61 points is down there. But either way, if you're a Nick FN, Nobu Beef, or Lupian fan, you are nervous right now. They're not in zone, they're being held, and they're in a very precarious spot.
Yeah, definitely. They got this bridge here, but this is all they need, right? It's the high ground, being able to look down on the opponents here and really control the pace of this fight here. Zone is coming, though, so they're very much on the clock here. And this is going to come down to a matter of a 3-2-1 onto a metal cone, but luckily, it was fully built out, so it wasn't broken into so easily.
Wasn't broken into, and they're playing a bit defensive here. They can't really afford to play offensive because that's the risky part, but that's kind of what they need to do as well. That's what really does separate teams like this from Damir and Reverse, who play as if they're in last place when they're going into their final games, playing for the win, as Coop, Adams, and COD Genesis just spraying into this fight. We talked about how many fights they took earlier, how many eliminations they got on the board early, despite their drop spot. It looks like they're doing it at Holy Hedges, and this is a smart fight. They need to jump up. They need to have a huge game to get top 3, and they're already in zone, and they're taking this fight in a position where almost no other team could third party or get involved. So even though this looks messy, honestly, for a team that needs to take this fight, I respect it.
Yeah, listen, I'm all on board for it. They have a gap to close. They have to catch up here. A big game will be the difference maker. And honestly, if you're not playing for first, then why are you in the competition, right? So you have to take risks. Nothing good comes without taking some risk. You have to believe in yourself. Coop, Adams, Todd Genesis, they can absolutely do this here. Down they go. Looking for any angles here. They still, again, have control of this situation so far as it's playing out. Fear, NQs, and Shark, though, waiting nearby. Just trying to see if they can force them on in, right? Bring them into their domain and honestly go for those box fight shotgun exchanges, but they're not having it.
they're not having. I potentially want to see Adams even maybe use that vehicle. They drive that vehicle into the bottom of that base. They blow it up. That's really going to expose that box, but they know which one they're in. They are kind of all on top of each other. I have to think they have extra material, maybe. I think they're just playing the box, like you said, to maybe pull out a defensive advantage. But right now, COD Genesis, Coop, and Adams are doing a good job to split this one off. But if they make one wrong step, and as I mentioned, small chance of getting third party, they have been here long enough. They've made enough noise that another team is now pushing in from the edge of Holly, and now this gets dangerous. Now it gets ugly, and all of a sudden what was a good fight turns into a bad one.
Yeah, and they have Firebow and everything in between. That's just too much arsenal, a little too much of the heat here being brought in. Might as well back on out of the kitchen. They're sitting on top of these O builds too, so Adams is honestly raising the threat factor here, putting in shots, is bringing more attention. He has to go back to back up his teammate, and now it seems like they're fully committed here. This is not looking good at all, as they do not have heals. Aussie, like, they should have just gotten out and keeping a low profile, but they take the fight here. Suscript goes down though, so hold up. They might be able to make something of this. Both of these shambles trios are now committing into the fight here.
This is what I expected to see last game. This is what I thought we're going to see. Teams just going for it. They need to full send it. They need to get points on the board. Even if that fight in any other circumstance might not be a wise one, that's what they need to put on the board, as we have another team now over towards Holly. Are going to maybe see these builds, maybe make their way over, because I think there's still 3 teams in this. There's technically 3 teams. We got a trio, solo, and a solo. So that could be Gabe Tahi and Spry coming out of Sweaty. That's a good call there, as this fight is still breaking down with our second place team. They are still up there. 135 points is what they're on, and they're getting a fight engaged onto them. This could be it right here. If Nobu Beef, Lupian, and Nick FN go down, I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to their top 3. And no, Lupian goes down. It's all up to this. Nobu Beef and Nick FN need to hold on. They need to kind of resist the pressure. They've got a knock as well. They're going backwards and forwards, but even this might be enough, Monster. Even if they get these eliminations, even if they get out with Lupian being down, this could be what cost this team getting their top 3 and their guaranteed qualification. You talked about it. This is skipping semis and reboot round as Nick FN comes around the corner, misses the shot. It's all down to Nick, the solo player. Oh, he's got the pressure on him right now. He needs to make something big happen, and this is disastrous for our team here.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I can't help but think this was not the right call. This was not the fight they wanted to take. There was too much on the line for them. It could have just started off as a very innocent battle for Surge, but look at what happens when you get the wrong team on the other side. They are now out of the competition, and we're going to have to keep an eye on who can break into that top 130 spot, right? That's what's on the line there.
Yeah, they finished that one, and I think after the eliminations, they got around 137-ish, I believe. We'll have to keep an eye on it, but that's the pace now. That's what's being set, because our third place team going into this game on 129, they're still up. Our first place team on 156 is still up. You still have Saf on 124, so I do not think 137 is going to hold. Saf, Stretch, and Avery, if they've seen that in the feed, this is their moment, because they've got an almost 20-point lead on 5th. So this really is right now the story of Saf, Stretch, and Avery. Can they jump up and get into the top 3? Can Dom's team hold on? Can Day's team hold on? Or is Nobu Beef's team going to somehow get lucky enough that no one has a big game and jumps up? Because there's a lot of people with 30 points for a victory royale who can make this happen.
There's too many people in striking distance, and again, this is really, like you mentioned, going to come down to whether or not Saf, Stretch, and Avery stay alive long enough to, at the very least, confirm that they overcome their points. So, you know, it's a heartbreak situation here. This is the odds at them holding is just not looking slim at all. And that is just how quickly things can turn there. And that's why I said, even for our first place team, Daymare Reverse, you are not safe. That first place, that 20 points, it is so fragile. You can lose your leads. And the tension in that battle was at an all-time high for that second place team.
Yeah, I have to think if they saw that second place team go down in the feed, that's a big sigh of relief though, because that's one more spot that can't jump above you. But you're right, we've seen other teams jump up in the last minute. Last week we saw Dictate's team get a victory royale in game 6 to almost clutch it up, fall just short in 4th place. So it really can happen, but this is what you want to see if you're a Stretch, Saf, and Avery fan. And I know there's going to be a lot of you guys watching. They're in a good spot of zone. I hope they've got their Storm Surge managed, but only 65 players alive. And this has been due to Avery. They're in Weeping Woods, and it might not look like it. You've probably never seen the woods look like this. See all those burnt out marks? That is probably as a result of Avery's firebow. With these trees, they're all linked, they're all touching. If you set one on fire, the whole forest burns, and I think that was deliberate. They now have the sidelines to get damage and hold this position. This is a team that's not hiding. They like to try to play on the front foot. If you see them get high ground this game, I guarantee they are making it directly into the finals with the top 3.
Yeah, that's absolutely possible here. But for now, they still have a 13-point gap to go ahead and close in on that second place spot that is now available for them. That team falling of Nobu, Beef there in company. Again, just heartbreaking for them as they're watching on the sidelines. They're watching these other squads now, tuning into the broadcast most likely, just literally feeling the situation unfold out and praying that no one can take it away here. And again, the biggest threat is Stretch and company. They're looking phenomenal right now, right? The open field, the terrain, it's what they want it to look like. They have zone now. It's pulling up towards their way. They're on that outer edge. They'll get first dibs on the rotate because their current goes against, right, all the teams that would have to move on up. So this is, again, just all small factors playing into these top team spots right now. And it's playing favorably for them.
Yeah, and the only issue here is I don't know whether it'll play into Saf's team's favor or against them. There's a lot of random elevation in this part of the map. There's not like a Misty Mountains endgame zone, but you see those different hills, you see the spire areas. That is enough where a team can hold high ground, and there's not much you can do about it, no matter how much you want it. But on the flip side, if Saf's team can rotate, if they can position themselves properly and get one of those high ground positions, it just increases their win condition that much more, because they are a high ground team through and through, and that's what they're looking to try and take here. As we see, Carey's team has those peppers in the back pocket, seen how powerful they've been. This is a team on 111 points right now. They're in 6th going in, so they've kind of been the quiet stalkers at the back of the pack here, but very much in the running with those peppers as well to try and take a victory out here, because that's what's going to come down to. Who can get the victory out? Because nothing short of that is going to get some of these teams into that top 3.
Yeah, this is coming down to the actual win. Look at this, Dusky, Dom, and Spade now approaching, creeping up in that 137 mark there. The top 10 in NAEs has shifted more today than any previous round 4. The stats say it, but we feel it. You can just tell. Those first 2 games, the way the pace was set, we never saw a game literally unfold like that, and then creates so much less room between the top competitors that are competing in the competition. And it's carried all the way in. This is the first time now we're coming into these last games, and genuinely, we don't know who's going to be able to walk away with this right now. It's not anyone's game just yet, right? Like all these top 10 teams are still in striking distance.
And who's going to do it? Is it going to be the young teams on the block? Dusky, Dom, and Spade. I want to say young teams. They've been around for a while, but haven't had as much kind of time in the spotlight as what they're getting here in the last few weeks. They've been placing so consistently, but when it all matters, when it's the final game, will they crumble under the pressure against teams like Saf, Stretch, and Avery, players who have proven themselves on the biggest stages, World Cup, FNCS Grand Finalists? They really do have the pedigree to prove that they can stand up on these big stages, but Dusky, Dom, and Spade, the consistency they've shown through all rounds of these opens for the last 2 qualifying weeks has been incredible. They want to hold on to their spot, and they're in the lead. They have a little bit less pressure on them, but Saf's team is lurking just behind them, and they're all following the same rotate path. They're all going to get in on this incredibly congested side of zone. All it's going to take is one wrong step, one wrong move, a bow headshot, anything, and your dreams crumble. This is a qualifying week that truly feels like a finals, because top 3 goes straight through into finals. Guaranteed money, guaranteed chance to wield the axe of champions. You really can't ask for bigger stakes in this final game.
And what a super risky rotate here to go around the outside of the mountain instead of into the builds where everyone else sort of laid out that roadmap for them. They're going to be able to break themselves away from the pack, and it's all hands on deck right now as they're 100 damage below the surge. They have to now get through this play here and get into someone's box. They find a down player here. Dusky solves that. Yes, that was big. In goes Spade. Okay, nice. So the call out is here. They're coming on in. 2 knocks already now. This is massive for them. This is a refresher as well. Perfect situation as it all just falls into their hands by the decision making for going around that outskirt mountain. Risky play paid off.
Yeah, very risky play. If they didn't find those refresh, they didn't find those down bodies, that would have been a really, really ugly way to get their way back into this one, as this is a team right now that's been up there. This is our 5th place team. So another team that was within striking distance has been wounded. You have to imagine as a solo, I don't know if Crip's going to be able to pull this off. Things are looking even better for Saf's team. Nobu Beef's team gets to breathe, I want to say a sigh of relief. Let's say a breath. They're going to get a slight gasp, but they might be able to hold on to this top 3 if some of these other teams can't perform. But as I say that, Avery is performing, putting big damage down. They're playing aggressive. I talked about high ground, but they're going down low into the crypts to get these refreshes. And find it, but Avery gets pumped back. The momentum shifts in a heartbeat, and this is why people love and hate the pump shotgun in the meta. Everything was going right for Avery, and instantly it crumbles, but they might get the revive off. There's still a chance, but that was a scary, scary realization that their path to finals is not by any means secure.
No, and they're still behind. They're still 4 points behind where our second place team of Beef and Nick left off. They were just there. Lupian and company were so close. Again, they have a lead. They already have the lead, and these guys are just playing catch up. Avery gets caught up in the back line. He might get taken out. Saf's already lost his HP. The mountain's looking down. That's dictating users. They can see these players moving on down.
Yeah, they're having to push up into this. This is what I talked about with those big defensible positions. With this elevation, teams will be given that high ground position, and no matter how good you are at high ground, no matter how bad you want it, there's only so much you can do. Pandush's team is up there as well. On top of this, we currently have our 3rd place, 4th, 5th, and 6th team alive, but I believe our 1st place team, Day Reverse and Miro, have just fallen.
No.
Adam is starting to feel the nerves, the sweat, the beads of sweat might be dripping down. I think they should still have enough with 2nd place out, but you can't be 100% sure. You've still got 3rd to 6th in this, and they are so incredibly close.
Yeah, definitely. But listen, it just gets a little bit more closer now. It gets a little bit more constricted up here, up at the top for Dusky and Dom, as again, they still have to put up more points. Now, finally, they get to that 140 mark. These are where the big points start to play out. Remember how the format works. For every team that falls, placement points get divvied out here. Saf and company do make it over the hump. The most difficult part of the run is now over. They have broken past what was Beef, Lupian, and Nick's points there. They're at 137. They have to stay alive just an inch longer. Just a little bit closer is all they have to do here now, is stay in the game.
One more point will break them clear of Nobu, Beef, and Co. But is that going to be enough? Because everyone's still in this. We saw that Spade was down, though. So the team above them, Dom and Dusky, have been wounded. They are a duo trying to also hold on to their points. Saf, Stretch, and Avery need to kick up the pace. This is the team with all eyes on them right now. But no one is going down on this rotate. Dusky and Dom have been hit up a little bit. You see Crip still holding on as a solo, but he's pushing up onto the high ground. It's the only way he can go. He has to drop down. But Saf also getting lit up here as well. This is going to be intense. Saf needs to get off the minis, get off the medkit, and make a play. As Dusky and Dom, they're getting pinned down in their top. Dusky goes down. Dom is left as a solo right now. This is our 3rd place team. Everything relies on them, and they are out of this. Our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place team, I believe, have fallen. Dom does go down. 4th, 5th, and 6th are up. This is our highest point team right now that is still alive. Saf, Stretch, and Avery, they've done monumental things. They picked up Avery last minute to fill the big shoes of Zayd. Are they going to be making it straight through to the finals?
They're here, they're finding more, and now they officially get to break away a little bit further here, as again, more placement points are coming through. That's a knock as well that should be coming in just here shortly, but no! Saf gets caught on the backside, and he is down and out to the hands of Fatch. And that's it. Fatch's team is also in that top 10, so be wary here. Avery now by himself. Can he continue to clutch up? We saw him here before. He is out of material, though. Playing the wall here. For every instance he stays alive, that's more points. Top 6 here. That is more and more points. The Storm will do the rest, but it's still a top 4 performance there. Big clutches there. Every single step of the way now. It just matters here on high ground. It's a completely new team of justice dictating users with a monstrous game right now. 11 eliminations. They are trying their hearts out here to go ahead and come back.
And this is our team that just missed out on qualification last week as well. They came in 4th place. They were literally 1 place off, and they did it with a Game 6 victory royale, and it looks like they're going to try and double that up here as well. But we had Pam Stout, Carey, and Thatcher's team alive till the very end. They were in 6th place. Is it enough as User's team tries to close it out? I don't think they can secure top 3, but they're securing a reason why they should be favorites going into the semi-finals right now. 2v1 or 2v2, not still on the low ground. This is a good old 2v2. It's dropped down. It's in the water. The pumps come out. The air follow-up. Where are the players? Where are you shooting as they get a 14 elimination victory out? Monster. Such a monstrous game, but I don't think it was enough. Like, how heartbreaking. You just had one of the best games of your career, and you're going to fall just short.
Yeah, that's just criminal. That's just criminal. It shouldn't be allowed. It's unfortunate, but man, if they had just played a little bit better in one other game, you have to think that it could have been enough to at least be in that top 3 situation, that conversation. We already know that it's going to be close there. Ozzy, I can't call who's going to be that 3rd team, so we're going to have to find out. But again, that's pretty much going to be it from us here. Monster D-Face, and of course, Ozzy Antics calling all the action here. NAE was phenomenal. We're going to toss that over to the desk, so we got to hear from the boys so they can close out this region.
Thank you guys so much. Nail biter. We're down here to the wire. There's so many of these trios that we want to look to, we want to talk about, we want to see which have made it into the top 3. I think my biggest takeaway from the day is I'm just impressed. I'm impressed with NA East as a region, just holding on as long as every trio across the board, holding on as long as possible. We have to relive some of the victory round moments, relive the hype. In case you're just tuning in, this is the tail end of qualifier number 2. We just had 6 matches, and here are your 6 victory royales.
Yeah, we kick off with Avery, Stretch, and Saf here, who, you know, we knew were coming in hot off of round number 3 yesterday. They come into round 4 straight away. Eliminations, a top spot as well, a victory royale to kick things off. But very quickly, they started to be a bit more passive. Other teams started to come through. We see Smack Niddle here as well. Had a great day yesterday, survived some big games. And then COD Genesis and Co as well came in. Again, like, we've seen so many varieties of trios today who have excelled in any given situation, which, you know, as akin to Zeke's point here, we've got so many great teams currently representing the region.
Yeah, each of these teams that we've seen win these first 3 victory royales of the day here were at one point top 3 on the leaderboard. They had a shot. They set the stone for the day, but we haven't seen that final leaderboard yet. We don't know where everybody has ended up yet. It's going to be very, very interesting to see which of these teams have solidified themselves a spot in the finals. And then again, a really cool victory royale, to me at least, that we saw was Gabe, Sprite, and Tahi being contested at Sweaty Sands against a trio like Booga, Clicks, and Bizzle, and, you know, somehow scraping together enough stuff from Sweaty Sands to break out a victory royale, even when being tested. That's very, very impressive. And then the last victory royale of the day here to wrap it up, Users Justice and Dictate, somebody that we haven't seen a lot of, but they came and closed it out strong. And of course, you know, Adam. Oh, you know, Adam, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Boy. Oh, can't believe it. Well, I can believe it. You know, I can't. Well, look, this is I could say that I guessed my way to victory here, my own victory royale. But you know what? These fellas are consistent. All right, they are always doing incredibly well. Monster doubted me for a little bit, but they came back, and even though they went out pretty early, that's what we saw in the last game. Actually, we actually saw a lot of our top 3 teams didn't even make it into the final 10 teams. So there was a lot of opportunity there. But look who's in second place! They did it, man! I can't believe this. This is incredible. Saf and Co made it into the top 3. They've qualified for finals. This is awesome.
Yeah, tons of credit to Stretch there. That Game 5 solo clutch where he scraped together that second place for his trio. That had to have done it there. That he got them enough points to put them in striking distance of top 3, and them as a trio ended up closing it out there. Very, very impressed to see that they actually have the most placement points on the day with 107, just barely trailing in the elim category, which they kind of have like kind of all day. You know, if they can find themselves some more elims, you know, change up a little bit of their play style, these guys will do absolutely phenomenal, because having the most placement points means that you are very, very good at finding yourself in those good positional situations, which is what I talked about. Coming out of lazy, they always get in those good positional situations, but they just gotta get a couple more elims, and boom, their points are flying up.
Yeah, and you can see again, even on the second page here, we see up 11th to 20th place. There's a real mixture there of eliminations, everything from 21 to 14. But so everyone there is scoring points for eliminations. Placement points as well, I think, was the game changer today. Placement points really dictated who excelled and got into that top 10, who didn't. But as you said it once, we say it again, series points, it all goes towards the semi-finals later down the line. So regardless of finishing in that top 10 or not, if you've got enough points, hopefully you'll win that top 9, those top trios going into that semi-final weekend.
Well,
Yep.
boys, it's time. You know what this means. NA East is done, so we have to say goodbye. I know, it's so much fun hanging out here, watching these games. But Fortnite fam, we're not done. We have to go over to NA West for another 6 matches. If you want to stick around to check out those games, you absolutely should. As always, please make sure you follow Adam, Vivid, Ozzy, and Monster D-Face. These guys are so truly incredible. Please send them some love. And as always, we love you guys. Until next time, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus. What is going on, Fortnite fan? Welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. It's your boy Zeke. We're hanging out here in NA West for another 6 games here in qualifier number 2. We've got Shywager, we've got Kelly. That's right, it's your dynamic duo, your most favoriteest on the battle bus, and they're here to hang out with us today. Friends, how you guys feeling today?
Hyped, amped, Qual 2, NA West, we saw EU, we saw NA East, Brazil's been happening, OCE's in the business. All the regions are here to try to get to that top spot for the finals. Zeke, and NA West always does it right. How about you, Kelly?
Oh, I'm super excited and ready to go. And with that intro, Zeke, my goodness, I feel like I have a lot to live up to now.
Listen, I only speak truths, and the truth is, this is the best dynamic duo you ever seen in your whole life. Fortnite fam.
Whoa.
Get ready!
Trio, Zeke.
What?
Trio, you're here too.
Okay,
You're
I'll
here
take that.
too.
I'll take that. I mean, I'm everybody's trio, technically. But anyway, we got a lot to talk about here, okay? We're going to get into games in just a little bit, but us three, this best trio ever, will be breaking down a few things about the actual tournament as we get ready to jump into these games. So let's talk about the overall tournament format. As you guys know, we start things off in EU, jump over to NA East, and we end here in NA West. Now listen, this is a scary graphic. You see this? Are you overwhelmed? You don't have to be. Shh, Fortnite fam, I got you. Listen, we're going to qualifiers. That's right now, okay? Next, a little bit, a few weeks later, semifinals, right? Stay with me here. Reboot round after that. Last stop, finals. Pretty simple, but what you got to focus in on right now, qualifiers. We're in qualifier number 2, the left side of your screen. Shywager has got more details for you.
Yeah, let's stay more whelmed on the quals right here. There we go. A road to the finals, a road to the semis, and it all starts with 4 rounds in each qual. We're halfway there. We're in qualifier number 2 in that 4th round. 33 total teams playing through. We'll see exactly how they roll with. And the stakes are basically whoever hits the top 3 gets a road to finals. Who's ever the most consistent, the 99 other teams all through the qualifiers end up playing the semis, trying to go to the finals as well. So kind of a basic type format once you break it down. Nothing to be scared about. We're inside qual 2. We're looking for the top 3 today. To play a format, though, you're going to need points. That's one big thing. We'll have 6 games today, and those points you're about to see are going to be influential, absolutely, to see how these guys play these games.
Having the points can definitely help you win, Shio, and I think that's a strategy that they're going to be going for here. Not just eliminations, but of course those placement points. And you can see up in first place, if you walk away with a victory royale, you're going to be getting 30 points. And obviously you're not going to be getting 0 eliminations with that. You're going to be getting 2 points per elimination. And we saw it last week, some teams getting 13 elimination victory royales. That right there is 56 points. That's make or break. So it's exciting to see how these teams are going to be prioritizing placements versus eliminations coming into the second qualifier.
And at the end of the line, finals, money, notoriety, and of course, the Axe of Champions, an in-game pickaxe the trio will be able to hang on to and let the rest of the world know they are FNCS Trios champions. And that's right, we'll have champions across all 7 regions. But again, that's about a month from now, okay? Right now, we're focusing on qualifiers. We're focusing on the games out ahead of us. But first, we got to talk about another region. It's Brazil. That's right. They have wrapped up their games. We got to dive on into the standings, see how things went. We've got Hawk, Diamond with 2 Ds, and Spitflow here. 199 points. Shio, just a single point off of 200, man. So close.
So close. And over here, man, Brazil was just powerful and fiery to watch. You have that second place team, Beto Todoroki, German, and Fasu. These guys were rolling in, starting off the day, 2 back-to-back victory royales in games 2 and 3, double-digit elims on that game 2. Clear winners and kind of first place holders the whole time. The Hawk, Diamond, and Spitflow story, you can see they have no VRs. It's that classic May or Miro Day reverse 2K type story where they played very consistently the entire day. Always had, you know, that top 10 placement, spar 1 game that got them first and third place. It was kind of a battle in the last game between King's Trio and then you have Zitz as well. They ended up coming 9th and 10th. 10th place for that 3rd place team that kind of held on to their spot overall and then qualified through in the top 3. So that was crazy to see from Brazil. It was just an awesome action all the way towards the top side of the leaderboard.
I love to see it. Now, of course, we do have to kind of shift our attention back here to NA West, the beast that is... I tried. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the highlights coming out of yesterday's games. Remember, this is round number 4, so we already had round 1 through 3 wrap up. So, friends, talk to us about these trios that we need to be keeping our eyes on.
Well, first and most importantly, Batman Booga. We saw him perform incredibly well last week with Sake and Waylay, but they had an incredible performance in round number 3 there. They got 2 victory royales, and even more impressive than that, they had an average placement of 10th right there. Most of their games that they were able to walk away above the 10th place mark right there, and grabbing some eliminations as well. They had a great performance.
Yeah, they ended up at that top spot, as Kelly said, by 1 point overall, though, which was the craziest thing. So it was definitely very close in West. And you can see here, as Kelly was saying, Sake, Batman Booga, and then Wally, just the synergy these guys have in total, and getting their Elans is huge. Next team over, though, OJ, Evo, and Buzzleberry, they were also in that top 5, and they had a phenomenal performance as well.
3 victory royales for this team right here, an average placement of 7th. In fact, they had so many good games. One of those victory royales was with 15 eliminations there. And then, of course, to round out the top 10 games that they had to play, they finished it up with another victory royale with 8 eliminations, constantly taking height, taking those down on the low ground, and not really running into too many issues.
Absolutely not. That 3VR kind of shows you which team to follow. It to be this team when it comes to looking at round 4's games. They're a lot harder. If you get a lot of wins in that earlier round, it just shows that you have the experience in the day at least, or on the weekend, to kind of come in next afterwards and then do even better in round 4. Now we're looking at, you know, one of the top teams, honestly, into this weekend. It's Favs, Snacky, and then you got his team in on the side as well, rolling in Kenshi. These guys are looking so good overall, and played last time in CS pretty well as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they're doing. Last week, it wasn't the best performance that we ever saw out of them, but they definitely have another opportunity coming here. A big thing that we kind of don't really talk too much about is that 6 of the best teams this region has aren't competing this week. So a lot of these teams that kind of fell by the wayside last week are now going to have an even better opportunity and hopefully claim their spot in the finals in just a few weeks.
I like that. Talking about trios shining, because interesting point of note here, we have 12 returning trios coming out of last week's Qualifier 1 that are coming back to try their hand at either placing top 3 or rack up more series points, and 5 of those were in your top 10. So I like this word you're using, Kelly. Trios looking to shine today, looking to show us what they've got, and basically say, look, if we can make it to finals, this is why you should get behind us and choose us, or stan us, if you will. Let's talk about predictions, which trios we think will come out the #1 spot today. Now, I'm curious to see what you guys had, because, well, Shayo, Kelly, you guys have a similar pick, so I don't know if one of you copy-pasted, or, you know, maybe one of you was like, no, that's not right. Me. I believe that. I believe that. Okay,
I blind picked after. I would say this is a fusion for the first time, because usually me and Kelly are head to head. We're always at each other's teeth. We're like, hey, you know, this trio, that trio. But this time I feel like we both have the vibes in sync as to who we think is going to win out this week. Why is that, Kelly?
Because Gotenks is stronger than Goten and Trunks alone, so why not have them fuse together and have a more powerful beam? Okay. But Symmetrical, Caden Knox, and Turtle Tavern, obviously at a first glance look, they got 4th place last week. Of course you're going to pick the team that was the one so close to beat. But on a counter argument, they got 33rd place in round 3. They almost didn't even make it into round 4. However, out of those games that they did play, they had an incredible performance. They actually only played 7 out of the 10 games that were possible, and out of those games they placed, the lowest that they placed was 15th, and that was once. Beyond then, they placed top 10 every time. They grabbed so many eliminations, even when they dropped down in 15th place. So this team right here, I think that they're going to be the big team to beat. But look at what Sundown picked: Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky. Definitely a big team coming in, and Shayo Yuzu said one of the best teams that North American West has to offer.
Yeah, the fighting prowess, just the aggression this team kind of holds out whenever they get pressured. They clap back, and, you know, with the pressure that's available on NA West at all times, you want to be able to pick a team like that in terms of the way Sundown is rolling into things. Clay as well, picking the team that came in first round 3. It's very smart, you know, valuable effort in trying to tackle predictions with Batman, Booga, Wale, and Sake. They're running in. We talked about them a little bit, but for both Sundown and Clay, I feel like they're going to have not much to say at all when it comes to the Shayo Kelly combination of predictions. I mean, Symmetrical, you're talking about 33rd place, Kelly. It's because these guys basically just, you know, got out of the shower last second. They're like, oh yeah, we need a qual. My bad. Let's just come 33rd. No big deal. Round 4 is where it actually matters. So that's what's going to be happening.
They literally tied.
We're going to be chilling. Yeah,
they had 113 points with 4 other teams. It was so close for them to not qual.
It's a movie moment. It's for the entertainment value. They know what we want to see. It's simple maths, really. It's very obvious.
Okay, so are we dubbing you guys Shelly or Kelly O, or what's... Shelly sounds
like
pretty cool.
Kelly O, actually.
Shelly it is. Okay, Shelly, let's talk about, we have a couple minutes here to kind of, before we get into games. Kelly, you specifically talked about the top 6 trios out of NA West are kind of removed from the pool. The next time we'll get to see them is all in finals, right? So what do you guys think is going to be happening in these 6 matches? Like, I'm talking about specifically like things like POIs potentially uncontested or just straight up empty, as people like Rex and his trio aren't there.
Yeah, we know that Sweaty Sands is going to be uncontested right now by Batman Booga, which is going to be a big deal for him. Also, I believe we have Little going over in Dirty Dogs as well. A lot of these potentially contested spots are now free, and especially free from the 6 biggest teams that NA West have to offer. I'm sure we are still going to have contested drops, that now a lot of these big names are no longer covering these POIs, and people are going to think, well, now this is my opportunity to shine here. But I'm wondering if we're going to see anyone drop Slurpee and take an interesting strategy that we saw earlier today.
I think that's a EU classic to watch out for. Not sure if NA West wants to go down that drain, but for me, it's kind of more mathematical. I've got the analyst pen here, but so far, I want to dub this the golden black hole phenomenon, where basically anyone who's near that top spot, the top 3, the golden players are getting sucked up every week. I think it's the most unique thing for NA West, right? I don't actually see competitions that much where the top players aren't performing crazily. With 6 now gone, I think it's going to be the most unique of NA West, most unique week of NA West to watch out for. And some of the teams that might be a little bit lower on the scale might have a chance, some room, since that golden black hole is sucking everything up, all the big teams away from the competition to actually perform. So keep an eye out for those underdogs.
But I really don't think we're going to see anything too unique here. I still think that this is going to be high ground versus low ground. High ground's going to play it safe, and then they're going to be like, oh, right, we need eliminations. They're going to drop down, and maybe we might get 1 or 2 games where the low ground wins. But we saw one of our best low ground teams they qualified last week, so now I think it's pretty much just going to be high ground. Everyone's going to be sticking to the high ground. I don't think we're going to see too crazy of strats right now because it's NA West and there's only 1 more week of qualifiers left. Yes, we do have the points that you can earn through the tournament series, but I think you don't want to be one of those teams in the next week where you're like, oh, we have to get in now. If you can get in week 2, you're safe.
Yeah, that is absolutely not where you want to be, right? If we can make it to that top 3, that was a great time, or we have to hope to God we can do it next week. But that's enough from us for right now. We'll be back between games to break down all the action. For now, let's kick it over to Clay and Sundown, as they will be our eyes in the sky. Gentlemen, say hello.
Hello there, and thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between to the Chapter 2, Season 6, FNCS Qualifier number 2. It's the last region of the day, NA West. My name's Sundown, joined by the fantastic, as always, Clay Stelling. And Clay, how you doing today, man?
I am so good. You're too kind to me. You are fantastic as always as well. Look at that hair. Just look at that background setup as well. It looks so good. You got a little poster behind you as well. Now, I am so excited. Every region since this new format has been amazing. Every week has been amazing. Last week, I think, was some of the most hyped games that me and you have called in a long time. So I'm really excited to see what West is going to do. And you know, Kelly and Shio, yes, they may have fused, but they don't know that me and you fused a long time ago. We've got our eyes on some very, very particular picks for a very good reason.
I know, you have to come to the defense of that, because while it looks very easy to pick the trio who is just 2 points away, and in the very final moments got to take it away from Symmetrical on an absurd individual run. If you haven't checked it out, go watch the ending of Match 6 from Qualifier 1. I promise you, as Clay said, we're screaming the entire time. But in terms of my pick coming through with Kenshi, Snacky, and Favs, so just a slight correction, there's only 5 teams in the West who've been taken out of the pool, because the second place team out of the FNCS from last season actually ended up disbanding. Kenshi and Snacky are 2 of those members. They added Favs, and that's why I'm honestly pulling for them. I'm looking to see a big result out of them. And Clay, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, Batman Booga coming in 9th place last week in round number 4, comes out, gets first place going into round number 3. Now, I know first place in round number 3 does not always come with the best results in round number 4. But like you said, there's a lot of top teams out, and we know they have uncontested Sweaty Sands. We saw what Arkham, Epicwell, and Rex did with it last season. That's such a big POI to have uncontested, And if you're able to get any of the area near it as well, ooh, it's gonna be scary to deal with.
Yeah, there's lots of paths out of there. In particular, again, talking about last week, we saw that Batman Booga, Stake, and Wale had trouble off of those early game fights. Once they were able to clean it out, yeah, they made the end game no problem. But in, like, I think the last 3 or 4 of the games, we saw them knocked out almost immediately. And if not knocked out, then at least dragged to the very brink, force C, reboot, grab a shambles route, kind of rotate around the outside. And as much loot as there is kind of in that area, you don't want to be forced there because there's always somebody on that western side of the map who's looking to cut all the way in. But enough from us, enough of the prep talk. It's time to get into the action. Here we go, NA West, the final region, and we're starting out with Larry the Llama hanging out in the swamp. Shout out to Q-Ray. Pulling a little bit there, but we'll get a look at the map here. And you said Sweaty Slan's uncontested.
Ooh.
Looks like that's not going to be the story, as we see one team there, and it looks like we have 2 teams out towards the far west side. So we're going to want to keep an eye on kind of what happens on the western side of the map. You also see the southeast with 2 llamas on the peaks by Caddy Corner, about 3 or 4 teams heading that way. 2 teams down by Misty as well. So a couple early game fights here, Clay.
Yeah, very surprised seeing out of Sweaty Sands. I would love to know exactly who that trio is contesting. We talked about Craggy as well. It is a very strong POI. I believe Tukey and Spidey's trios landing up there, going to be fighting each other off of spawn. I know Reet said they wanted to land near Caddy Corner, but I'm surprised that they're moving that far away. And to see where Symmetrical is going, this little island was by the yacht seasons ago, but since has not really had the prowess. Steamy Stacks, however, has turned in from one of my least favorite POIs on the map to one of my most favorite. It just has so much potential this season with the bunker chests all around. But for everybody just joining, quick little stat for y'all. Symmetrical had 60% of his trio's elimination in qualifier number 1. That's the highest of any player. And so that's what Sundown was saying. Go watch that. Go watch those games because they popped off.
It was the difference of 1 single elimination at the end. He was stuck in a box, ended up picking up a double elim with the siphon necessary to get all the HP, but unfortunately couldn't do it. Now we're going to swing over. Mangoes, Kaboo, and Pelican hanging out by the sands. They're the ones who are going to say hello. Might be able to drive him off right away. Mangoes hitting 2 early 22 tags, going to get some nice damage there. See that they're rotating back over to the eastern side, and they're going to be happy with that. And we saw a lot of early contention coming out from Kaboo, Pelican, and Mangoes last season, and they're no stranger to these early game fights, knowing what they need to do to get the tags, not afraid to take them, back off, get the resources they need, and then go play later on in the game. So I like this adaptation, them saying like, no, you're not going to get one of the best POIs completely uncontested. We can at least force you to split, and that's what they've done. So now we're going to swing on over. You can see Tukey and his trio under a little bit of pressure here, and after, actually, as I say that, they've already picked up 3 eliminations, Clay.
And they have, and I believe it was on the Spidey's trio, because we talked about Spidey does like to land here. If you're thinking of NA West and Craggy Cliffs, it's going to be Spidey who every single time will land here, or it's going to be Frappe, it's going to be Krizix, and it's going to be their trio mate there, right? I mean, that's where they landed last week. That's how they ended up getting that qualification spot secured. So now that Spidey doesn't have to worry about that, still another team there, and Reed, I think, going to be the last one. No, his team is there, but look how far split they are. They talked about this one on social media. They like this split. Reed's going to have to pull something very, very big out of this hat. He does have the weapon to do so, though. Epic AR, rare pump shotgun shot's going to come through, but he misses. No, every single shot is going to miss, and Reed had an opportunity to take one of these players down, but Fikoi, Godku, and Brian are going to eliminate him.
Very uncharacteristic miss from Reet there. You saw him looking to try and get that quick edit right around the corner into the blue pump. It would have done enough damage if it could have hit the pellets and knew the immediate epic AR swap, but instead he's going to get punished here, and immediately you see Falconer and Chris try and put enough distance between that, knowing that if the shakedown is there, the position will be slightly revealed, and realistically they have to leave, and that's a really unfortunate situation to be in here in match 1.
It's not what you want to see. And we saw Falconer, Reed, and Chris play week number 1, and they landed at that orchard split. So now trying a different split. We know Caddy Corner has been in priority this season because of the peppers that you can get from there. You get a lot of them, and those rotations are so powerful. You saw Shio and Reese kind of break it down in EU, how that team was able to do it. It's just so good. But if you're not able to get together as a team before that caddy team pushes you as a weather station team, you're just going to keep going down like that time and time again. So I'm intrigued to see their adaptation as they move through these games. Now over to Semi Stacks, we've got a little bit of a trio just hiding on out here. I think waiting for their trio mate to make a move, get back here. And this is an interesting spot for them to be in. But this rotation just actually got buffed on now with the addition of that Guardian Tower.
And it is just so strong to be able to go off of that, kind of take the late glide, be able to kind of set your positioning. Positioning means so much in Fortnite. And in this season in particular, when there's a lack of mobility and when it comes to utility that is in there, there's no more bounce pad, there's no more launch pads, there's no shock waves. Like, they're all taken out. It's mainly reliant on the peppers, on cars, on sometimes a unique combination of hot fish and the dub. Some people getting the spicy fish and holding them for late game. Like, there's not a ton of options, which makes any form of utility just that much stronger when you're able to utilize it.
And even the cars with chonkers, and now around the map, some of these cars will spawn with chonkers on them. And that's even its own little meta, right? Because the slurp trucks as well can spawn with them. I've had many games where those vehicles will spawn with chonkers on them, and the slurp truck is not there. So you've got to be able to plan around these things happening in your game that you're not prepared for. And a lot of these players are ready for it. That's how they get here. They are so good at adapting. Hyper, Clockstick, and Pearl, though, gonna need to adapt to this push from Nate, Cube, and Grover. This is not a spot, though, that I would want to fight in, just because look how many players are going to come through. They're fighting because they've got that pinch, and they're near Slippery Swamp, so they can put the damage down, and if they take too much damage, they can dip back into it and heal on up. But they're getting good tags done now. This looks good for them.
Some good pressure from Cube there, and you saw a little bit of kind of that 1-2-3 moment. It's something you'll see in a lot in trios. If they get position and the enemy isn't necessarily aware, they'll have two people crouch down, wait for the first shot accuracy that come out of those mechanical ARs, call out to the teammates, 1-2-3, then boom, both try and fire. Because with Fortnite, these players react so incredibly quickly, able to throw those builds out and block them off, that even just getting those damages through, it's so rare that you're going to be able to catch somebody out without one of kind of those rare mechanical bows, the blue and up mechanical bows getting a headshot. You don't necessarily have that one-shot potential. So early on, you're just looking to trade out as much damage as you can to kind of avoid the threat of Storm Surge that we'll start talking about around that third zone. As right now, Grover, Nate, and Cube just going to take whatever one of those trades, shield back up, and get on the rotation away from that outside edge, because as you said, there's going to be a bunch of players rotating around there.
And because it's Slurpy Swamp, and so I like that, because there's not going to be as many players on that west side of zone. It's just a smaller side for players to potentially be. I like that they've disengaged that way. And as you can see, Mangoes, Kaboo, and Pelican, nobody really around them other than the team right below. There's a team on the drop. We talked about how they've kind of adapted the way they play Sweaty Sands. But on the contrast, so did Batman, Booga, and company. They disengaged almost immediately. Well, last week, we would have saw them fight that fight every single game, and now have disengaged. Triggy actually going to be the one down below. This is an interesting position to play around, right? You do get that rotation in the zone, but it's a lot easier to spray these players out this season and get these tags. So I'm intrigued by how they're positioning up. As you see, they are going to go ahead and rotate through. They're not going to try to use that little launch pad up above on the Guardian Tower. And now we get a chance to look at Temple, Zinx, and Little. This was your pick from last weekend, Sundown.
Yes, they were my pick last week, and through the first 4 matches, they had a rough go of it, to the point where I was sitting there lamenting a little bit having predicted them. However, game number 5, an absurd victory royale where they're able to rack off double-digit eliminations, and then they followed it up with a second place in the 6th match, where we saw so many, the top 4 teams all ending up in the top 6 in that match, and yet they were able to push through for a top 2, and they finished, I believe it was 5th or 6th last week. I'll go back and double check. Don't have it right in front of me. But I mean, it was a lot of momentum going in. So they're looking to carry it through here, picking up an early elimination onto Vallejo, and then just rotating through the zone, knowing they're going to be safe from that first storm surge, which is going to start to rear its head, and these guys are going to have to start thinking about it once this rotation ends up finishing off. Those are the chonkers there. Those are the bigger tires you see on the car. Kind of adds a little bit of additional mobility and makes going over certain parts of terrain a little faster, depending on which vehicle you're in. But the one thing to note here is there's still 70 or 90 players remaining. 20 players will have to go down for that first round storm surge. Only 2 full trios have been eliminated. NAW continuing the trend of having very passive gameplay in the first couple games of each round.
I'm always surprised by that because everyone thinks of NAW as this super hyper aggressive region, but every single time that we broadcast them, those first 1, 2, 3 games, so passive. You see, the Storm Surge threshold is going to be so high for NAW for this game, for next game, and I think even going into game 3, that a lot of players, if you don't have a player with good bow aim, if you don't have those AR tags, you are going to struggle. And we'll see that out of uncontested POIs like Steamy Stacks, which is where Symmetrical is going to land. I am worried about them because, yes, while they did get 4th place last week, it took them a little bit longer to turn online than we would have wanted. And in that last game, and there's Kadenox actually going to go down as we're mentioning it there. Unfortunate from them. We'll see what they're able to do, though, to put it back in their favor. That's going to be Vert taking them down. But that last game, they waited so long. They played low ground. And like you said, it just wasn't enough. They didn't get enough eliminations. They didn't go too aggressive soon enough. So I want to see them adapt because we know Symmetrical, an amazing team leader, an amazing player. But can they do it coming into today?
And somebody who, as you said, excelled in the low ground when we saw him typically playing high ground in the other seasons, largely due to the team change, now hopping on board. My prediction here, Favs, then extra Kenshi and Snacky TSG Favs, that is. You can see a strat we saw over in Europe as well, and it's something that typically has one team doing it in the region. The Spire is so high up vertically, and there's so many kind of changes of verticality around it, that you have great sightlines when you get all the way up to the top, and you basically get a free rotation into the next zone because it's so far central as well. So what this allows teams to do, you kind of just walk all the way up to the top, use whatever minimum amount of builds you want, and just start throwing shots down towards people. You sit there with the first shot accuracy, and you go pixel hunting, and you look and you're like, I think that one moved. Wait, that's a person? Yep. And you start adding up, but those 20 and 40s will slowly put them above that threshold. Now we're going to hop on over. We see Timbers Ralphnar, Ticken, and Robbins already sitting on 4 elims here, so definitely being the most aggressive trio in the lobby so far, and you can kind of see why with that loadout.
Yeah, you come in with an epic shotgun and that rare primal AR. Personally, one of my favorite weapons this season. I think definitely more powerful in that 80-meter range than this mechanical AR you do see here on Robin. You can just put down so much damage, and you talked earlier about the 3-2-1. If you 3-2-1 with a set of primal ARs, you're going to do so much damage. And we talk about Storm Surge, 418 damage above. They are safe. It is now active. 16 players, if not a little bit more, because of the way trios works. If your trio is below, it'll hit all of you. So even if the math works out in your favor, it still will hit you below. These trios are going to have to fight. They're going to have to get this damage down. That's what Buzzo, that's what Salco are doing. That's what Pauls are doing. That's what Evol are doing. They're trying to get this damage down. They're trying to put it on the sneaks, and they're looking successful. Pars is just trying to stay up. You see how low they were. They had full shields, but not a lot of HP. And look at Evolve. Look at Buzzo. Look at OJ. They're just getting in. They're getting the damage down. Nice damage from them. That's what they needed. 200 damage above Sundown. This is looking really good. They got to get out of here, though.
If you can get out of dodge, it looks good, but that other team is still going and keeping an eye on that top left corner. We see Elim after Elim going through Symmetrical on the positive side as Mr. Do Too Much ends up going down Nico Low, pick up another one there on Jackal. We saw Temple and Little add 2 more as well. You can see 71 players still up. 1 will have to fall. That Storm Surge does 25 damage every 5 seconds to the trios that have done the least amount of damage, so it forces action. You can only be so passive despite what the team in Europe was able to accomplish. And right now, great shots coming out of Evolve. Back to back to back to back 28 tags straight through white tags as well. But they say, hey, we need to get in zone, and we need to get in zone now, because look at the number of trios who are on this eastern side.
It is a lot more than they want, and we do see Aguilar going to take down Mangoes. Aguilar making it to final, round 4 rather, trying to make it to finals. A name that I think is everyone knows in the competitive Fortnite scene is Evolve. Is hitting so much damage sundown time and time and again. You can count on their AR aim. I am worried about them though. Talk about how they have to rotate. They have very little builds. Rather ammo in their weapons to get in. They've got a good amount of builds. I'm not worried about that for them. I am worried about this rotation because, as you said, a lot of people nearby. Look at their ammo though on Buzzobear as well. Under 200. We saw an Evolve 45. They're gonna have to switch over and give back and forth. I'm worried about this trio. I really am.
Yeah, and OJ just ate a bow shot coming through there, ripping his shields, forcing him to utilize a lot of his utility. You can check bottom right-hand corner there. So many trios packed into the eastern side. You can see Bony Burbs currently being populated by at least 7 different trios. Where this 4th zone pulls is going to be huge. The 4th zone is the last safe zone that's completely inside of the previous one, and luckily enough for this team's on the eastern side, it is just a short little walk, but it's going to be a dangerous one. There's a slight change in verticality. You can see right now Kenshi, Snacky, and Faves own the high ground as we're going to swing over, pan across to see what's going on in Bony Burbs and the current Kings of the Hill, Luca, Halcon, and Lucktrix just shooting down at everyone else who's trying to get in towards their Acropolis. They're the ones hanging out up top, the gatekeepers, the ones trying to pick targets on their way in, everyone else forced to rotate.
And they're landing over at Holly Hedges. Another POI that's kind of risen in prowess because of the Peppers. So them having high ground early, if they're able to hold it into half in, half out, and even into moving zone, ooh, they are set up so well. We talked about Storm Surge, and I want to talk about Fabs as we see them right there, because we saw Kytrex do the exact same thing last season where they set up middle of the map on top of what was the old Dusty Depot in that 0 point area. We saw him build that really big, essentially like a porta fort in the middle of the map, and just get so much tags. And every single time we hopped on board with that, we were like, how are they 1,200 damage above? Where are they getting this? And that's how they did it. So I'm really intrigued to see how Fabs and them adapt that strategy this season, because we saw them. They're landing at Spire. They were right at the top. So we know they've got to have that damage, unlike teams like 022, Trix, and Aguilar, who are going very aggressive right there. Symmetrical, Turtle Tavern, we saw K-Nox go down. Hope they're above Surge, because I don't know as a duo if they can find more tags.
Yeah, but right now, you can just see the observers doing a fantastic job giving you the lay of the land, who's fighting who. As you see, J-Rhodes' trashy invert getting a little aggro. They're trying to finish off a target, but Kenshi, Faz, and Snacky say, hey, we want a piece of the action as well. A couple attacks coming in through them. They're well above Storm Surge despite having 0 eliminations. Don't forget that the elim points are doubled here in the final round, 2 points per elimination. You can see it now, 7 placement points have already gone over. Oh no, 5 placement points have gone over. I see Snacky was the one who picked up that elim going on there, so good on him. So make sure he was the one to get the final blow. But now they're wall to wall, and they need to be very careful. You can tell they don't want to take this fight. Lifeguards on deck, but they say, nope, we're just getting ourselves out. Anybody else down there, they can drown.
And look how much Surge they're above. 1,000 above, especially with the damage they just got. This is exactly what we saw last season. And if any trios are watching and they're like, oh, how are they getting a Surge? They're like you talked about, middle zone. They're sitting up all the way up top. They're just so high above. And you just saw the box fight that they just did. So beautifully executed. Now over to Jagvir, Mojo, and Solution. As they do get Godku, they are going to get Fikoi as well. That's going to be eliminations going over. Not before Godku and company can pick up 3. But look at their HP. Jagvir so low. They've got a lot of loot there. They've got some meat. They can heal up. Med kits are there. And with the way the zone rotates for them, I'm actually not worried. Look at how clear that path is.
God, there is nobody. We talked about how packed the eastern side of the map was. Well, that half in, half out zone finally pulled to the west side, pulling everyone apart. However, pretty much every team on the eastern side decided to go to the north, so Mojo and Co just rotating on the southwest. They got a nice little jaunt in the park. This is clear. There's literally no one here. This is the freest half in, half out rotation that I have seen in such a long time, and they will just walk and get priority on the low ground in a really good position with the natural cover breaking up a lot of the sightlines. And look how much real estate Solution just grabbed. He said, come on, boys, this is all of ours. There is no one over here. And if the zone pulls west again, they're in a prime position to take advantage of it. As we start getting into the scaling placement points into that top 17, you can see Little Temple and Zinq up on the high ground. Cube, Grover, and Nate also putting out shots. Pearl, Cloxy have a nice little triangle edit there, trying to spray over towards the side. J Rose's Vert and Trashies getting a little bit of adversity there towards the side, but Grover now gets priority. And unfortunately for the team on the western side, the full moving zone signaling a rotational late game goes all the way back to the northeast. So they're honestly probably just going to retrace their tracks.
And I'm surprised that Nate, Grover, and Cube are just full sending it through that layer. They decide, you know what? Yes, we have the peppers. Yes, we can save mats on this rotation now, but we're going to use it in this moving zone. They get that priority. They're trying to stay on this layer. They could use it to also go for high ground, as Temple's going to get a knock. Little going to get a knock as well. Going to finish on out. I believe Temple getting 2 eliminations there will be so good from them. Seeing how they can turn that 6th place performance from last week into maybe a 1st place this week. Is over looking for some shots. There's a team building out of wood. That's the perfect spot for them to look. They are, though, Sundown 14 damage below, 27 now going down, down, down. There's 16 players that need to go down before this zone closes, before Storm Surge turns off.
This Storm Surge is going to be absolutely absurd because we're going back over old builds. So many players already have pre-established tarps. What that means is they don't really have to expose themselves to new players. So there's going to be 5+ trios right now that are going to be pressured by this Storm Surge in 15 seconds, and nobody's going to drop quickly. Most of the trios have already made their way into zone. Symmetrical, we talked about him at the start of the show, just how much he carries this team, already sitting on 4 elims. He says, don't worry, Kadenox, you'll be the sacrifice, you'll be the stepping stone that gets us through. A brilliant tarp. We're into the top 17 now. Half the trios left, 1 placement point for each placement until we're into the top and the victory royale. And Symmetrical, despite being a man down, still well above the Storm Surge, as 4 trios are going to be pressured by it. And Symmetrical's looking for aggression. He's looking to find picks, looking to find another layer. Temple up on the high ground has taken almost all of his health, but Zinq and Little are still plenty healthy, and you can see the purple lightning raining down from the sky. Nate and Cube will go down. 1 more trio will have to drop, but up on the high ground, we've talked about it time and time again in NA West. When you have this control, so rarely are you threatened, and they're currently sitting on 7 eliminations, safely harpooning back in the zone towards the players that he saw go down by the Storm Surge, getting free mats. So right now, we anticipate Little, Temple, Zinq should win this game. They should be able to control it out from high ground as long as they don't run out of resources. The question is, how many elims can they get, and who else is able to challenge as we continue seeing just the utter mess going on the low ground and just above.
Yeah, Batman Booga's whole trio still up in front. Symmetrical, the only one there, is going to get a knock. Astra's trying to wait for that
Needs finish.
He's going to go in. Shot's going to come through. It is coming through. He got the elimination as well. 2 there for Symmetrical. He's putting on a performance again. What can he find, though? Room to build, room to breathe. He is found. Can he find any more eliminations? 7 eliminations right now. He is putting the team on his back. He wants to qualify this week. You can tell he is hungry, but unfortunately, it's only going to get him so far. Taken down from above. Look at the trio all down below. It's Sake, it's Wale, it's Batman Booga. They've got heal-up potential. They've got floppers. They've got harpoons. They've got epic pump shotguns. They've got mats as well. And you're right, they have 10 eliminations. High ground may have gotten them so far here, but Temple, Little, and Zinq have a really big task to come through. It's going through old builds. For them. They've got a little bit. That's exactly 3 more eliminations they're dropping on down. While they say need Mojo and Solution to fight up. For them to win this game, they have to fight the high ground team, and it's perfect. Bulldog them. They're trying to get the damage down, but look, they don't really have much to work with. The builds are running thin. Look at the builds on mid ground. Sake in a 1v1, shots come through, he gets it. That's just another huge elimination for them. This looks like a low ground win.
Sake doing so much, and now that he has that knock back in the storm, he's going to be guaranteed to have the max HP. He also wins the heal off against the solo medkit of the high ground, having the 3 floppers as well as the bandages. He has more time. As you can see, Zinc now trying to give over his mats. He's going to be the one to go for the play, dipping back into the zone, but then Sake now is just chopping everyone out. He went back in the zone. He says, I don't want to heal off. I want the Elam points as well. He gets challenged and he gets yoinked and taken down right away. Heal off potential is gone. Zinc has all of it now, but instead he's running back into the zone. He finds 1, he finds 2, he finds 3. He says, give me them all, baby. That's 14 eliminations for Temple, Little, and Zinc. And he said, Sundown, you doubted us after match 1 last week. You didn't predict us qualifier 2 here this week. We're kicking off and we're rolling with that momentum. What a great way to kick off NA West.
Hey, it always comes down to that high ground versus low ground, but this was one that I thought low ground for sure had the advantage going into it. But we saw going for that fight, the chop down, not going for the flopper, going to cost Sake that victory royale. But a second place with that many amount of eliminations, and the first place with that many amount of eliminations as well, means the top of the leaderboard is going to be so far spread from the bottom half. And when you know, we got to throw it over to Zeke Shelley to see what's happening.
Yes. Good one, Clay. Good one. Okay. First big talking point. These are 2 trios that came out of last week's qualifier. They didn't make it last week. They came back. They said, listen, friends. Okay, we didn't make it last week. I assure you, we're going to place top 10, and we're going to do our best to get as many series points. But now we're aiming for top 3. Kelly, this was a trio that you're very excited about. Batman Booga, Sake, they're coming in.
I mean, Batman Booga has...
Zinc them? They're crazy.
They've done an incredible job so far. Batman Booga has been on his A game since, honestly, season 5. We kept seeing him kind of, even before then, like I said this last week, where we kind of thought he might have been a troll, and then week by week, like tournament by tournament, he's just been rising the ranks. But you say, you know, Little B, Timble B, and Zinks, they didn't make it last week. Oh, maybe they got fished. All right, they still did really well last week. So to see them perform again here is not too much of a surprise, Shayo.
No, absolutely. And I think the coolest thing was the 2 different stories going on there and how height and low ground are so different. Easiest way to kind of explain it is kind of, you know, verticality versus horizontally overall. While that's going down, though, let's check out exactly, you know, I'll go back to it. Just remember those 2 words real quick. I want to talk about the early game and how all this came to be, how it all started. For Batman Booga, talking about Clay saying, hey, I picked this team overall because they're uncontested sweaty. We saw, and they saw, both Clay and Sundown at the start of the game, that they were actually contested, that the splitter apart their loot a little bit at Sweaty Sands. You know, when this happens, it's so much more so tough to have control in the game. Maybe that's why they were on low ground the entire time. Past that, 2 at Misty, another big spot for a lot of teams to roll in. It was split from Misty and Meadow's side, so you had trios rolling in, but not the most powerful loadouts. It means that height, anyone trying to control the game overall in the actual you know, game itself towards the end game, has a lot more power to do so. Past that as well, we're going over to Craggy Cliffs. We can see exactly Tuki, V's, Urchin, Spidey here, another, you know, big trio we're talking about in terms of consistency overall, weekend after weekend, FNCS after FNCS. If we're expecting them to do today or to do well today overall, you're gonna have to expect them to win this fight out multiple times. That's gonna be very difficult. We've seen top teams when they're getting first in different regions, when they're contested at Craggy, it's big issues. And now if you go all the way over to Retail Row, this was the scrappiest fight that we saw overall, kind of giving you an update as to why these teams in specific, Zenzi's trio, you have Toomsy on that side as well, didn't actually have the hottest of placements, or not what, you know, people were expecting to be up there alongside Zorion. This retail fight never actually benefits one team entirely too well either. It's rough. You can see the reflection on the standings as well. None of those teams really going to be up top on that first page. It will be Little, Temple, and Zinc up there. 30 total placement points, 58 to start off the day. In other regions, man, I was looking at the start, Zeke, they were like 46, 42, but this is huge from the top 2 teams, 58 and 52.
Look at that 14 eliminations and 13 eliminations for our second place team there. I said it at the start of the show that the team that has height tends to play a bit passively. We saw Zeke kind of do some weird harpooning, but they instead said, you know what, we're going to go down as well. We're going to grab eliminations. In fact, we're going to grab more eliminations than the bottom team does, because usually the low ground team is the one that is clearing out all the other teams. And speaking of low ground, Symmetrical absolutely eliminated it on the low ground. They had a duo pretty much all the way from zone 5 where they had Cadenox drop down, and then after that Symmetrical was able to grab so many eliminations, even with doing such a good job grabbing those important siphons. Did go down in 6th place, but you saw with all those eliminations, his team is now sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, for 11th all the way to 20th, you can see that it's around 21 points down to 10. We're still operating in the double digits, so people did have very good games overall in terms of keeping things consistent. We'll see them pop back, but I want to go all the way back to that idea of vertical versus horizontal, height versus low. I'm going to take the idea of spearfishing actually to talk about it real quick, Zeke. So basically, little on height, when these guys are focusing a trio down below, they basically can only focus at one big trio at a time, kind of like having a spear going for elims over and over again. That's why I kind of ramped up slow. For Batman Booga, for Symmetrical, the reason they can pop off it was horizontally, they're fish in like a shark sea, so to speak, right? They're getting into fights over and over again. They're actually picking apart elims from different trios, and that's why they stumble across them so much more. That's why you have 5th place teams, 8th place teams having the same amount of elims as like 1st place winners, because they have more chances to get elims. That being said though, fish don't really end up eating other fish too much compared to humans eating fish. The humans there were on height, were doing that spear fishing analogy. We in the business.
Yeah, I don't think you're much of a fisherman, are you? Fish definitely eat other fish way more than humans do.
That's true. Yeah. Well, in this reality, maybe someday, if evolution.
Wow. Well, should I wager? I'll tell you what. We'll see. We'll work on that. I'll have to see if Seg, Batman Booga, and Wale can continue their meteoric rise, because it is time to jump back into game. It's game number 2 from the FNCS here in NA West. Gentlemen, back your way.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, and hopping right on board with the match number 1 winners. You can see their 5th place in qualifier number 1, looking to cement a top 3 spot here to guarantee a place in the final. Little B, Temple B, and NC NorCal Zinc over on the side, and nobody in the area over at 30 Docks. Everyone just kind of giving up this side here. And I mean, this Far East POI very strong, and as we talked about right towards the end there, Clay, a decent spread for 1st and 2nd place after those monstrous performances.
Indeed, but Symmetrical, I mean, you can't count him out. He's showing that yes, maybe he is this slow ground team player, but when it matters most, Symmetrical will clutch up. He's showing that now. Last week he did, and it wasn't good enough for him because he wasn't able to clutch up that qualification spot. So he wanted, I mean, like, coming out showing, hey, 7 eliminations, a 6th place finish on the back of his teammates going down. That's what you want. That's what you want to see. But talking about another team, right? This is our 2nd place team. Look at the adaptation, Sundown. They looted, they've scooted, and they're no longer fighting off spawns.
Which it's very impressive to be able to just immediately adapt, recognize, hey, yes, we're doing great with initial, like, uncontested area. We're not uncontested anymore. We need to go turn and fight. So we're splitting aside, we're looting what we can, getting the immediate stuff, and then getting out of dodge and getting priority positioning, which in such a passive lobby like West means so much. But I mean, we talked about just how good Symmetrical has been right as we hop on board with them over at Steamy Stacks. If I told you that an entire trio had 19 eliminations, you'd say, that's a pretty good week. That's averaging 3 elims a match. That's pretty solid. And then you have said, like, oh yeah, then that same trio came out in the next qualifier and got 7 eliminations in the first match. You say, wow, that trio is performing very good. Okay, now instead take away that trio and just put in Counter Logic Gaming Symmetrical. Symmetrical has done that by himself. 19 of his team's 32 eliminations in the first qualifier. 7 eliminations as a duo there with Kadenox going down early. Just an absurd individual performance. And now the shoe is on the other foot as we see Spidey, GGEs, and BH Wees say GGEZ to their opponents there, and they're going to clean out Craggy Cliffs with a clean 3-0. We'll swing back over to the Burbs as Vert, Trashy, and Demon Roses, aka J Roses, putting down some pressure on the team underneath that.
And this is such a contrast in the way the fights are going to take place. We do see Falcon are actually going to go down. Chris going to go down as well. Wonder what happened to Reap, maybe going down as well. Once again, not where they want to be after this week and last week as well. Vert trying to get in the editor there for him, but that's an uncomfortable spot in these new primal areas, these primal POIs, if you will. It's a lot harder to fight, and because of the way the builds are shaped, they're broken down. They've got awkward angles. There's like half builds like this right here, like Diddy has, and that's why they're making sure to farm them out. In contrast to Craggy Cliffs, you will see Craggy fights get drawn out a lot more, in my opinion, just because there's a lot more forgivability. There's a lot of fish. There's a lot of rotation out of here. And it's more forgiving because no one's going to rotate into Craggy Cliffs late in the zone to try to fight you. Bony Burbs, however, this is where you need to end your fights quickly, and that's something we saw J Roses, Vert, and Trashy not do well last time around, but today they're coming out with a vengeance, 14 points. So far, that's going to be an elimination there onto Zen. Just 2 more players need to go down, but J Roses is going to take a little bit of damage. They're going to have to back off. But I like this. Sundown, we're talking about evolvability. We're talking about adaptability week to week. This is a trio that's looking good, but hold on. Did you see that name in the back just a little bit near the Slurp trucks? It's Batman Booga.
They're coming riding, looking to do what we've seen so many trios kind of switch the gameplay into. Rather than landing at one of these strong POIs or sticking around one of these POIs and getting bogged down in a lengthy fight, instead look to rotate around the side, potentially back somebody off. And Diddy is going to get a knock there, and then rather trying to push through and take a 2v2, instead use the space that they secure by backing the players off to get the reboot card, farm up some mats, and then potentially try and execute on a 2v3, which I don't know if I agree with. If they had known the shape of the enemy team, I think they probably would have pressed, as that's the closest they would get to an even fight, but instead going to take this time to go get the reboot. We should see a resurgence of this fight here very shortly. However, I do want to note that so far, Vert, Trashy, and J Roses have technically come out the leaders, as they have gotten 2 points for the elimination. So even if they get the reboot off, they'll still at least be able to say, yeah, we might be in shambles, but hey, we got the 2 points.
And then if they're able to go get that reboot, get the eliminations as well, that's an extra 2 points that you just net yourself. Now over to Mojo, Jagbear, and Solution. And Weeping Woods and the Logjam POI have again, they've become a better POI this season. As you look, double mechanical bows, and these things are no joke. Now with the buff to them, they're so fast, they do such good headshot damage, and you can catch people so off guard with them. And even if Mojo, Solution, and Jagbear, whoever has the other one there, if they're able to 3-2-1 a bow shot, and your other teammate follows it up with an AR, it's going back to that double heavy sniper meta, right? Where you can get so much damage so quickly, and no one's going to be able to react to that. But I want to point out, Sundown, 87 players alive. Once again, the trend is holding.
Yeah, you can see that in that top left-hand corner, only 3 full trios have gone down. Then on top of that, we've also seen 3 additional players go around. So a couple duos, maybe even a solo running around. We've seen at least one of them. But yeah, those mechanical bows hit like a truck. I mean, so everybody talks about being so glad that, like, not being able to be hit by the snipers. But these bows, man, with the draw time that comes through, the fact that you get a tracer that goes, like, straight to the target as well. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing as much punishment coming from people, like, because a lot of people are just leaving edits wide open. So we've seen some high highlight reel headshots coming through, but not nearly as much as I kind of would have anticipated, just given the strength of the bow there. As we see Trashy pick up an elim, but then immediately knocked on the return. Hasn't been confirmed yet, so want to keep an eye on what's going on there as Symmetrical, Katadox, and Turtle Tavern just playing the positioning games. Boom. There we go, swinging back on over to that Boney Burbs fight, and this is what we were talking about. It is not the same team who is there fighting against them, but a third team coming in, the classic Battle Royale third party, getting as much damage down. That's Wreck in your box, Assault Jackal, and Javier going to pick up Trashy there. No shakedown coming through, so Vert and J Rose is just trying to run for the hills, but Wreck is saying, I see the hill you're running for, I'm pinging it out, and we're coming.
He wanted that damage. I think the team is going to call him off just a little bit. And I think the only real example of that bow headshot punishment, even just a body shot that we saw, I think was last week in EU. Savage and company, I think at one point, it may have been them, been a different trio, but they were sitting up on the zip line, right? That little bit of the electrical tower. And every single time they would peek, several different bow shots would come through. And so I think EU really has figured out this bow meta and how to punish players that are over peaking. And I want to see it adapted into other regions, because I know these players on West, these players on NAE East have amazing, amazing aim. We've seen it time and time and again. And I'm very scared when that happens for a lot of these players that are getting away with these egregious peaks. They're sitting out in the open healing, because once West figures out how to use these bows super effectively, it is going to be unlike any other region.
Yeah, we've just seen some of the accuracy and the mechanics that come out. Mojo being holding one of those mechanical bows, and boom, that's what we're talking about. Just start looking towards windows, firing them away. If somebody happens to end up darkening that, the return on firing that shot is so huge. Don't forget, there is a maximum limit on the number of arrows you're able to carry. It's 30 in the quiver, then 1 not going through, for a total of 31 that you're able to kind of fire off. So a trio as a whole can hold 93. Don't necessarily typically see that many, but we've also seen a number of trios off to just go heavy sync bows up from the high ground, as Wale is actually going to pick up a knock as well there. That was under Jackal, so probably a little bit of fight still going on in that southwestern corner by Boney Burbs.
Oh, and look at Jagspear trying to punish that. Is wrecking your boxes in boxes that they don't want to be in. Batman Booga says, hello, I am here to get this elimination. The box is going to come through. Did they get him in the box? They did. And unfortunately, it's actually going to go over to Demon Roses. But Batman Booga, I don't think cares at this point. Just wants that Siphon match. Just wants any of that extra loot. Look at that. Look at how many mats they have. They are below Surge is why I think it's going to adjust. And look at that, 721 damage above. This is a stark difference from last week to this week. They go from fighting off spawn every single time to now fighting in the mid game, where I think they're just better at fighting. 700 damage above together. This is the team that can qualify. This is what we want to see.
Yeah, not being afraid to take those mid-game fights once they've looted up, once they kind of have the resources. I mean, being in the low ground situation, you can already see Wale picking up 2 elims. We also saw kind of that first number come through. That 183 is going to be the initial threshold that teams are going to look for. Currently, top left-hand corner, you can see still 79 players left. Once that zone closes is 1 minute, the Storm Surge will come through. So much less packed than the first game, as teams are starting to kind of take to the field, get the aggression out a little bit early on, but still anticipate a surge of action here shortly.
8 players, a very uncomfortable amount in that they're gonna be so spread out, and if you're one of those teams that is spread out like Wale, Sake, and Batman Booga, and they're not like, they are on top of a trio right now, but just moments ago they were this. Javier is going to take down Sake, but they are going to be able to pick him on up. That's a nice elim. So now, if you look at them, there's not a team other than Nate, Grover, and Cube that if they were below Storm Surge, that they could immediately hop onto. And that's what we talked about with the lack of mobility this season. Getting that quick, easy Storm Surge that you're used to getting is going to be so hard if you're below it. So you have to make a plan for that, and you have to make a plan to move. And I think that's what Cube, Nate, and Grover are doing. They know that this player just got knocked. They know that, hey, they just finished this fight. Maybe we could get some damage on them. I'd love to see if they were below Surge. I don't believe they are going to be, but look at all the trios around them. They only have one option here if they are Sundown, and luckily they're above.
They are above. You can see that right-hand side of the screen. 222 above. Repeating numbers there. Only one trio will still be pressured by that as the flurry of action. The Elam's going down. Pearl picking up 2. Pure Hyper getting another one. Nate and Co. just boxing up, waiting, checking. And right now it looks like he's just slamming his head against the cone. But when you hold that edited, the player is able to see through it. Boom. There you go, Grover. Giving a prime example. Shout out to the observers for covering that one there, as the rotation is now going to come through and you're going to see them go a little bit towards that northwestern side. However, there's a number of trios there. You can see the quick stat left-hand side. For the first 2 week, NA West has the highest percentage of SMG eliminations compared to any other region. And I think that has a lot to do with kind of the box-to-box nature of these fights and when these fights end up occurring.
And I love to see that. SMG, I think, has such a valuable place this season in the meta up close, that especially that primal SMG is just so powerful, as Nate and Riverson are going to go down. Little Zinx and Temple will be the recipients there of that, and they were getting hit by Surge. They really couldn't do anything about it. You saw how low they were. You saw how far away they were from another team. It is just so hard this season if you don't get Surge early, if you don't have those bow shots, those AR shots to rely on. There's not really that much you can do.
Yeah, and you talk about it, the reliance kind of on those long-range shots. If you're not landing in a spot that has access to mechanical parts, you're not necessarily guaranteed to get a weapon that has that first shot accuracy to allow you those long-range options, which means you kind of have to go box-to-box, and you really need to press, as the players who are getting these eliminations are really going to start pushing that value up. It's almost always at least 150 plus, sometimes 200 on that kind of first Storm Surge coming through. So right now you can see just a lot of positioning being fought here on that third zone. 45 seconds till it closes. Anticipate the action to happen right towards the edge of the zone, as Grover is looking for players rotating around the side and potentially for an opportunity to pounce.
Ooh, and speaking of pouncing, that other team wanted it. That edit came through. They pulled that epic shotgun out and they looked for the damage, but weren't able to hit it. And look at J Roses. They are in shambles. And I know this play. I do this play all the time in Arena. I get in bushes and I ambush people, but unfortunately Nate, Grover, and Cube are not going to fall for it. They got him boxed up. Shots are there. Grover is going to hit a lot, is going to go down, but the teammates follow-up is there. Jay and Vert will fall on through. And when you have nothing to work with, when you have no shields, when you don't really have a lot of mats, you just have to go in. You just have to try to make a play, and that was the only play they could make.
It's better than absolutely nothing. If you're able to trade out, maybe you get a siphon, maybe you get just enough mats to cover yourself. Maybe a solo rotates in late towards the backside like Nicolol is, just hanging out just above, just out of sight. But I'm almost positive they know he's there.
Right, they have to. They have to know that they heard 3 players there and that someone else is lurking above. And even if they don't on this rotation, they will find out. There's no way that Nicolol will be able to rotate unless they rotate now ahead of everyone, which they're not going to do as a solo. They're going to figure this out. And unfortunately for Nate, Cube, and Grover, they do have Bombito, which is Moni, Trix, and Regulator there right in front of them. They've got a very tall order. Moving over to Snacky, Favs, and Kenshi. This is a trio that I'm with you now. Seeing their game plan with Surge, I'm really, really happy with it. I'm excited to see how they're executing it. But their inventory is looking a little bit weak.
Yeah, they've been a little scuffed. I mean, we've kind of seen the starting fights going on with them. You can see them trying to open up, get some damage down. However, plenty of AR ammo, and they're looking to spray towards the side. They have good positioning, so I'm really looking for them to take advantage of this game. However, necessarily not the best thing in the world for them. They were in 7th place coming into this match. I think it was 24 points coming through. They've so far gotten 7 points, 5 from the 24th placement threshold and 2 from the elimination. But the top 5 teams are all still on their feet. So in very atypical fashion of NA West, Little, Temple, and Zinc are running it so far.
They are, and I want to see exactly what they've done, right? We saw them get those eliminations. Wonder what their loot is looking like with where they are landing, where they are going. being in a very, very interesting spot. So I'm intrigued by the way the West is playing this out. It's not atypical, but what is atypical, it is rather, and even more, Sundown, Favs is below Surge. Not something I expected at all to happen today. Because, like they've talked about, like they did last game, is they had good tags, but this is typical of Temple, Little, and Zinx. They are aggressive when they don't need to be. They were trying to secure some sort of high ground, and Temple is going to go down. Zinx down really low as well. Little trying to put the damage back down, trying to claim any sort of real estate there. They do have minis, they do have a med kit, but they don't have Temple.
But they were just barely able to bounce back above Storm Surge, so the trading out Temple is what allows them to keep playing the game rather than falling there to the purple lightning coming down. Now, don't forget, we get to see and hear it. The players can only hear it. So right now, sitting on 69 points, 3 eliminations coming through, about to start hitting the placement point threshold. Don't forget, top 24 is 5 points for all the trios. It's basically, hey, congratulations, you made it off drop, or in NA West circumstances, hey, you survived the first round of Storm Surge. But now it's the top 50% of trios left, 17 plus, that get into those +1 placement thresholds. So we're going to hop on board here now with the full trio. Wale, and you talk about it going down there, but right now these guys just trying to get a little bit of room on the side of the map. Spidey still continuing his run with a nice knock there onto Physics, and honestly a nice little rotation here coming from Wale, Sake, and Batman Booga.
Once again, it's not the same team, but the same type of rotation coming through from NA West, an unpunished half in, half out rotation on the weaker side of zone, right? There's not really a weak side here unless you're on that south side, but this is the weaker of the two. There's not as many players. So great heads up rotation and movement there from them, but symmetrical. Kadenox, Turtle Tavern are out. Third place, not going to be able to impact this game. First, second still in this game. Fourth still in this game. 7th and 8th still in this game as well. So now that's all that's in the top 10 that are still in this game. If first and second, which have done so well, are still able to continue to run away with the point lead, it's going to be harder and harder to catch. And then at that point, everyone's playing for one spot. But reminder, like you see, Little did go down, Temple did go down, Zinx is getting stink mode. This is not where you want to be as a solo. Does have mats, does have the ability to get through, but that trio knows they're there.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, there's a trio right at his door, and instead immediately going to rotate through. 75 damage below Storm Surge, but he's only worried about the rotation. 60 mats left. You can see that just to the right of his health bar, and a really good job rotating so far. Going to try and find a secondary map. A little bit of an old-fashioned tarp coming through, the Eclipse tarp. Nice there, but you can see a team over on the outside. At some point, Zinc is going to be forced to take a fight as he's running through his mats. Only 25 left. When we hopped on board, he has 75. Going to get a refresh and a decent amount coming through. Tops out on wood. All the hard mats end up coming out, and that's going to be a little breath of life into his game as so many players continue to drop down. Remember, we're into those sliding placement points now as Kenshi gets another knock. Will he be able to convert? Top 16, so 2 placement points have come through. Zinc now catching a lot of fire, and he only has the soft builds plus the 5 brick, and he caught a lot of damage there. But now he's going to start to be the aggressor. Steals that wall. Can he find the player on the backside? Immediately goes for replace, but not going to get it as we have our top 15. And Surge is going to come through now. Zinx has to go for broke. Finds the backside of the tarp. Can it be enough? He gets 1, 2, 3 shots going through. Not necessarily going to find it. And Storm Surge takes him down. He gets the lightning granting him from the sky, but we're gonna hop back on board here. You see Wale, Batman Booga, and Sake also just getting destroyed by that 25 damage every 5 seconds coming through, but Wale finds some much needed tags, however, just barely going to be enough to push them above as Storm Surge now turns off as Moose GG's picks up Jagveer. Kenshi gets Mojo as well. Vallejo gets Proyo. You get Pelican getting Halcon. Kenshi ends up going down to Hyper as well. We're closing in on our top 10 as Wale, Booga starting to look towards the backside of that wall. It's the Batman version trying to redeem themselves, continue running through and steal away first place from Little Temple and Zinx. As they've already gone down, it should be enough. We hop back on board here. Kenchi's already fallen, but Fabs gets a knock there. Currently sitting on 6 elims. He has half, and he's trying to about face with no builds, and he's separated from Snacky. That's such a huge misplay on Fabs' part. He's going to be forced to play the backside of the zone, and he finds a huge one-shot on the Evil with everything there. He gets a second one. That's not his siphon, though. He needs to go find the zone, or he has to find a target. He's not going to get either, so the 4th elim, and that's a top 6 for him. Now we're going to hop back on board. We have Ravel, Jotter, and Jack on the high ground. Cloxic as well on the low ground. They have 5 eliminations, but running low on builds. Batman Booga and Wale finally going down there. We have our top 2. It's a straight up 3v3, high ground versus low ground.
6 eliminations here on the high ground. This is a team that coming into this game did really well, but look, that's the 7th or 8th place team versus 13th place team coming in this game. And with the amount of teams that went down ahead of them, this is going to look really good. High ground trying to be taken, though. Jack not going to allow it to happen. The shotgun shots are coming through to dissuade. No, high ground is coming up. Jack going to go down. Raw going to go down as well. All of a sudden, everyone is falling. Jotter now needs to find big shots. They're finding it, but is it enough? Can they find the shots? Again, no. The shots did not connect. Piper, Pearl, and Cloxic pick up the victory royale. 12 eliminations. 8th place going into that game, Sundown. Ooh, they made a come up.
12 eliminations plus the victory royale. That's 54 points, and you talked about it. So many trios dropping there just right around the start of placement points. So really only kind of picking up 5 to max like 9 points coming through. So we should see a decent shakeup over in the leaderboards, which is pretty typical of NA West. After that first game, we don't necessarily get as much from that first teams and the top teams bouncing back over, but it always ends up being exciting as we're going to see that top of the leaderboard kind of shroop. So we're going to kick it back on over to Kelly, Shayo, and Zeke to break it down.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack got bopped by Cloxic. 12 eliminations for the trio coming into that, as Clay said. Yeah. They came in 8th place, and now after that, 12 eliminations. The double digis breaking in with the victory royale. Don't forget, victory royale's worth 30 points, friends. I mean, that's it. Sundown's not correct. Standings, much closer now.
Yeah, it's the elastic snap. You know, some people might be able to get away with one game, but then the second one is always there to just make sure everything's, you know, operating the same realm of points. So it's nice to see the comeback happen. It's very interesting to see a high ground team get able to just again and roll in through and just, you know, be able to have such a dominating performance over everyone else.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this does shake up our leaderboards, of course, because some of those big names were still in the end game there. I know that we saw Batman Booga. I know that Symmetrical kind of went down like towards the end game as well. But with these 2 new teams, 2 teams that we didn't really even pay attention to, now kind of rising the ranks, that's something that we usually see in games 4 or 5. This is just game number 2, so that's just going to shake things up a lot.
Yeah, and that first game still had a lot, you know, in terms of what we saw in action. Want to just kind of dive back and talk about that real quick, because game 2 had very similar type beats. Overall, we're looking at that big rotation that happened, Kelly. It was so nice from Jaguar's trio. They were dancing halfway through. You can basically see that no one on the other sides of the map or even looking at them at the moment. It was absolutely free for these guys rolling in, and they just found some of the best spots on the map.
I mean, look at it. They're literally going halfway across the map, but here we have to look at Symmetrical. You can see both of his teammates, Kadenux and Turtle Tavern, are down. The rotations that he is making here, staying just on the edge of zone, grabbing that elimination, and then grabbing another elimination right here to get that siphon, to just hold himself and his team there just for a little bit longer. Look at that. And the elimination there was so fantastic. And another one as well. 7 eliminations before he dropped down into 6th place.
Tell me how many points and why those points are there for Symmetrical's trio in general. That big pop-off. Another game where they got a little bit of placement there too. Here from Sake's perspective with Booga, we actually saw it from the reverse side. He ends up going down for what we saw on broadcast, and then from the other way, you saw the clutchness of Batman Booga still being able to make this a formidable show. A nice showing all the way towards the very end. The pump shot wasn't actually big enough, and the side jump wasn't angled at the best spot ever, so the elim came slightly later. Batman Booga couldn't do enough after the fact it gave Zinc a little bit more room to operate to get the final elim. A little bit of breakdown all the way towards the very end. I like the spacing from Wale as well. He kind of operates on a different playing field from Batman. Muga lets him go up first and tries to catch the scraps, but he doesn't get the elim. As a result, the siphon isn't there completely at the end on Temple B. And these guys are still all the way up there in general in terms of how they're looking. First total, you know, at the top side, you can see why the decisions are good. 81 total points still there in general, 18 elims. They've got such a hot start to the day.
But look at that. Pure Hyper, Pearl, and Cloxic with that victory royale, and all those beautiful eliminations are going to be jumping up now. Only a 4-point difference from first and second place. Of course, Little B and Temple B are still going to be holding up in third, but that second place team from last game, Rar, Jotter, and Jack, also now jumping up into fourth place. You can also see Favs, Kinchi, and Snacky, the pick for Sundown there, is moving up into fifth.
Yeah, and although we see double-digit elim VRs come through multiple times, you know, over and over again, and it might be back-to-back, individually for the team, for Hyper Pearl and Cloxic right now, this is very important. Sometimes games that actually separate you from the top three or actually allow you to be in contention all the way up top. The teams that might not have it, don't get those pop-offs, they end up just middling out in 11th to 20th place. Still very impressive. The series points definitely do matter, but everyone here needs that first place, and if you can pair a first place with huge elims, that is big for your overall story in the 6 games.
Yeah, without a doubt, there are some big names here that we're seeing from 11th to 20th place. Mangoes, Kaboo, and Pelican doing a pretty decent job making it into the end game. They only grabbed 6 eliminations, so those other 24 points is just from placements alone. But still, you know, it's game number 2, 4 games to go. Anything can happen here.
Yeah, and you know, on that page too, just in general, for everyone who's not in the top 10, it's kind of business casual, or I would guess formal business attire. I'm not too good with the professional world completely, but it's all ties. Is what I'm trying to say, right?
Formal
like,
business casual?
Man, I don't know. I'm just trying to say they're dressed for the occasion, right? They got 25 points back to back to back. We got some 36s over and over and over. These guys are, you know, trying to separate themselves from the regular 9 to 5 is what I'm trying to say. They're trying to make it big, be towards the top 10, hit the top 3. To do that, they're going to need a pop off, and only one team can really do it every single game.
Well, Shy Wager, what we've learned today is your pun game is slipping. I don't know what's going on. Fix it, correct it. First you talk about fish and not knowing that. Now you don't know the difference between business casual. We're gonna, don't worry, Fortnite fam, I'm gonna take him to the back, reprogram him. I'm not sure what's going on with the latest model, but we'll fix it. We'll get it worked out. We're getting ready. It is time to jump back into the action. Game number 3 from NA West. Sundown Clay, please send help. Just send help. I'm gonna have to deal with this. Send help.
And help is on the way. And while Jack might be nimble and Jack might be quick, Zeke is sleek and that beard is on fleek. Whoo! Well done with the rhymes there, brother, as now we see a little bit of a Slurpee swap entrance for our match number 2 winners, Cloxic, Pure Hyper, and Pearl. And you see them kind of checking around, just making sure, trying to figure out if there's anything around them of value, and they spot out a llama.
And look at how much room they have. That bottom right-hand POV. Look at Slurpee and the area around it. They have the entire Shanty Shacks area to themselves. They've got a bunker chest spawned down there as well. If it did end up actually spawning, they've got so much room, and that's not typical. We don't usually see that. And look, Cloxic doing just that, going over to these shacks, going over to find extra loot, trying to grab as much as they can. This is so good for them. I'm surprised Wes is giving this much up.
Dude, he's all the way out in Narnia just farming whatever he wants. He has so much room. I mean, we saw on Europe how there were basically 4 teams landing in the area that would have been represented on your map right now. And Cloxic has it completely by himself. There is so much loot and heals available in this part of the map. And these guys have just carved out, I want to say a niche, but it's not even a niche. They effectively have about like 16% of the map to themselves.
Yeah, and the amount of heals that you're going to get, because again, you're in Slurpee Swamp. You don't have to pop any shields that you're getting. So any heals that you get is just that much better for you. This, to me, I think is one of the more mind-blowing things coming out of this game and this qualifier, is that so much is being given over to them.
This really is an absurd amount of room. especially considering the amount of resources here. That's why we were stressing it just so much, as now we hop on board with our current #1 team, the leaders. Now, we talked about it last week as well, but this is a very similar situation. The question is this a sequel, or are we going to see kind of the same thing that happened last week? Are we going to see an improvement coming out? Because last week, these guys got off to a ridiculous start. They were tearing through, and we like, hey, you know what? Might as well book them for the finals right away. But if they're not able to get all the way through and convert in the match 3, things could get a little scary, as you see the quick stat fly to the left-hand side. Zinx and Wale lead all players with 8 elims, so Symmetrical, unfortunately, not picking up an elim in that last game to kind of add to his 7 from that first match, but we got to keep an eye on it, as West has really been about some of these strong individual performances.
It really has, and I'm excited to see this. Again, I keep talking about evolution, right? Even in Symmetrical's performances as well. You don't think of Symmetrical as this super strong solo player that can clutch up at any second, at any moment of any day. But he has. He's evolved because he's got the team with them. Right, well, okay. So, yes, recently he
Symmetrical's top 5 West in my book. Like, I would put him up there.
100%.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page there. Okay.
100%. But recently, he is elevated, I would say, going up higher, right? Top 3, even contention-wise. And I think playing with Innox, playing with Turtle Tavern has really allowed them to, because they're low-ground players. Right? Yes, he's played high ground many times before, and we saw how that hasn't been where he wants to play. Moving into that low ground, it's allowing him to frag out, and that's what he wants. He wants to just frag out. He wants to get these plays, and he wants to put his team in good spots. Unfortunately, not in a good spot. That was going to be OJ. Evol now trying to make something happen. The shots are going to be there. The damage as well. The box, the cone, the edit. They're going to get the knock, but can they get the finish? They can. Try and just to secure the points. Is going to get another one, though, but not even able to get that confirmation. Look, Nico is going to be 1 HP. No elim points going to come through.
That's tough. They're flubbing the edit as well, not necessarily getting the triangle, which potentially could have allowed him that one shot onto STL Clippers. Instead, kind of threw a door right there in his face and then tried to reset it, and Clippers was like, thanks, hop right on through. And those box-to-box fights, man down, don't necessarily go well, particularly in this season when we've talked about it. Yes, the primal rifles really struggle when you're at those long ranges and you're trying to pick up the Storm Surge tags. However, when you're box-to-box, those things are great. They have fantastic fire rate. They rip through those wooden walls. They force you to either build with hard mats or create distance between you, as we saw right there. Clippers just jumping right on through with it. So different weapons having different uses in different situations, and it's all about how you apply your tools. As now we hop on board here, Jota, Ravale, and Jack, who unfortunately got dismantled right at the end, but still putting up a solid performance. Were able to rocket themselves up the leaderboard 9 places into 4th place, so just on the outside looking in right now.
And Southeast Stronghold, a POI that I think very few people have valued as much as they should. I think definitely one of those POIs, especially in trios, if you're able to get all the loot uncontested and you're able to rotate out, we've seen the power of it. Again, it comes back to, of course, an uncontested POI sometimes will always be better than a contested POI if you're able to get those tags on rotation. But Stealthy Stronghold, there's just something about the loot coming out of there that you just feel so good. And the rotation into Pleasant Park. There is Jonesy the First over there. You can upgrade as well. So if you save that, you don't get the best loot, right? I mean, we saw they had really good loot. But even if you don't, you can rotate over there. There are 2 bunker chest spawns right nearby. You can rotate, upgrade, get all that, and you're good to go. So another area which uncontested, West is giving over a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of space, a lot of respect being given to some of these trios, saying, hey, we don't want to fight necessarily off a spawn. But that's pretty much the entire region. Like, almost every single one of these teams is looking to avoid an early game fight. There's very few teams in West who, minus a certain couple of players, particularly when it comes to solos, when it comes to trios, who are like, you know what I want to do? I want to fight early game. So it's not necessarily too much of a surprise, but I think it's still a little bit more space than some of these teams should really be given. I would expect some of these scavenger routes to kind of be a little bit greedier in terms of the routes they could take, but time and time again, we've seen that punished as well. You can see Snacky trying to pick up some shots here. We're going to hop on board. Chonker's off-roading, coming through. That's our number 3 team, Little B, Temple B, and Zinx just trying to spray some shots there. Getting a nice little tech there, as you can see the player on the back, making sure he's covering the team as they just go rip-roaring through Lazy.
And that's one of the things about the Chonker is that it allows you to just do that so quickly. You have to be careful, though. They are a little bit more bouncier than normal tires, so you can flip, you can get put in awkward situations. But able to get through. We move over, though, to Trix, Aguilar, and 022 as they are fighting off against our 4th place team of Jotor, of Roar, of Jack. They jumped 9 places Sundown with that performance last game. That is an amazing feat for them to be able to do, because reminder, everyone, it's no longer top 10. It's no longer that placement that you're looking for to go to semifinals. Top 3, automatic advancement to finals. The end of the season, the last set of games, if you get top 3, you're automatically there. That's what everyone's playing for. And that's why these matches are so tense.
That's where all the money is. That's where the active champions is. That's where all of the clout is. Once you're able to post saying, I'm the best in the region, the best in the West, the ones who are going to be able to go up against Rich Homie Quinn and his trio, going up against 100 Thieves, Arkham and Rex, Energy, Epic Whale, and Trix, Aguilar is 022. Looking to join Aguilar, the veteran, back with 2 players who I'm going to say I'm not necessarily as familiar with. West is a place where, granted, I know a bunch of the players, but some of these players, 022 and Trix, it's been a while since I've had an opportunity to watch them, and they're now making a match of it, currently sitting on 40 points, but not necessarily the best to loot there, with literally no excess utility coming out, and that's going to cost them as some shots come through, and they get ripped through the window there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was an AR shot or a bow shot coming through, but damage came through nonetheless. And even though they're on 40 points, you may be like, okay, they're pretty far. They're only 41 points on pace, and that's a victory royale with 11 eliminations. Would put them right on pace to get back into this game. And we've seen it's possible, right? The very first victory royale had 14 eliminations. The next victory royale had 12. So it is more than possible for any of these teams, especially even going down to 10th place, going down to 15th. Honestly, even going down all the way, right? This is only game number 3. Everyone's still in contention. If you can chain together 4-3 really good games, you can qualify. We saw it last week. We saw it come down to the final game. We saw it in NAE. We saw it in EU as well. There's so many opportunities with the way the format works for you to last second qualify. So by no means, if you see these players with not a high amount of points, does that mean they're out? Because there's so many opportunities for clutches, like we saw last week, like we saw earlier today, that I guarantee we're going to see it again.
And those series points matter, man. Like, depending on where you end up getting placed and just getting an opportunity to advance farther, yes, the ticket straight through to the finals, yes, the opportunity to play straight for the money is the ultimate prize. But there's still reasons to play out every single match and to get the best opportunity, because you don't want to necessarily end up a pool with some of the players who might be as aggressive. So we see the right-hand side there. That 89 below generally lets you know what the threshold is. So we know that 89 damage is what the current bar is. We can assume that's going to go up, but one singular assault rifle tag is not going to put a team above if they've done no damage. It's currently going to take 5 at max range or 3 at minimum range. So still going to be posted up and players looking to kind of spray shots out as a slightly less packed lobby with only 80 players remaining compared to the first 2 matches.
Yeah, only, that's still such a high number, you know. West, still surprising every single time this season, last season, surprising games time and time again. And that's why I love that we're bringing it back. We get to see these players with this creative play, this region, unlike any others, right? They all have their own play style. And West showing up, hey, we're very, very passive in that early game, in these first 3 games. And then in that mid game and that end game, the amount of eliminations they get is so quick, and they close the gap so quickly to that final storm surge threshold. And once again, look at Wale, look at Sate, look at Batman Booga, finding such a free rotation. no one's really looking at him.
But they need surge. They're desperately looking for an opportunity to sneak up on somebody and get all of their surge at once. But they kind of put them at a disadvantage. They had 1 or 2 chances to kind of 1, 2, 3, but instead we're like, no, we'll sneak up and we're going to get the knock. Instead, they get caught out. They're still 73 below. Check the bottom right-hand corner. Storm Surge turns on 10 seconds. They have to go. And now it's not a question of necessarily getting tags AR. It's fighting box to box and winning one of these good old-fashioned Turtle Wars fights. And the other team is going to be looking, and the damage is going to start coming through, and it's going to start coming through right now. 25 damage every 5 seconds. Yes, you're in the swamp. You have the 2 ticks being able to set it off, but both teams are being hit by it. So both of these teams are just going to run at each other. Sake gets utterly obliterated, but Batman Booga on the other side is able to pick up an Elim, so Sake might just be the trade out, but can Batman Booga pick up another one? Yes, Regulator ends up going down as well. Sake gets completely finished off. They're well above Storm Surge, but at what cost? Are they going to be able to pick up more? There's a second Elim coming through as Wale clears out the low ground. Will they be able to find a reboot card? They are near Slippery Swamp, so good job of closing out the fight, but it cost them Sake for now.
And they did this last week. Right? We saw them pull off amazing reboots as well. They did grab the card. You can tell Sake has been grabbed. There's not a red X next to his name signaling that the card was not grabbed. So Batman Booga and or Wale able to find it. This player just on their back foot trying to make something happen. You're right, it is a solo. The last remaining member of that trio going to go down. Now, with the zone coming through, look at where the reboot van is. It's right about that A, right about that W on Slurpee Swamp. It is possible if they want to. They do not have to go for that as we move over to Jaguar Solution and Mojo. We'll get an elimination there onto a trio. Nice set of Elims from them. This will put them back into the game. We've seen them do this before. Mid-game Elims are their specialty. But our first place team, even though they're down 2 players, I still think you're going to see them low ground, late game, top 3, dominating. They are on a roll right now.
Yeah, and we did pass that first placement threshold. 5 points being graded out to the top 25 trios. Saying again, hey, congratulations, made it through that first Storm Surge. You made it through. Generally, it's right around that Zone 3 area. Vert being knocked down there. That's Blizzro getting the full confirm. Can tell by that crosshair coming up in the top left-hand corner. That's his trio over there. Him, 5G, Nigel, and Balance Nani. Trying to find a little bit of space right now, but Nigel taking some chip damage. That's a shield break as well. You can see Symmetrical towards the top, completely by himself. Shields gone. White HP gone. As we get a nice little reminder of the format for the qualifiers here on the left-hand side. Each elimination in round 4 is worth 2 points. Once you hit top 25, that's +5. Then once you're into the top 17, it's 1 point until you're advanced to the top 4, +2 for third, +2 for second, and then a nice little +4 for victory royale. 30 total points if you walk away with a dub, and then all the eliminations, which in West has been pretty high. We saw averaging just above double digits in qualifier number 1, and staying true to that so far here in qualifier number 2, averaging 12.5 eliminations for the winners. So really good performances from the high ground as we see zone number 4 pull pretty much as far northeast as it can in Weeping Woods. So tons of innate cover. That's such a good position for Spidey and Co, as everyone's going to have to rotate towards them. Nope, actually, I got turned around a little bit. Apologize, ignore me. There's going to be a number of players who are going to have to swing past them, but they don't have priority position on the zone, as the observers do a good job of panning around, giving us an idea of who's rotating where, as everyone is now going to cram around the outside of that 4th zone.
This season, more than any, is an edge of zone type of season. We talked about it time and time and again. You're going to see a lot more players this season edge of zone just because of the lack of mobility. You can't get to early zone that quick, to center zone that quickly this season. You have to go on foot. There's nothing really to get in. Nobody is going to be taking a rotation via vehicle right now. Yes, you may see the one-off rotation, but it's just not advisable because everyone is going to be looking at it. The beams that are going to come through are going to put you at such a disadvantage. And look, this zone, surprisingly, on this south side, a pretty good rotation for everybody. No one really focusing each other. Northeast, however, a lot more congestion. A lot more players going down. I believe Symmetrical was there, but I'm not sure if he was able to make that rotation. And no, was not.
He's
confirmed.
out.
He has been eliminated. So 3 of the top 10 have gone down. This is great for players like Mangoes, Kaboo, and Pelican, who jumped 17 spots after the last game, Sundown. They're in 12th place right now. With that many players eliminated above them, this is so good.
There could be an opportunity, but 1 through 6 still up on their feet, still in the match and closing in on those sliding placement points. As you can see, Temple, Little, Zinx doing a good job to cover one side. But as I say that, Little catches a bow shot straight to the face. Luckily, it was a primal one, so not going to do too much damage. Still hurts. It's going to force him through the minis and one of the bigs there. We're going to hop on board. You can see Nate taking a little bit of chip damage through the stink, but it did get a knock, trying to push through and get all the way down as the other team tries to pull that player back through. Good job from Nate trying to continue the pressure, but looks like he's ultimately not going to get it and just going to rejoin with his team as they're getting pressured from the other side. You can see Storm Surge is coming through. They're fortunately going to be above from that, but just need a bit of respite. And really, Nate needs to get whatever extra shields he can. He gets dropped down, needs to find his own layer. He's going to be able to do that, but that knock is still down there. Don't forget, he has a player down, and he wants to get that, but instead, 5th zone is revealed. Check the bottom right-hand corner. That's that half in, half out, and it pulled to that northwest corner where, hey, there's only 3 trios in there. Everyone on the southern side of the map is going to have a tough time, and the northeast is going to be rotating into 4 established trios. So a bunch of action is going to go down, and it's going to go down quick.
And speaking of players that did, Wale going to go down. I don't know if Batman Booga is still in this game. We know, I believe, not able to get that reboot on to Sake, so it'll be a solo performance. Yet again, the trend holds for West. Solos popping off. Nate going to fall. Icy Fusion will be the one to do it. This is a different Nate. That's 5G Nate. This is pure Nate. His team was so good. I love that Nate was focused on getting that knock, but when it came to it, he did not tunnel vision that hard. They decided, hey, zone has been revealed. Let's give it up. We got the damage. We got what we wanted. Not everything we wanted, but we got it. Now let's rotate through. Let's focus on prioritizing the position. As Batman Booga is now going to go down. Grover actually going to be the one to take him down.
Being taken down just outside of placement points. Nothing to be collected except the 6 points from Wale's 3 eliminations. So unfortunately, we could be reading that same story, the same book we saw in Qualifier number 1. Is rearing his head a little bit after a brilliant start. Batman Booga, Apex Wale, and Devour Sake fall with just 6 points here in match number 3. And it's going to give an opportunity to everyone else to kind of overtake them as we hop back on board here. Match 2 winner, Cloxic, Pearl, and Hyper currently sitting in 2nd place and sitting atop a massive structure, but it's not going to do them a lot of good as the zone pulls pretty much as far away from them as they could get.
Well, and with 1st place being out, this is a game where you want to see them on high ground, where you want to see them pop off, because if they're able to secure that,
give it up.
Yeah, they do, because like you said, it pulled way too far. But look, they're not building above them. They know, hey, we could take this back. They're going to go for it. You can tell by the way they're building. They know they can take this high ground back if they want to. Dropping all the way low. Look at this rotation. Nobody is looking at them.
There was no... It's absurd that they just went from the high ground and pretty much the middle far side of zone to priority position on low ground with no one in between. They just walked here. And I mean, you don't normally see rotations like this in this stacked of zones, but Cloxic, Hyper, and Pearl, they got it. And Cloxic doing a brilliant job, taking pretty much a straight diagonal line as efficient as possible with hard mats, and they're in. They've now tarped into the next zone. They have enough time to go back, settle out their mats, say, hey, give me all the hard mats. I'm the tarper, but up on the high ground, yes, Shio and Kelly, you might have copied each other's homework. You might have got the script, but they flipped the script at the end, and I got it. You can see Snacky, Kenshi, and Fabs on the high ground, running it down right now, just raining shots from above. Plenty of medium bullets for now, but I want to see what the build situation looks like, because it could be getting fragile, and right over the zip lines could make this awkward, as we do see Storm Surge coming through and Kenshi raining shots from above.
And look, the one tarp out there from Fabs, they are low on builds. Yes, they have the harpoon gun. Yes, they can look for it, but there's not a lot of players near there. They don't have a lot of opportunity to grab it. Jator trying to get up, They jumped so far up, 9 places. They're trying to do it again. And again, first place is out. So the first place is open. Second place still in this game. Third place as well. They can continue to get damage off. But Kenshi going to take a lot of damage himself. Doesn't have any builds remaining. Does have a mini, can pop it, but only 44 HP. Medkit will be thrown at him. He's going to have to give up the Stinkbow there. Not a lot of mats. So now they're going to have to start dropping down.
It pulls back.
Oh, no. It pulls back.
Oh, they just got so absurdly blessed. The zone pulls right back. They say, don't worry about your literal 0 mats. Here you go, a gift of an 8th zone as it pulls directly back over the old build. So everyone is going to be rotating through, as we saw Little able to get a knock, desperately searching for any form of materials. He has 8, 7, and 5 mats total now. You can see him here. I'll split you, bro. I got 8 total, but a drop down and a one-shot. That's Jagbeer on the other side of it. They say, quick, grab the mats again, split them out. That's another 8 for you. Little builds everything out, trying to claim as much space as possible, but they're on the low ground in the tarp here. Favs still doing everything he can right as he gets knocked by Grover. They're getting forced to finally now drop down as we see their third place team, 7 Elims still up on their feet, and a medkit play coming from Little. I don't think that's really, literally got 10 HP from that. So, okay, might as well do it. Nice little gain there. Efficiency is everything. As they continue tarping through, ping out another medkit, but they're getting shot in the back. Can't afford to eat that. Edits him down, finds it, but he misses the one, misses the other, and they both fall. An unfortunate play there, but the duo tried to do everything they can. As we see Kenshi up on the high ground, still trying to do it, as all the other trios are packed into these low ground tarps.
And look at our game number 2 winners still here. We saw them pull zone. We saw them had to give it up, but they're got low ground. They're looking for that ultimate low. They know there's a player somewhere nearby. They're looking for it, making sure nobody is swimming. They're dropping down. Shots come through. They get the knock, but they're going to trade Hyper on out. Cloxic is swimming against the current. It's going to be so hard. Trying to get up. The edits are not there. Pearl going to get them in. They've got a medkit. They may have time to get it off. They are throwing it down. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to, but look, Snacky, look, Kenshi up above. Snacky preparing for the heal off. That's why he's in zone. Takes the tick. They've got Kenshi going for a heal off as well. They're both going for the medkit. Grover and Nate operating on the low ground, trying to take down Cloxic and Pearl. They do. Solution going to go down. Grover now going to fall. Everyone falling, but the double medkit up above. Kenshi gets it off. Shots come through. That's another elimination for Kenshi. They pick up the victory royale. Just back-to-back Elims double medkit from them both. They said, you know what? One is not enough. We need both of them. And then they sent Kenshi down just to frag out.
And Kenshi following the line of the zone, knowing where the players would be, picking it up, and just the immediate aim down sights. Make sure you're just connecting with anything, because the storm will do the rest. 10 eliminations and the victory royale. That's a nice 50 points. I mean, coming into that match, they're already in 5th place. We saw so many teams drop. I believe the top 2 dropped relatively early, so we're gonna have to kick it back over to Zeke, Shio, and Kelly to see what those leaderboards look like halfway through.
Kenshi living his best Veroni life right now, picking up a bunch of eliminations, Kelly got that one, I appreciate that. Wow, what a great game. That was an anime reference, by the way, everybody. Wow, I really enjoyed that game. Listen, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not super familiar with Kenshi, but I feel like I'm doing this man a disservice. I need to follow him on all social media platforms. I need to VOD review everything he's ever done in his entire life. Because you know what? I'm on board. I'm a fan. That's it. It's done.
Well, I mean, the first thing that you need to know about Kenshi is the fact that he got 2nd place in the finals from last season. So he definitely deserves his spot right here. Kenshi in Snacky indeed. The only person that is new is Chris. So Favs joining them right now, and everyone knows who Favs is. So this team definitely deserves to be up top and doing as well as they are right now.
No, absolutely, 100%. When it comes to just the way Kenshi got that bounce back, literally saved by the script entirely towards the very end too. That was huge for them to capitalize. The other team that was in there though, Hyper, was kind of still in the business. Looking at, his last game, a few highlights for these guys, how things came down specifically in game number 2 compared to number 3. I mean, these guys were looking so good on low, so many elims. They repeat that as well, him leading the charge there, just starting out and finishing off both games 2 and 3 so well.
And that end of game 3, they didn't even have a single elimination by zone 7, but somehow they were able to stay ahead of the zone, played really safely, and then by the end there, they were able to grab 6 eliminations in just a few minutes. Hyper, Cloxic, and Pearl doing a good job, not holding height, but doing what they can on the low and mid ground.
Absolutely, and these guys are so dynamic on, you know, just not even low and mid, but even reaching up to the skies for height to try to go for a few eliminations. They just pumped it all the way towards that last game. This is the full context of them going for the height retake, just having complete control over their win. You're getting double digits in there too. And, you know, Sundown was asking, hey, how are leaderboards going to look? Really good for these guys specifically, just because they all not only did this in game 2, got the win, they were there in that top 5 all the way down to the top 3 as well in that last game we just saw too. Quick mention on Mangos, Kabu, and Pelican. These guys came through on qual number 1, 32nd place. Today is a big redemption arc for them in general. They've been hovering somewhere close to that top 10, top 15. I'm waiting for these guys to really strike in and see what they can do. Hopefully be a little bit higher for that placement overall. But look at this. First place now, Hyper, Pearl, and Cloxic take over.
Yeah, Hyper, Pearl, Cloxic with an incredible game number 2 and then a great game number 3 as well. Look at those eliminations, 21 eliminations. But of course, you have to look at Little B, Temple B, and Zeke's eliminations as well. 24 is what's going to have them have 108 points. And that means that they are now tied with Favs, Kinshi, and Snacky, who walked away with the victory royale in game number 3.
Yeah, all 3 VRs up top for the top 3 places, and top 3 is where you want to be as well. I feel like Batman, Bugo, Wale, and Sake need to get to that spot as well too. 108 tied for 2nd and 3rd place. You can see the context behind Pearl, Classic, and Hyper in terms of how they're coming through with all these heavy elims, just challenging every team. Every other person past that now is kind of very smushed together in points from 52 down to 30. Kelly, we were talking about 2 different, you know, zones of ties in the 50-point range and the 20-point range. Now it's very, very close.
Yeah, things are definitely close now, but you know, I want to talk a little bit about Little B, Temple B, and Zinx of what we saw there, because they're in 2nd place and they went down in 7th in game number 3, but they easily could have had a few more placement points and a few more eliminations. But we saw this weird medkit play come out of Little B. I don't know if it was just a misplay or what happened, but he only got 10 HP out of it, so I'm sure he's kicking himself for that, seeing how close he is to 1st place right now. But speaking about close, Mangos, Kaboo, and Pelican aren't that close right now. We did watch them have some great plays, but in 14th, they're doing an okay job. 3 games to go. They can still climb up the ranks and get into our top 10.
Yeah, right now, one player to look out for is Wale. I wanted to call him Quale today, you know, because it looked like he was going to qualify, but has to do a little bit more work for the moment. Still, look at this. 10 total elims, 6 of them unassisted. This man is a solo powerhouse. Remember, he has 2 other teammates who are operating on full gears as well. He's had 4 elims inside, you know, the top 10 scenario of all the teams that are kind of there competing with him. And then full team elims. He's wiped out a squad by himself too. So we could be seeing Quale soon, Zeke, but man's gonna have to level up.
The thing is,
the Qualify run, huh? Listen, we're all about memes here, okay? Right, Kelly? This is a good time for everybody.
Yeah, we're all having fun.
That's right. That's right. Fortnite fam. Hope you guys are having a great time. And I know what you want, more games. But I'm going to have to stop you right there. It is time to get up and go get hydrated because we're going to a break. When you come back, bring some snacks, bring some water. And we'll be here waiting for you for more action from the FNCS. See you real soon.
It's always fun to watch trios in their prime. Teams who never fall off and dominate season after season. Legendary names who are at the peak of their career, qualifying in first by large margins and never faltering in the heat of the moment. What does it take though to get to that top spot and become legends? A trio that cements themselves as a core part of the game with top performances and clutches that no average player can even dream of making. Introducing Jamside and Dementos, a duo that came together at the start of Chapter 2 of Fortnite alongside Fury, a newer addition that found his way into the fray of the trio in Season 5. They have an amazing run that secures them top 3 in the qualifiers and a ticket to the finals of this FNCS. Reese Hub is here to tell you the start of their epic journey to become legends in the making.
Game 1, a misty drop goes more than fine, but trouble finds its way into the plan when the trio engages a cleanup fight in Lazy Lake. Dementos goes down and is out for the count, leaving Jamside and Fury as a duo for this game. Riding the edge of mats, HP, and zone as a duo, it was a matter of time before the lobby noticed and both players were taken out. The midpoint of the tournament, Game 3. This team learns from their earlier mistakes. Choosing not to take that lazy fight and instead focus on position, they end up in the center zone in Retail Row. But with every action, there is a reaction, and because of not taking that early fight, they don't have the Storm Surge tags that they need, and they start getting tagged, and get desperate. Dementos makes a move to save the trio, but gets caught out and gets eliminated. Other teams in the same position make a move and stumble, allowing our trio to survive yet again, just as a duo. This time though, they go all in on survival, not playing for elims at all. They harness the power of peppers and have great choices in how to move compared to where the zone is, countering max zones. They still go down, but this time get crucial placement to stay near the top of the standings. Last 2 games. It comes down to the wire for every trio in the server, and this time ours is up against the top dogs in first place, Andalex, Snazy and Xweez. Against the odds, they come out on top in the fight, holding on to their chance at coming top 3, and being one of the major reasons why the first place team at the time ended up not qualifying. It seemed too that they siphoned some of the first place energy as well, getting amazing position in the 4th zone that netted them high ground in the 5th. A spot we've seen the best teams take lead from, but once again, Destiny had another idea. While picking up a slew of eliminations, another team pulls up behind them and takes out Dementos again. Fury and Jamside drop down, but they don't make it as far as they could have before, and were eventually eliminated. One more game. This is it. A ticket to finals, an easier ride for 3 weeks, a chance at cementing yourself as legends. Coming in at 7th place, 27 points behind the 3rd place team, a win is 30 points of placement, and each elimination is worth 2 points. This means that they would not only need to clinch the Victory Royale, but do more on top of it to secure the 3rd place and a qualification to the finals. No room for just being desperate. This would have to be clinical. Learning from 5 games of success and failure, they make the perfect decisions in the earlier zones, farming, looting, tagging and moving, ending up at the 4th zone with a chance to take high ground. Benji's team is on height, legends in their own right, so this team decides to take it slow and just commit to another high layer. Zone moves, reminding the team of the task at hand, and this is where they strike. Peppers pop this time in aggression. Dementos takes the redeeming first step and picks up the elimination of one of the players on height, securing them the best position to win the final game. They keep racking up eliminations, but that Victory Royale still seems too far away. They sense things coming down to a heel-off and leave everything up to Jamside. 1 versus 1. Qualification on the line. The fate of this trio in his hands.
Does Jamside have enough? Can he clutch this out, get the win? It might be the factor that matters, that separates them. And he does find the beams and the Victory Royale. Jamside from 7th place to 157 points in game 6. Might have just been enough to be in top 3. With that final game, that last clutch elimination, the Victory Royale, Jamside, Dementos, and Fury take a big leap at becoming legends in Fortnite, placing top 3 in the first qual weekend, securing their spot in the finals and getting one step closer to becoming FNCS champions. Keep your eyes peeled in tournament and on broadcast to see exactly which trios, old and new, end up in top spots in weeks to come. This is just one story, Fortnite fam, and we're here to watch many, many more. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
What's up, Fortnite fam?
Welcome back, you beautiful people.
To the FNCS NA West.
That's right, baby. That's how we do it here in NA West, because we're the best around. Nothing's ever going to bring us down. It is time to get back into the action. We have 3 more games just ahead of us before we conclude qualifier number 2. And who better to bring you all the action than Clay and Sundown, the people with the best hair on the planet. Friends, let's throw it your way. Take us in the game.
All right, baby. That's how we do it here in NA West, because we're the best around. Nothing's ever going to bring us down. It is time to get back into the action. We have 3 more games just ahead of us before we conclude qualifier number 2. And who better to bring you all the action than Clay and Sundown, the people with the best hair on the planet. Friends, let's throw it your way. Take us in the game. Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, and halfway there, but right now the team we're looking at isn't living on a prayer. They're living on their points, yes, pushing themselves into the top 3 after a victory royale in match number 3. Kenshi, Favs, and Snacky marking out their spot on the spire, trying to get a decent amount of lodo, make sure they get the mechanical parts for the first shot accuracy, and they'll begin their ascent to the top to look for those tags. My name's Sundown, calling all the action alongside Clay Stelly.
And we got to talk about that double med kit. Not something that we see often from a team on high ground to secure it, to win. They went for both players up going for the med kit, and they were able to pull it off. And now over to Wale and Batman Booga, already losing Sake. This is reminiscent of last week. Players coming in to contest a shot, going to come through onto Wale, but not going to be able to put the damage back down onto Luca. And you see Batman Booga is just disengaging, was able to get Sake's reboot card, not able to get Wale's currently. And this is not what you want to see if you pick them to win, or at least do very well, as I did. But I think this will come back. It is not, it's not out yet, right? We're still only in game number 4. They got the reboot card at least on Sake. They can continue to play the game out.
Hey, they have had 2 fantastic games. However, very similar to last week, I feel like we're watching the exact same story unfold, but unfortunately, it didn't get any better the second time around. So now we're going to hop on board here. This is currently our first place team. They're getting a little bit caught out here, and the Wolves adding to that pressure as well. Don't necessarily enjoy that, getting them right at your door. The Huff and the Puff going to be forcing you to switch over to Brick to at least make them work to blow that house down, as Aguilar and 022, who were providing the reinforcements for those big bad Wolves, and they're a little bit scarier.
And they're so early on their rotation. Zone just finished closing, and they're already up top by Weeping Woods. They wanted to secure that rotation early, and look at where it pulls back. It pulls towards Weeping and towards Slurpee, and double spray rather, just going to come out there from Hyper and Pearl. They're looking for it, those tags, but when you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable to the return fire. They are good. They should be fine. Aguilar and 022 not able to put the damage back down. Trix is pretty far away, and immediate disengage there from Hyper and Pearl. Cloxic will put some damage back down, but this is good for them. They want to get these tags. They don't want to worry about it moving through, but they're already giving up so much. Look at Grover, Cube, and Nate down here at the Shanty Shacks yet again. No one nearby, and Symmetrical going to fall again, Sundown.
Symmetrical going down early, and we talked about how he is so vital for his trio, and unfortunately he's going to be cleaned up there. And we also will see Batman Booga go down. So again, we talked about seeing the same movie over and over again. Is it better the second time? Well, for Batman Booga and co, the answer is not really. They'll look to pick it up in match 5 and 6, but after the first 2 games, we were really hoping to just kind of keep that momentum rolling, but looks like the brakes have kind of got them.
They have, and Grover, Cube, and Nate, not a team that a lot of people coming into today would expect to be in that top 6. But if you know West, you know that they're always around that top 10. They're always in the contention for those top spots, and they're doing it right now. Again, 6th place coming into this game. Last game before that game, they were also in 6th place, so they maintained their place. Hey, if you're not going to lose anything, at least you're able to maintain that spot. Coming into the last 3 games, if they can just chip away, get a couple more points on the players above them, get a couple more in the next game, and then overtake them, they could go up. Again, 4th place, Batman Booga, Wale, and Sake eliminated out of the game. Moving on over, though, we've got Favs, we've got Snacky, we've got Kenshi. Above Surge, don't really have to worry about it.
See there, quick stat, left-hand side, Kenshi's trio, the only trio that has improved their replacement and elims in each game, which is saying a lot through 3 matches. That's very impressive, particularly because it's not like they've had bad performances. They've been doing okay. I think they've been in pretty much 5th place so far, or in the top 5 the entire time. So very strong first 3 matches. They're going to look to continue rolling this kind of spire topping strat, still allowing them to avoid Storm Surge. Now, you're probably wondering, wow, this is a lot less passive the other game. We've seen still, I think, 23 players go down. Just a reminder, we are hopping in a match for a little bit later to take some of that break. So we have seen a number of trios have gone down, including which Falconer, Reet, and Chris falling off drop yet again. They have been one of the first 3 trios eliminated in every single game, currently sitting in dead last place. Not something you would have expected from such a strong trio.
And it's due to the fact that them once again getting 50-50 off on. They change it up this time around, and again are still continuously getting eliminated early on. So if they're not able to qualify this week, right, if they're not able to put on a miracle run, they talked about them being eliminated, it would take, I think, just the biggest of miracles for them to make it through. They're going to play for series points, try to get as many as they can. Coming into next week, they've got to change it up. There needs to be something. They need to talk, they need to sit in a Discord call and say, hey, let's water review this. What could we have done differently? Could we have picked a better drop spot? Could we have fought more together on the drop spot? Was the split not the right split for us? Because they're, like you said, a powerhouse trio. It's just not what they want coming in. And going in to a West FNCS Finals, you don't expect it without Reet. You don't expect it without Falconer. You don't expect it without Chris.
Yeah, it's tough, and when you end up on the opposite side of those performances, particularly when you have such strong early game fighters, but you're not necessarily able to get the right weaponry. Right now, we're hopping on board with Grover, Nate, and Cube. We actually saw a really good use of the Stinkfish. It's the only reason they're above that Storm Surge threshold right now is the Stink Pressure that Cube was able to put down. He threw 6 of them, and granted, they take up a ton of space, but they're able to get plenty of tags. However, the team underneath had white heals as well, so they're not going to be threatened by that. See the Chonkers come out on the rotation, just sprinting towards zone because they got a pretty far rotation to make.
This is not going to be good. Luckily, if they go a little bit to that northwest, they should be fine to rotate through. And they do have peppers, so luckily enough, they're going to have a good rotation, but only for 2 of their members. Grover not going to have a peppers. Temple is not going to have any more HP. They're going to go down. Trashy and Vert trying to get in. And they are with J. Rose. It's going to get onto another team. There was 3 teams fighting here, but they were only the benefactor of 1 elimination. And so while they are above 300 damage now coming on through, okay, 2 eliminations coming through, not the best situation for them. Yes, they get the match, yes, they get everything set up, but at this point in the game, at this point in the day, you want to be getting more in those fights.
Yeah, and they're in a tough spot right now, currently sitting only on 34 points through the first 3 matches. So in 20th place coming into this, they're going to need a strong back half of matches here if they want to continue going through. And Little will go down. Their Storm Surge will finally turn off. So that was a really long set of Surge. A lot of trios just take the damage through. You can see Trashy making sure he's popping one of those 3 medkits, making sure he gets back up to that effective level of HP before another potential fight. It looks like they're trying to find some excess resources, but they need to be careful because Blizzard, Nigel, and Nani are directly above them there.
Mojo, Jagveer, and Solution nearby. Not sure. I see Solution actually further away than I thought. This is going to be uncomfortable if they try to make a rotation out too late and or too early. You're going to have to find the right possible scenario. It has to be perfect. Symmetrical turns happen, and Cadenux, however, still in the game. They're able to make it into this mid-game. Coming in, they're in 13th place. They only dropped 4 spots. Not that bad. Could have dropped more. And there's a lot of teams in front of them that have gone down. 2nd place, 4th place, 9th place, 11th place. All down, all eliminated. And not to mention the 3 teams right behind them also eliminated. So they've got a little bit of a wiggle room, right? This could be those 3 games. Hey, put it back to back to back. You're good to go. They could see them qualify.
Yeah, definitely some upward mobility to be had, as we talked about. Batman Bug got Walleye and Sake down. We saw Little fall as well. He was the last of that trio. They had troubles with Storm Surge in this match. Very atypical of them, to be honest. We've generally seen them be very good about committing to fights and being able to take those, but on the wrong end of it, as Hyper whiffs the first bow shot, that was pretty much the only one you're going to get the team immediately covering and being able to use the change of verticality from the terrain to not take any additional shots. And a little bit of a missed opportunity. You kind of anticipate Hyper to hit that one. If you kind of give him 100 shots, he probably hits it 80 out of them. Unfortunately, he was on the other side of that 20. So we're going to flip on over and we see kind of what rotations are going to be forced out as we go into the area. This used to be where Hunter's Haven, Sentinel Garden, the Gorgeous Gorge, and the changes in verticality make for some of the most treacherous endgames, as you see teams will fight for real estate on top of these cliffs.
Triggy, Stiff, and Zayrez up on top as well. They've got the high ground, but as you know, this is your landing area, Sundown. Over many seasons, you know how
used to be, not here anymore.
Okay, not anymore.
There's nothing here anymore. There's literally, there's nothing.
You're the pioneer scavenger route, so I thought maybe you could come up with one, but yes, you're right. Not a lot of loot.
I'm going to scavenge from 3 chests? No, come on.
But you know how quickly this zone can go from favoring you to just absolutely eliminating you. Because there's so many different hills on so many different areas of the zone, it's just going to be so hard for these players that are on low ground, that are on high ground, that are anywhere in this game to just conserve materials.
Yeah, in particular, we talked about the lack of them. Oh my lord, Snacky shit! Putting the shots out there, back-to-back body into back-to-back headshots, rips that player. They're not going to have to worry about Storm Surge, period. Those shots put them well above. You can see really good focus fire coming out, making sure they're covering their sides, but that zone is pulling due south and straight on top of one of those tall peaks. So we're going to see a lot of players begin to rotate right now. Z Physics falls to Physics there as he's trying to battle his way up, instead gets dragged down. Storm Surge is coming through and is hitting all around, so that's where you see him to go forward. And all of a sudden, Favs and Kenshi pick up 3 eliminations, and just like that, they're going to rocket their way up.
4 elims total. This is what they want. They need this. Again, with second place going out of this game, they've got room to go up. And now moving over to Jag, Jator, and Rar, who are below Surge. Kenshi going to pick up another knock, and more than likely elimination going to come through. Jator is going to go down. Unfortunate. Storm Surge is taking them over. They're trying to get the damage. Raw trying to get in, but they know they're getting hit by that purple lightning. The shot's 1 HP. Do not have time to pop the mini, and that trio is going to be eliminated. They were the only ones being hit by Storm Surge. Turtle Tavern as well going to fall, and now over Snacky, Kenshi, Favs. 5 eliminations. They are doing so well. Turtle Tavern finished off. Jack will go over to Blizzy. Vert, gotta talk about it popping off, coming online this game. This may be what they need. But once again, Sundown, look at this rotation. Yes, they're investing a lot, but they didn't really have to. Nobody was really looking at them.
Yeah, they got a lot of space, though, with the hard mats, and they need to be careful because they know there's a trio immediately next to them. You can see them all 3 about face, hip to hip. They're saying, hey, if they drop in, we have to go. And we've talked about symmetricals. Herculean performance so far. He's looking to improve it right now as he gets revenge for Turtle Tavern, taking down Vert. Keep an eye on the top left as we're going to keep closing in onto the grading placement points as we almost have our top 17. 5 have been given out at top 24, but we're into the moving zones. Half in, half out. Pulled to the southern side. Now we're in the moving zones, and one of the hardest areas. We're going due east, straight over the mountain, so whoever is on high ground has a huge advantage. Everyone else on low and mid ground is going to have to invest so much of their material and make sure they clear out space. Eliminations are going to be happening fast and furious, so again, keep an eye on the top left corner for those top teams, because so far, 2nd, 4th, 5th are all down. 1st, 3rd, 6th through 8th have an opportunity to push through and get to the top 3. Currently on board with the first place team, Pearl, holding the heals and holding the legendary pump as well. Don't generally see that, as you want the legendary pump on the player who's going to drop, and the heals on the opside. We'll see if they switch it out as they begin tarping through, and we pull to the east side.
You got the cone? No, not able to grab it there. They're 223 damage below. They've got to find damage quickly because it is going to turn online once the zone closes. But again, luckily enough, this is a hilly zone. We know how quickly players drop. So they're betting on that. They're looking to try to get in the zone, hoping, hey, if we get there, maybe there will be enough players going down. But look, nobody is falling. Everyone is making the rotation. The next zone is where we'll see a lot of players go down because everyone seems to have invested a lot of materials right here. They've saved up, they put it to work, and look how many players are still here. Still, no one essentially getting eliminated. Now just going down symmetrical, gonna get an elimination. 79 above, they get the tags. Look at the damage coming through. Hyper gonna find so much damage there. 400 above, they swing 600 damage in a matter of seconds. That's gonna be a Nigel elimination there for Cloxic. Hyper will finish them on off. Once again, zone, we said, just went down the mountain. Well, guess what? It's Fortnite. It's going right back up the mountain, and that means high ground gets blessed. Once again, they have the free rotation up above. They can sit, they can shoot. They have nobody looking at them. But Hyper, Cloxic, Pearl have to try to find eliminations to get back in to the MAC game, right? They've got 50 down below, which is great, but it's not going to be what they want. And luckily for them, Sundown, they're going through old builds.
Yeah, but we talked about it, just the benefit of going on old builds. But again, the hero himself, symmetrical, right on the edge of zone. How is your pathing not good enough? He clips his head, bonks it right there, and it knocks him down. He fell, symmetrical, trying to put the team on his back, but unfortunately, the camel's back is only so strong, and he goes down. I don't know if you saw the EFIM counter there, but he was doing it all. Another top 15 performance for him, basically solo. But this #1 team is just trying to hold on. They'll be taking over the placement points as players fall. The 8th zone, we talked about it, pulled back over old builds, and they found plenty of room. The question is, what direction does #9 go? That's going to change up a number of things. Kenshi and Co. still up on their feet, which means the 1st and 3rd place teams are going to be able to create a decent amount of separation here on the leaderboard. But up on the high ground, you have Trig and his trio completely uncontested. They're going in. Kenshi finds a huge knock. Silly Tricks goes down. The rabbit falls, but then Kenshi will go down. It's all going to be on to Snacky. Closes it out. He gets all the mess he can and might have enough time. No, he's going to just leave Kenshi saying, hey, I got to play positioning. I got to find some room because that zone is pulling straight back to the east, which means if you can find an old layer, you're going to be good. And Stiffgoon takes down the #1 team. Pearl ends up dropping. Kenshi goes, which means Snacky is all by himself. He's trying to just swim his way back into the zone, playing that lone rat, and he was able to find some space on ultimate low. As you see, Trashy finally going down. Cloxic still up in solo as well. So 1st and 3rd are stuck on solos. Otherwise, you have trios looking to close the ground. Cloxic got the medkit, just barely clutches his teeth. 5 HP in a dream, but he has the room. And can he make the play? Into the top 5 he goes.
Another mech kit is going to come through. No, player up above has to go into zone. Is trying just to stay alive. Shot's going to come through. That's a 104. Will get the knock. Not going to be enough. Is going to go down, and Snacky is not in the game. They fall earlier as well. Gaku going to go down. Stiff up above has got the mech, has got the meat. They are going for the heal up. Triggy and Zerez has been sent down. They are trying to frag on out there. They are trying to get all the eliminations. Will Stiff get the perfect med kit? They counted to 1. They got the med kit. They will get that off. Sneaks, Pars, and company trying to make something happen. Triggy trying just to stay alive for as long as they can. Shot's going to come through. That's going to be Sneaks going down. Triggy going to get Pars. Only 1 more remaining. And once again, high ground will win the game here on NA West.
Shocker. I am utterly shocked that the high ground team in Gorgeous Gorge, when the zone ping-ponged back and forth better than Nadal and Federer at Wimbledon. I mean, they were uncontested the entire time. It was so good. 10 eliminations, the victory route, another 50-point performance to put them in contention with 2 matches left.
And the story still stays the same outside of that, though, in that West is a solo playing ground when it comes to the top teams. We saw Cloxic there. We saw Snacky. We saw Symmetrical. Every single time we're tuning in with these trios, these solos are doing so well. So I'm excited to see how this leaderboard shakes up. So you know we need Zeke, you know we need Shio, and you know we need Kelly to break it down.
The only way I could put this best is, as Kelly decided to call it at the very beginning of the show, we're going to see a lot of the same high ground, winning games. Kelly, are you surprised?
No, not at all. And I don't think many people are surprised whatsoever because this is something that happens in Europe, it happens in North American East, and of course it's going to happen in North American West. And something different from what we saw last week where the teams that were like at height kind of played a little bit passively. They actually didn't really walk away with too many like double-digit eliminations. Instead, it was the low grounds that were grabbing a lot of those elims. Now we're seeing the high ground teams grabbing eliminations as well. And one of those teams that's able to grab a ton of eliminations is Favs, Kinchi, and Snacky. And we're going to be taking a quick look at their victory royale from last game. And it was an incredible one. Of course, they were able to hold height. You can see Kinchi there with only 16 HP, still playing relatively aggressive, grabbing that med kit as well, taking, of course, a quick shield. But at this moment right here, he has a decision to make, Shio.
Yeah, this is just scary overall. The zone pause here, they don't know where it's going. They're out of mats right now, right? If it kept going forward, just look at the status of everything. The trees in front of you, the high ground actually kind of dimming down because low's kind of elevating up. This is a scary moment, but the zone bounces back over all those builds. It requires so much more time, or it gives so much more time for Kenshi, Snacky, and Favs to pop off that med kit that Kenshi needs. Look at his HP to be able to just chill out while everyone else kind of fights down below over and over again in their builds. It's a big distraction moment for them. They just get to ride the whole way. It's a direct bounce back. So good for them. There's a med kit for Kenshi, and then he uses the HP, he uses, you know, the total health pool to be able to clutch out in the end game and get the final elims too.
You heard it from Clay and Sundown while they were casting it, like, you know, running down, they were counting their mats as it dropped, and then they said, oh, the zone bounces back. And I don't know if they would have lost if the zone didn't bounce back, but it definitely gave them the advantage that they needed. Favs even dropping down to such low HP and still grabbing an elimination as well. Kenshi doing such a good job, keeping his awareness on where the other teams are. While this is also happening, going down to a duel here as Favs does go down with 5 eliminations, though he's already pulled the work that he needed to do, Shio.
And then why is this relevant, you know, the entire time as well? It's about not only having these moments, you know, some people might call them lucky in general, but having one of these, you know, advantageous moments and then knowing exactly how to actually operate off of it, right? That last game, Sundown mentioned Gorgeous Gorge, back-to-back ping-ponging over and over. You can talk about Federer and Nadal, anyone over at the Wimbledon stage. It just doesn't really matter. As long as you are playing that zone correctly, you'll end up getting a lot of points because of what Kenshi did last game, because of their consistency as well. They're still all the way up in first, 144 all the way up top. The VRs still reign true. We see Stiffgoon, Zayrez, and Triggy playing that zone. They get the catch back now, the catch up all the way to top 10. Maybe they rise, but they have to beat 144 or even 108. Triple digits, basically, if they want to be in the top 3.
And they were at 28 points before that last game. So a 50-point game is great. It jumped them up into our top 10. But this isn't Season 5. It doesn't matter if you're top 10. You have to get into top 3 if you want to confidently go into the finals. Now, of course, a lot of these teams are competing week after week, and they're collecting those points. So a lot of them are pretty confident that they're going to have enough points to make it into the semifinals. But even from there, not all the teams can make it out of semifinals. So if you want to make sure that you make it to the finals, that's where the money is made, then you have to get a top 3 in one of these qualifiers.
You have to win one of these next 2 games too if you want to stay in the top 3 in this specific qual. Clay's talking about a game of solos. It's not going to be just up to symmetrical. Kidanox and Turtle Tavern are going to have to live towards the end game. We're going to need to see Vert, Trashy, and Demon Roses, you know, J Roses right there, being on the same page. Riverson too. These are some big teams that need everyone alive if they want to get, you know, 2 50-point games and then be there in the top 3. It's possible still, Zeke, but it's got to happen now.
I just want to say something, how impressive it is from Little B, Timbleby, and Zinx right now. They had an incredible game number 1 with their victory royale and 14 eliminations, and that has somehow held them up in 3rd place this entire time. They've gone 14th, 7th, and then the last game 25th, but somehow still in top 3. If there's a team that I'm going to be focusing on right now, it's going to be that team.
Yeah, it's always these double-digit elim wins that literally define an entire performance for a day, especially on the smaller regions. So maybe we see one right here, Zeke, and then we have another team to watch out for in the top 3.
Amen. The top 3 is starting to pull away very quickly, so we need to have a shakeup, and it needs to be now in game number 5 of the FNCS. We're going back over to our casters. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, and hopping on board with our match number 4 winners, Stiffgoon, Insight, Triggy, and Assault Zayrez, as they get their farming on way up there on the northern side of the map, just outside of Stealthy Stronghold, and grabbing a little bit of the Coral Castle split. So got plenty of real estate to be working with. Not necessarily the most popular area of the map, but we talked about, hey, when your back is against the wall, all the plays need to be made, and the winners, they're picking up 50 points. And I mean, they're in contention now with 2 matches left. It's going to take 2 more good games, but they could do it.
They can, and we talk about how the split is right. First and second place are about 30 points away, as you see the leaderboard going to come in from that third place. But third place, all the way down till 10th, till 11th, is still within a victory royale of winning. And again, there's still 2 games. So if Vavs, Kenshi, Snacky, Hyper, Pearl, and Cloxic can't get points, if they are walled out here, it's anybody's game. It's not over yet. Yes, they have a lead, but reminder, the victory royale is worth 30 points this season. Eliminations in round 4, semifinals, and finals are going to be worth 2 points. So it's still possible for first place, for second place to be overtaken. They're playing so well, though, I don't know if it's going to happen.
Now we're going to swing on board our current leaders in my prediction as well. We got Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky sitting up in first place, hitting up the Risky Reel split, one of the strongest areas on the map if you care about mechanical parks, because, well, you're at a drive-in movie theater. You got all of those cars that you can just whack away at. It gives you a decent amount of metal, but more importantly, those mechanical parts to be able to craft those much-needed mechanical assault rifles, the ones that still have that first shot accuracy and the ones that enable you to kind of get those tags so often. That's why you see them prioritize farming those out.
And with where they are in the zone, there's no upgrade potential outside of finding these mechanical parts, right? There's no NPC nearby other than Pleasant Park, and they're not going to rotate up there to get upgrades. So like Coral Castle, if you're landing center map, when you get all this stuff, you can't upgrade past that. Coral even worse, not worse, but just not as well off. Rather, and that's why I was so surprised to see that team winning out of there. Because when you leave Coral Castle, you don't really get a lot of bones. You don't really get a lot of mechanical parts. Your shot's going to come through. Jack with the legendary bump shot is going to take down 0-2-2. He's going to get tagged up from behind, though, just a little bit. They should be able to grab these last eliminations, but his teammates looking not as healthy as him. They should be able to do it. They've got the damage. They've got the numbers advantage. They're putting in the pressure from the right angles. There should be a couple of eliminations to pick up, but the wall not going in Jack's favor. Roar is there. They are going to get the edit, and like you said, they did get that elimination.
Yeah, PSR Tricks being taken down there. Twitch Jack being quick again. Jotter and Ravale looking to try and close out this fight as they close the gap there, and there he goes. Well done there, closing out the fight. I mean, they're having a pretty impressive performance so far, currently sitting in 5th place. You can see the quick stat flag on the left-hand side. Only one of Jotter's trio's 16 eliminations have come before the 5th zone. So they've actually now just quadrupled their number of early game eliminations, picking up the wipe there. So been much more focused on kind of playing for the mid game and playing for the late game. And they're going to feel happy about that because, again, we talked about just how close the battle for the 3rd place spot is. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's the Chapter 2, Season 6 FNCS. It's the final region of the day, NA West. We've already seen 6th region send 3 trios on through to that final. We're going to send 3 more while everyone else battles it out for the kind of series points to get through and get placed into those semifinals rounds for an opportunity to make the finals. We have 2 matches left, and what do you care about as a viewer? Well, 1st and 2nd place have a pretty solid lead over the rest of the field. That's TSG Favs, Extra Kenshi, and Extra Snacky. 2nd place, Pure Hyper, Pearl, and Cloxic. They're decently far ahead. As long as they're able to hold on, we should be seeing them secure a top 3 spot. That 3rd place spot, however, is much closer, and currently Little Temple and Zinx are occupying it, but it's up for grabs to anybody in the top 10 with 2 matches left.
They're going to need a lot of points coming through. Again, if you're not in that top 10 right now, you're really going to need to put those 2 back-to-back games, like we talk about, really well. And this engage will come through from Jack, Roar, and Jalter. But look, Chris is right there. They're on the disengage. They know go to put some damage back down. Coven going to fall. Jalter, though, look at the loadout, though. Legendary SMG, legendary pump shotgun. Does not want to go down. In all honesty, it doesn't matter if these players get into their box. As long as they can hit their shot, they can put the damage down, as Nigel is going to take down one player. And this is where NA West is very aggressive. The last 2 games, NA West tends to be super aggro, and you're seeing it right now. These players know, hey, we need to get points. NA West is not afraid of fighting for those points because they know if we don't get it now, we're going home.
Yeah, you want as many of those serious points as possible to just try and get a better opportunity. But if you're in that top 5, every single one of those eliminations matters both directions as Jack gets backed off right away, tries to push forward, but Vallejo, Coven, and Chris Season says, nah, not today, as Jotter gets taken down. Looking to try and fight some big shots. Rawvale also going down. Jack cleaned out, and there's probably a reason why they didn't have so many eliminations before that 5th zone. The early game fighting not going well for them there, as they do pick up 6 points, but dropping, I believe, also outside of the 5-point place, the 5 points for the first placement threshold. Not sure how many trios were still up on their feet right when they fell, but timing is rough, as Toxic Pearl and Hyper are leaving kind of this old Flush Factory area, one of the strongest NPCs in the game down there, being able to upgrade as well as get mechanical parts. I mean, what more could you want?
And on top of that, they offer a shotgun as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say, wait, the shotgun. My bad. I missed the most important part.
You're right. I think I 100% would agree. It's the strongest NPC in the game. The fact that they're able to control it time and time and again has been so great for them. And look at the respect that's been given on their rotation as well. Nobody sitting there waiting, holding. They know they're going to be able to get in. No chunkers here, as Pearl and Hyper both do have that epic shotgun in their inventory. Clockstick more than likely has one as well, or if not close. And I don't think they're going to stop looking for this aggression. Look, the bow shot going to come through. It's not going to connect. Pearl has got a nice angle. They do stop for a little bit, but they could have taken that fight, but I'm glad they did it.
No, so this is tournament management, which is something I'm a big proponent as somebody who is actually awful at the game when it comes to a mechanical sense. I only have the game sense and your knowledge of being able to, like, what you can do. I apply it to Arena. These guys have to apply it to their tournament play. All you need to do at this point is hold on. If every single one of those placement points that you get, your opponents are also getting, it means they don't close the gap on you. They don't get an opportunity. So as long as your feet are up, as long as you are not knocked out, as long as you are not back in the lobby, you are inching closer to securing your spot. You've done the hard work. Your first 4 games were fantastic. All you need to do now, if you're in that top 3, or particularly in the top 2, since they have a 40-point gap on that 3rd place right now, is just hold on. Don't take any risky fights. Get the tags you need. There's no storm search to even be threatened here for that first zone, so it's not necessarily going to come into play until that 5th zone. You just need to relax.
Put it in cruise control, put on a nice little song, take that nice drive into that top 3 is what I'm hearing, Sundown. And it looks like that's what they're going to do. Salco, Sneaks, and Pars, however, moving up 4 places. Vince from 10th into 6th, but we talk about being on cruise control. Favs, Zinks, and company, not. They're going aggressive. Favs going to get a knock. Zinks going to get a knock onto Symmetrical, who, again, unfortunately, going to go down early. They're not this mid-game fighting team. We saw them pop off in-game. That's where they want to be, but mid-game fight's not their strong suit. Again, unfortunately, going down. And that's the thing about these lobbies. When we take the top 3 out every single week, it's going to be harder to fight in this mid-game because you're not going to have experience against some of these players. They're not going to play the specific way that you're used to playing. You got to adapt, and if you're not going to fight in that mid-game, especially in West, when your last 2 games are going to be aggressive, you have got to learn going into next week how to adapt to that. Because if you do, and you can come back, you can qualify 100%.
And that's what it's all about. There's no money on the line right now. There's no clout to be taken. Well, EU might argue differently. Shout out to Q-Ray, just gaining a ton following today for his very interesting and mechanical strategy. We talk about the ability to kind of use the game sense there. But now we just being able to push through, hold on, do everything you can to just close that final gap, get into that top 3. Sake, Wale, Batman, Boga, they're in that exact same boat. Even though the struggles they've had in matches 3 and 4 after their first 2 performances, where it's just astronomical and very akin to what we saw last week, they still have a shot. They're still right there. They're in 7th place coming in. They were just 9 points behind 3rd coming into this match, so they can close the gap. They made it off the spawn, which pretty much every time we've seen them pick up points, but they need to do it here, and they need to do it right now.
Another team that needs to do that as well, Mojo, Jagveer, and Solution. 4th place, right on the bubble. That's what Symmetrical was last week, right? And you can see how it may affect players. It's a lot of pressure being like, I was right there. I know I can do it. And then you come into the next week, you come out swinging. And if you're not able to put that performance on, it's not something I would wish on anybody, to be 1 point off that automatic, 1 elimination, 1 point, just 1 place of that automatic qual. It's going to be heartbreaking for some of these trios. But luckily enough, they're series points, right? We talked about it. That will more than likely, if you get top 4 every week, you're going to make it to that semifinals. But a Mojo, Jagveer, Solution, if they put the run together, they can do it. But these top 3 teams, Sundown, just refuse to go down.
Yeah, they've done a very good job so far being able to hold on and just keeping opening up kind of the lead up at the top right now. TSG Favs, Extra Snacky, and Kenshi in the middle of the zone doing a very good job of what we talked about early on, just staying in the match. Placement points will start ticking again once you're into the top 17. There is a decent chance that there's an okay amount of Storm Surge that ends up coming through with 12 players that have to go down, and a little bit more space to occupy than there usually is. We've talked about West, kind of how they're much more passive in those first 3 games. You can see that in the number of players who are still left on their feet. But what that means is if Storm Surge does end up finally coming through, the teams who got the elims are going to be way above it. That means the lower end of the threshold can be a little bit difficult if you haven't seen anybody. So that's kind of where we'll see the next flurry of action, as everyone else is just going to be looking for space. And as I say that, actually, a little bit of aggression coming out from Nigel, Blezro, and NAE against Temple, Little, and Zinx, who was that team in 3rd place, who is desperately trying to fend off the crowd right now.
This is the best spot to be on the map. It seems like this bridge is home to a lot of loot and a lot of rotations and a lot of players this time in game number 5. Look at everyone right nearby. They're just trying to grab any sort of real estate little down below, refarming up whatever they can. Zink's doing the same, while Temple has been kind of told to stay up, look for any tags that they can. Loadout, of course, they're coming out of Dirty Docks, one of the best POIs in the game for the past 2 seasons, even I would say the past 3. The amount of chests, the amount of ammo boxes, the amount of loot that you can get there, especially with that little mini junkyard nearby with a dummy NPC where it does upgrade for you, and you can get a lot of mechanical parts there as well. You've got the loadout, you've got the setup, you just have to be able to execute on, which last week we saw an amazing run from them in the last game, unfortunately falling short. Today, they've had good games. Their last couple games not been as good as they wanted to be, but they're here. They haven't given up. They've got the loadout. They've got the setup. They just need to execute. And because they're in 3rd place, they're behind by that 40 points. They're the ones that have the most pressure on them, Sundown. They're the ones that if something goes wrong, they have to be able to adapt and just overcome that.
which is what Fortnite is all about: adapting, overcoming the odds, putting yourself in a position with the tools that you've been able to loot, and then executing on that. We've talked about how in NA West, the tools become a little bit easier to execute on based on your positioning, but some great shots coming through from Batman Booga there, breaking the shield and finding a white tag as well. That means that opponent has no more shield left. They're desperately looking for eliminations. 2 more 29 tags, which means they're going to be more than fine when it comes to the Storm Surge, but everyone is just piling shots down towards the side. The lobby has chosen start building with hard mats. You don't get much of a decision. You can see Mojo trying to use a little bit of change in verticality, that hill providing him a little bit of a brief respite, but they're getting it from all sides. Stink grenades chucked in as well. They are pinned between a rock and a hard place. The little hill, they're bunkered in there, in their foxhill, but Solution will go down. He doesn't have the answer to that problem there, despite his name. The Zen players desperately trying to create a little bit of room, but being stuck on the edge of this zone. This is what we mean by lobby focus. This is what it means to be chosen when the players say, oh, we're in a difficult spot, we might be chosen here. That's exactly what just happened to Solution. Nobody had anything else to be doing. They find one team starts shooting, the other teams say, hey, we might as well shoot at them too. And then all of a sudden 2 teams are shooting. 2 teams from the other side are like, hey, that guy makes for a great target. All of a sudden 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes Stinks as well, and then Solution unfortunately is going to have to exit. And on top of that, they wasted so many hard mats tunneling in the opposite direction from zone.
Yeah, and they may still be in the game, but without mats, there's only so many things you can do. Especially this season, we've harped on it, we talked about it, we brought it up, but there's very little mobility. No mats, you're gonna have to get creative, and you see Mojo swimming right now. That is creativity. You've got to find something. You've got to find a rotation. They're trying something unique. Swimming this late in the game is very, very risky, but they're doing it. They're getting here. They're trying to not give up, because with one more game left after this, with them being so close, 4th place, they want to fight tooth and nail. They want it, and you see Mojo Jagvir right there, may be able to get in. Little and company have given up their position, gave up that high ground. You see Moni and his team flying through. We see OJ, Fuzzo, and Evol there as well. But look who's on the high ground. Symmetrical Kane, Nox, and Turtle Tavern are able to make it here. We do have we have Luca, Lux, and Halcone as well. This is a lot of players still holding on for their chance. Out of the top 10 sundown, only 2 have gone down.
Yeah, that's 5th and 9th place. Ravale and his trio, Godku and his trio as well. We're going to hop back on board with the Zen boys, who we saw. Not only are they in a tough situation, they're on the edge of zone with Storm Surge hitting them as well. Getting chosen yet again because they were the last one to rotate in. Unfortunately, Jagvir just going to be sacrificed. Storm Surge is going to turn on. He's the only player who's going to be hit by it, so he's just going to hope that one player ends up going down. You can see him desperately burning through his resources, hoping that the purple lightning turns off. It's still hitting. You can see him just waiting. Wants to pop the minis, and it turns off. So respite for him, but now the opportunity is yet again in a solo's hand when it comes to this trio. Zen Mojo being the last hope and rotating right past him. We got Wale, Batman Booga, and Sake straight around the side. Mojo is just waiting patiently, knowing that players are coming through, breaking the walls down, hoping that they don't notice him straight above the stomping grounds, and he's going to follow him. He finds 174 tag, goes straight for it, 108 tag. Will he be able to find the finish? He's trying to hawk that one player. He's going aggressive on this trio, doesn't find the knock, instead opens the door and finds all 3 of them staring back and flubs the edit once, flubs it twice, finally gets the archway to open. Proyo goes down, looking for the siphon now, knowing it's on the backside, but he has to follow one of these tarps and get into the zone. We're still not even in the next placement points, and that's the strength of the primal rifle in the close range. The shots coming through, able to break that player's shield, and a nice rotation, but needs to be aware of his mats. 26 left, and he has to find the zone. We did not see Proyo get picked up yet, so could potentially still have a siphon. More than likely, they were carrying that player with him towards the zone. As we keep an eye on the top left, Cloxic goes down. That's our player in second, who we talked about just needing to hop on. Proyo does get picked up, so he was able to end up getting it. Hyper is the last one who's up on his team, and we might see for the first time Hyper, Cloxic, and Pearl go down outside of placement points. Hyper doing everything he can to create the space, and he drops down straight into 3 of Santa's little helpers on the low ground. They'll clean that up, and they will go down fast. Kenshi and Snacky saying, thank you. We'll take that one. Second place falls. Fast, Kenshi, Snacky still on their feet. Mojo just now into the placement points here in match number 5. And oh, check that moving circle. That is a max range pull. That is so tough. Mojo trying to reposition, and he found a little gap.
Yeah. Sneaky moves there from Mojo, and it's going to pull back. Nobody is going to know. Nobody's going to know. It doesn't pull back for long. He's got a little bit, but he's going to have to make a move now. This is going to be so hard for him to break through. He waited too long. He will get through. There is wood on the other side, so it's an easy breakthrough. He does have 11 mats. He's got to keep going, and this metal is just going to be so hard. He's going to find an area to keep going through. He's got some distance from the zone, so this is good. Again, you talked about second place going down. That is what that is what
our
Mojo
match 4 winners
needs.
are on the high ground.
Shots come through. They are on high ground. Shots come through. Mojo is going to take down OJ. What can he do, though? Nothing more. Gets that 17th placement, unfortunately, going down. And like you said, Triggy, Zayrez, and Stiff are on the high ground, but Little, Zinx, and Temple are looking to make their move into the top echelon of the placements.
And you see them dropping the floppers for Little. They've already picked up 2 eliminations. They're starting to now get placement points as well. They've gotten the 5 for plus 24. You can see Little popping the med kit on the back. Still has a slipfish and a big pot as well. Opts to use the slipfish in the zone. Pulls towards that northwest corner. So a little bit of room at Little trying to get ahead of it. Keep an eye on that top left corner. We know that our second place team is down. Our first place team is still up. Our match 4 winners are up on the high ground. But now Batman Book at stake. And while I have plenty of room, they're above Storm Surge as well, so no pressure there as they pick up the damage on Carp, just barely above, escaping from that, and a good tart from Sake to get back in front of it here as we're into our top 15, so players are not going down, trios are not quite falling. Stiffgoon gets dropped from the high ground, Zarez goes down as well. The Cinderella story could potentially be ended right there as Bloodsrow will take him down, and Nigel now has control of the high ground, and we swing back over to Sake, Wale, and Batman Booga.
Operating so well in the low ground. Batman Booga with that Stinkfish just throwing it down here, trying to get anything. Sake is going to take down quick. Eliminations coming through. Batman Booga once again has dropped and re-picked up their shotgun. Low ground once again will go over to them, and look at this. The Stinkfish are going out. The damage will come through. He's trying to find anything. Kane Knox and Symmetrical going to go down. Batman Booga is just throwing Stinkfish all over everybody.
One Elam from
it's on to Little. It's on to Zinx. It's on to Temple. You're right. He got an Elam. They have 6. This is the game they needed. This is the performance they needed. And with second place going down, with fourth place,
third place is still up.
Fifth place going down. You're right. Third place is up, but this could get them into third. They're in 7th, and everybody in front of them, other than third and first, are down. They're out. This is great. This is what they needed. A great performance from them coming back. It did not matter that they got eliminated off spawn. It did not matter. They did not let the adversity affect them. They are here. They're finding it. Temple is going to go down. This is good. This is what they need. Third place could fall. Zinx is going down. Only Little remains. Little is the last one there. Batman Booga farming for his life. 18 builds. Little solo clutch performance coming through. Cube gonna go down. Little going into zone. Does he grab enough nets? Yes, he does. It was worth it. The med kit you see right there popping off. Little has one. Will he have time? Gets ahead of zone. Shot's going to come through, though. Are they going to be onto him? No. He's got enough time for the med kit. We'll see.
He's got it.
Is it going to pop off?
He's got it.
I don't think he does. I really don't think he does. Shots. No.
Yeah, he did. The timer.
He does just barely in time. Player in front of him, though, has to be careful, though. Little running out of options and running out of time. There he goes. Top 4 comes through, but look, it is our first place team versus a team that needs to go through. Batman Booga once again putting the team on his back, trying to make a play happen, going for high ground. The Conants are there. 124. They get the tag. Batman Booga might be able to do it. No, gonna fall now. Only Sake up remaining. Can they get the elimination? I don't believe they can. Kenshi going to clutch up another victory royale, putting them in what 100% qualification range. But what a game from Batman Booga when they needed it most.
What a game. After match 3 and 4, they fell, and we talked about how this was the same old story we saw in qualifier number 1, bouncing back with a huge second place game. But the story, the qualification, my prediction coming through second place last season, 2/3 of them. We will see them in the finals. Congratulations, TSG Favs, extra Kenshi, extra Snacky. You are 100% going through 190 points and a brilliant performance. We're going to kick it back over before we get into the last game. Zeke, Shio, Kelly, take it away.
Man, NA West, y'all bringing the hype today. This is what I love. This is what I live for. What an incredible game. It's stuff like this. And I've been literally saying this all day from EU to now. You just can't make this stuff up. Like, there's no way I couldn't even create this in my wildest tiny little baby brain. What a game, boys. What a game.
No, it's absolutely amazing. The things that, you know, basically needed to happen to give Sake and Wale enough room to operate on low. I think it was Kadenox and Turtle Tavern contesting Favs all the way on height, keeping them up there, caged up, while low ground there's just chaos that, you know, they're basically reaping all the benefits for. Plus the second place team or the first place team at the time also just straight up just going down in that game. Like, that was just, it was like poetic. Like, everything kind of added up, building blocks fit together for that performance to happen.
And once again, we see this awesome one team versus one team. All, like, the players are alive. It's a 3v3 high ground versus low ground against two teams that are in the top 5. It was absolutely incredible. And can we speak for the fact that Kenshi's team just are not dropping a player at all. They are constantly making it into the end game with all 3 players, compared to so many other teams that we've been seeing, like Symmetrical and Turtle Tavern, where there's a lot of solo plays going on. That does not seem to be the case for Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky.
Not at all. And now we're also going to be looking at exactly how their story went throughout the day and everyone else in general who's been playing so far in NA West. Let's check out all the VRs to start the day off. Zinc just popping off. We just saw Little there trying to get his type of individual heal-off play, rolling down with Temple, rolling down with the trio at the end. Wasn't possible, but they're still so relevant after this awesome win in game number 1.
Of course, we have to look at game number 2, Pure Hyper Pearl and Clockstick, a team that kind of flew under the radar for us as we did our pre-analysis, grabbing a great victory royale right there.
Yeah, we saw the game 3 bounce back with Kenshi, Favs, and Snacky. Meanwhile, you know, while everyone's winning, they're still, you know, landing in the top 10 over and over and over, looking so good over here, finally picking up their VR moment. Past that, we saw Stiff, Goon, Triggy, and Zyrez. This was kind of like that catch-up game in general. A lot of the top teams going down slightly earlier. These guys getting that VR. Still, we saw some consistent placements for the top 3 to roll in and look really good. And obviously, that last game, too, to see Kenshi popping off left and right. Like, these guys definitely deserve that qual. They take out a team in top 3, take out top 2 earlier as well. Like, that is just absolutely amazing.
Oof, oh my gosh, look at that, 190 points from this team. They are 38 points ahead of Hyper Pearl and Clockstick there. But the rest of the competition, it's pretty close. From second all the way down into 5th, Batman, Booga, and Grover's team definitely have an opportunity to break into the top 3. But when it's someone like Little B, Temple B, and Zinc that's holding that, it's going to be difficult. We saw Little B barely scrape by with that incredible medkit play. In fact, I think Sundown and Clay didn't know it was down to a split second that he could get it. And by that chance, he was able to grab just a few more placement points and hold his spot in 3rd.
Yeah, that's huge, and it will matter coming in to this final game. Yo, Sundown called it. First place, Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky definitely moving through with 190 points compared to what we've seen on all the other regions. But that top 3, all the way, honestly, the top 5 is what we're going to be looking at coming into the next game. For everyone over here, too, the series points matter so much. This is 2/3 of the qual week done now. After this game, if they want to actually change their history, change their standings, this game has to matter. The performance has to matter. Being in top 10 or the top 20 is a huge difference. Speaking, though, of the number 1 team, Favs, Kenshi, Snacky, Kelly, you're talking about their survival rates. There's so many cool stats for this team overall rolling into the day.
5 games played total, and the only time that they played without a member is from 4 minutes. Over hours of gameplay, and they had all 3 members up except for 4 minutes. Obviously, that being the end game right there. Eliminations versus the top 10, 24 of them. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, you know, the extra TSG combination here is just absolute powerhouse. 2 wins on the day as well. We see them in the top 10, as you mentioned, Kelly, almost every single game, and they are alive as a trio. That makes all these hype takes that are, you know, happening give us a little bit more context. If they're, you know, they're every game, they have more eyes, they have more shots to rain down on defense. It's so much harder to knock these guys off when they're all the way up in their top spots at their win condition in their moment. You just can't stop them, right, Zeke? Like, it's just impossible at all to do anything, Kelly.
I mean, we saw Turtle Tavern had height. It looked like, you know, finally someone was going to be able to take away height from this team, but then immediately Favs was just like, nope, jumped in and like eliminated him immediately, and they took height back.
I mean, this trio is certainly a contender to wield the axe of champions going into finals and thereafter. But the question becomes how they are fair once we put them into semifinals. When we put them into finals, I think this trio could go the distance.
Zeke, we saw them in finals negating one individual. That, I mean, they got second place in the finals last season.
The question becomes, though, Kelly, is that individual enough? Can they do it? I want to see that.
Are you asking me if Favs is enough? Yes.
Yes! I'm down! Let's go! Listen, we are decided, Kelly and I have decided this is our winningest trio. That's it. You heard it here first. Okay, you know what else you heard? It's time for game. That's right. The last time on Qualifier 2, we're going in one last time. Sundown, Clay, take us in.
Beep, beep, and for one last time, here we go, and we got something a little different. We're gonna split the map up, but right away, Cloxic Hyper and Pearl. Pearl got knocked, and I'm not seeing necessarily where. We haven't seen anybody over in Slurpee. We talked about the amount of room that they ended up getting, but Pearl has been downed.
Yeah, it has to be the fall damage. I think maybe landed up top and got knocked there because, it was. Okay, so landed at the top chest.
He landed on
jumped down. Yeah, jumped down, tried to grab that AR. You know, we've all done it. We've all done it a time or two. And
hey, speak for yourself, man.
Okay. I know at one point you had to have done it. Right?
No, I am afraid of heights. I will always catch myself in that regard. I do not take Tim damage ever, but now as you see here, we talk about it. So left-hand side, what do you care about as a viewer? Well, top 3 is the ones who get the ticket straight through to the final. Favs, Kenshi, and Snacks, they've punched it. Hyper, Pearl, and Cloxic, they're pretty close. However, the battle for that 3rd spot is largely going to come down to Little, Temple, NorCal Zinx versus Batman Booga, Apex Wale, Devour Sake versus Solution, Jagvier, and Mojo.
It's gonna be that top 6, but a quick stat there. Little trio has an elimination against 14 different teams. That's the most of any trio here today. That's amazing. The diversity in them getting these eliminations shows that it doesn't matter where they're rotating. It doesn't matter who's rotating in front of them. They're getting these elims, and they're getting it when it matters the most. And that's a great stat that'll translate really well into finals if they're able to make it. Because it shows it doesn't matter who's in their game. It doesn't matter who's rotating near them. They can eliminate them.
Yeah, able to take him down. I also want to make a quick correction. In 5th place, it is actually a different ZH22 player. That's Grover, Pure Nate, and Cube. Jagvier, Mojo, and Solution are just behind them in 6th. So still in striking distance, but we'll be keeping an eye pretty much on 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Maybe a little bit of 2nd, depending on when they drop. And also, just to update you on the Falconer, Reet, and Chris story, they were eliminated again early on, so F's in the chat for them there, but definitely a rough qualifier. We'll look for them to bounce back. They'll be happy with the series points they got, but probably not a whole lot else. A very atypical performance from them there. As we see a little bit of an adaptation coming through, I really hope these guys don't just piece straight from Sweaty right away, because it looks like nobody else is here.
Yeah, I think this is finally the game. They've got it uncontested, and if any game to get it uncontested, this is the one I would want. The game that matters the most, that last one when you're almost there, you are in 4th place, not far behind. That's the game right there. This is what I want to see, and they're going to go over to this NBC, see what they can get. Oh, and they actually go for the duel. I believe dropping a really, really powerful weapon there. disengaging just a little bit. They don't want to take that damage, so getting the damage off, looking to upgrade on up. I believe dropping an AR there for them, and they do have the Reaper NPC nearby as well. But ooh, see, sometimes you greed a little bit, Sundown, and look at Sake as well. They took a lot of damage as well, so unfortunate.
Not uncontested, as we see. The NPC doing his darndest there. Fun fact, all right, if you're a viewer at home, as somebody who had to route a couple of ways and was a big Primal Shotgun fan early on at the start of the season because, you know, we talked about the whole not being so good mechanically thing. Blaze has a guaranteed Primal Shotgun if you get a duel going through. So how you fight an NPC, obviously they knock you all the way back from them. Run straight at them, flip over to Brick, and just double ramp over them with Brick. What the NPC will then, and then you walk to the top right-hand side of it. What the NPC does is they walk pretty much in line with where you are, and then they look up and they try and do damage to you. In that time, you can literally just sit there right hand and free drill their head, and they'll just pour their shots into the pre-built brick. So if at any point in time you're stuck fighting an NPC, you can check that out. But now we're going to cut away from that and over to the storyline as Solution, Mojo, and Jaguar, 6th place, are setting up an ambush in the bottom of the derelict restaurant right on the outside. And the players they're trying to ambush is the players in 5th place above them, the ones directly above them on the leaderboard, and they're looking to get it. They're baiting the chest sound. Pure Nate, if you drop in there, this could be your tournament and your qualification coming to an end. And they go for it. They go right away. 140, the tag comes through. Can he commit? He has the player boxed off. He needs to be able to close it. Nate is running for his life, and I don't mean his one. It's the tournament standings. They're trying to get away. This is 5th versus 6th. Early fight going down right now in the ambush while giving them a lead. Didn't net them an immediate elimination, and that has to be a misplay. They're going to be shaking themselves after that if they're not able to close out this fight, as they're able to get the tag, box the player off, but then find nothing else. A good return shot from Mojo here, but so much is on the line. One team's qualification hopes will end right here, right now, if they both don't disengage.
In all honesty, Mojo, Jaguar, and Solution should not disengage. They know who this trio is. They know the standings, and they know what this can do to them. This would change their qualification run. If they can take out the team above them, it would be so good, and it wouldn't be West without an ambush. And look at the Stinkfish coming through. They are just rampaging the other team's HP. They're losing white HP left and right. This is so good for Solution, Mojo, and Jaguar, but the disengage. Rover, Nate, and Cube are not giving up. They are not going down without a fight, but look at the HP. Nate trying to set up an ambush back. This does not look good for them. They're going to need to hit big shots. They're going to need to find big tags there, as Mojo trying to find Nate out, trying to get the edits. The piece control is there. Nate has singled himself out, put himself in a very uncomfortable situation. What can Grover and Cube do? Can they find anything? They're trying to get back together. The disengage is coming through. Again, if they don't disengage, both of them, this is bad for both of them if they don't end quickly, because they're in zone. Solution coming in, though. He's got a gas can. He says, y'all can base up, but I've got an entry into your base. It's going to come through. The explosion is there. Mojo on the other side. Shot's going to come through. Nothing going to connect. Mojo trying to get shots on the other side. Look at them just disengaging. They're using all their hard mats. Solution going back for the bow. There are more gas cans around. They can go for it again. There's one right there. Here we go. Round 2. We repeat. Will it have the same effect, or will it net them an elimination? Will it net them a tag? They're going to know immediately the flame bow is there. If he throws it right there, it will ignite, but he's not going to do it. They're disengaging back into the restaurant. He knows that. They're going in. They own a lot of this, and this is not where you want to be. They're so trapped inside of here. Medkit not going to come through. Mojo just needs a big shield. We'll see what they do. Gas can coming through from Solution. Mojo trying to find something. This is a big fight. That's why we're staying here. It's 5th versus 6th. They are in contention to qualify through Solution, trying to keep them pinched. They're going on to Mojo. Mojo needs to get out. Mojo needs to get some shots as well. Does hit a tag. Not enough. Not going to be what he wants. Trade some damage back. Gas can getting them through. Solution throwing it down. More gas cans coming through. There's a gas can in that basement. The NPC is active and has a purple pump. It's going to put down a lot of damage. Shots through Solution. Going to take down 1. Are they going to take down 2? The NPC is in. He's blocking the cone. Shots come through, and they take down 5th place, 6th place, dancing on top of them. But the NPC is still active.
The NPC trying to give a little bit of revenge, but it won't matter. The loot, the spoils, the eventual ambush goes over to the 6th place team. They flip the script. Some ZH22 on ZH22 crime, and they'll end it there. But back over, we're continuing the story and the run as our current 4th place team says, hey, don't forget about us. We still have a 20-point lead on those tricksters, and we're looking to open it up as Silly Tricks and his now duo is under the pressure. Batman Booga has picked up one of the elims, and they're looking, despite their horrendous match 3 and 4 performances. Match 5, they brought themselves back in, and they're trying to do it all here. Regulator and Silly Tricks trying to back him off, but not enough there. Wale gets picked up. Batman Booga has to go through. He clutches it up, finds a huge down. Wale got confirmed, though. Wale got confirmed, which is massive. If he wasn't able to get that, it could have potentially ended up being clean. Gets a wall replaced, but he loses. He misses the shot, and he gets traded out. This turned from a great situation to catastrophic. Sylvester harpoon in. Great edit down from Batman Booga. Desperately for his tournament life, trying to disengage, and Sake bails him out. But right on the other side of it, our 7th place team says, we heard those shots. We saw the elimination feed. We know who's here. Can we pounce? And the gas can is out. Jotter and Jack on the high ground, looking to take advantage right now as we had an additional 5 points come through, top 24. So every team will breathe the sigh of relief that they at least got that. It's plus 11 for Batman Booga and Co. And they're desperately trying to run for the woods, over the hill and through, but no safety there in Grandmother's house. Instead, it's the trio, 7th place, desperately trying to run you down. Batman Booga with only white HPs and a dream, desperately just trying to throw whatever mats in his way, trying to get over there, create maybe a little bit of space around that reboot van. But no, Sake goes up to the high ground, trying to make one last stand. Sake has all of the epic weapons. It's going to be on him, but he gargoyles up top, and he gets ripped down. One bullet either way ends their run right here, right now. They'll have to take the placement points, the series points,